This young man created the strongest villain, the most perfect one, but then deliberately wrote him an ending. That was absolute garbage, one that no one could have imagined. He was to die at the hands of this world's hero. Out of pure rage, the villain even crossed over into the real world, to confront and question the author about why he let that ending happen. Then he forced the author to become him, to become the very villain he had created. Using the knowledge that only he possessed, he became the strongest in the demon realm. And without further ado, let's get started. It was a grand dream. I wanted to destroy it. I wanted to devour it. I wanted to burn it to ashes. What a shame. If only I hadn't... He's dead. A pathetic death for the worst villain. Epilogue. The villain's demise. Namgohan novelist. He had just killed off the villain in his story. He rubbed his tired eyes. By killing off the strongest villain, my story is finally coming to a close. Just the final chapter left. As expected, having to write something you don't want to. It's painful and annoying. Well, at least. This pile of garbage will be over tomorrow. I just need to let go of any remaining attachments. Suddenly a sound came from the door. Curious Gohan got up from his chair. Who could be visiting at this hour? No one should be coming over now. He walked to the door asking, "Who is it?" But everything suddenly went silent. Gohan was startled. What was that? Why did the sound suddenly disappear? A drunk person. It's making me needlessly anxious. I should just go to sleep. When he looked up, he suddenly saw something floating in midair. Namgohan looked at it curiously. Where did this piece of paper come from? He picked up the paper and read, "This is a gift. Request it when needed." A gift. You mean a real gift? Suddenly a white light emanated from the paper, turning red. The villain from before suddenly appeared. Namgohan jumped, shouting, "What the—" The villain spoke, "So this is how I die. All the time and effort I put in, training for 15 years, just to avenge those who destroyed my clan. Relatives, friends, my love. I lost everything and gave up everything, and yet I still failed. Well, I'm sure you understand better than anyone, so there's no point in saying more." Every word he said sounded very familiar, making Namgohan realize. "Failed, could it be you?" He said, "It's a pity, so please just do it, make it happen." The scene shifted to another world. Namgohan groggily opened his eyes. He sat up confused. Did I pass out? Then he realized his surroundings had changed. He was startled. What are these clothes? He then walked over into a large mirror, examining his new appearance. Namgohan couldn't help but be shocked. What is happening? Hair as red as fire, and lips curled into a contemptuous smile. The moment I saw those sharp, narrow, unreadable eyes, those cold, unreadable eyes, I instantly recognized it. It seems I've become the villain, the strongest in my own novel. Looks like I've possessed the body of Asinadel. And at the exact time he's about to be assassinated, in a few days. Half-demon bloodline. The Asin clan is a mixed bloodline of humans and demons. Thanks to the power hidden in that bloodline, they were once one of the most powerful families in the Empire, but were wiped out by the 6 great families. In the end, the only one left of the Asin bloodline is Asinadel. Namgohan sat leaning against the door thinking. Asinadel's background, and the reason he became a villain. He longed for revenge but failed. So he probably dragged me, the author of this book, in here. Now, in just a few days I'll be killed by the knights of the 6 families. He opened the status window to check. Attribute chaos. Talent position swap. Trait role-playing enthusiasm. Aura darkness mana control. 341. Namgohan was a bit concerned about this character. Adele is one of the most talented characters in my story. But, compared to the ultimate talents of the main characters, he's nothing. Even though Adele is a charming villain, I never intended for him to beat the main characters. Moreover, right now I can't even control mana. Who knew that making him absurdly strong would become the rope to hang myself with? Suddenly something on the bed started to glow. The light caught Namgohan's attention. He looked closer, curious. What is that? Then he realized. Right, the paper that suddenly appeared. But before Adele pulled me into the novel, I completely forgot about its existence. I can't expect much now. I'm not in a position to be picky. I clearly saw it said, "Request it when needed." What? Why is it blank? Where did the words go? You bastard, is this the end? Suddenly the paper lit up and a line of text appeared. Author, do you not know how to use the gift? Answer yes or no. Namgohan trembled with anger. Author, you bastard, you're Adele. But the paper didn't care. It continued to display text. Write the word yes or no on the paper. Gohan annoyedly wrote yes. Ignoring me, huh? Fine. Let's see the user guide. Buy information. Write the author's question on the paper. We will answer everything. Some questions are free, but some will require payment. Gohan asked again. Buy information will answer everything, the paper replied. The fee for the answer will increase, based on the importance of the question. Namgohan didn't hesitate to ask directly how to return. Tell me how to return to reality. But the paper bluntly refused. There is no way. Annoyed Namgohan decided to go for broke. Damn it! I wasn't expecting anything anyway. In that case, give me a detailed method for controlling mana, and how to use it for Adele's traits. One urgent thing to do first. Suddenly a strong wind blew from the paper. Fulfilling request for Gohan. This question requires no payment. Imprinting mana control ability and the method for handling the traits of Adele into the author's body. Do you accept yes or no? Gohan chose yes without hesitation. Then a new sensation surged through his entire body. He had become Asen Adele even though he didn't want to. I can feel the aura of mana. He tested all of Adele's power traits. First trait, darkness, the ability to steal an opponent's 5 senses. It works. It should be stronger and have a wider range, but if I use it well, it'll be pretty OP. Next, the ability to overwhelm an opponent with just your presence. Aura. It works. Although against trained knights or soldiers it will be difficult, but trying it on civilians is worth the risk. Now, all that's left is to master Adele's cheat-like talent. Position swap. Position swap is the ability to switch places with a designated target, an ultimate assassination technique. Adele quickly tried to use position swap designating a target. He thought a little tense. My swap range is only about 5 square meters right now. It's far from the originals, but if I keep practicing, let's try it with this suit of armor first. Adele used position swap, teleporting to the suit of armor in the room. The armor emitted a fluorescent light and then gradually disappeared. In its place, Adele was moved to the armor's original spot. But because he hadn't mastered the ability yet, Adele fell head over heels. Damn it! Looks like I can't get it right on the first try. I'll practice it over and over tens, hundreds of times. I'll definitely master it and survive. Meanwhile, a legion of knights was on its way to him, with the desire. Hurry up. This time we must kill him at the Asen family estate. An army entered under Count Leon. Knight Commander Fel, leading the way, coldly asked, "Where is he?" The servants, terrified by his presence, trembled as they answered. "In this room, sir?" He asked curiously. "What's his condition?" They confessed honestly he hasn't moved at all for days. Hearing this, he said nothing more. He directly opened the door and burst in. Adele was holding a dagger on his lap, leisurely giving a welcoming smile. "So you've arrived? Sir Fel, I presume? You don't intend to let a kid survive, do you?" Fel snorted coldly. He ordered his soldiers to kill Asen. Adele. A leading soldier charged forward on command, but Adele immediately used his position swap power and swapped places, teleporting with that soldier's sword. In one move, he escaped his confinement and appeared in front of that soldier. Before the soldier could do anything, he was stabbed straight through the neck and died. Everyone around who witnessed it was both shocked and terrified. The Knight Commander Fel remained unfazed. He continued to command. "What are you all standing there for? Charge!" But Adele had already jumped out the window. Then he threw the soldier's sword to the ground and used position swap again, teleporting with that sword. He successfully escaped the castle. Adele hurried. "I have to get to the Asen forest," Fel shouted angrily. "He's escaping after him." Scene changed to the Asen forest. Adele ran in a hurry. He was worried. Even if I escape the knights and flee the territory, there's no chance of survival. So instead, I must pass through the forest gate in here to get to the demon realm. The demon realm, which is now exhausted from the war with humans. As long as I can prove my abilities, they might accept me. The problem is, suddenly a sound rang out, distracting him. Are they already on my tail? Fel had quickly found his location. He ordered his legion, split up and find him. Adele nervously hid behind a nearby tree. The problem is, there's no description of where the gate is exactly. I remember it should be near here. Suddenly he stepped on a branch, causing it to snap. Fel's instincts were sharp. Without thinking, he slashed in that direction. He cursed in a rage, "You cunning bastard! So you were hiding here?" Adele luckily escaped death from Fel's sword. He hastily searched for the gate. "I only have 1 or 2 position swaps left. I have to find that gate quickly. Damn it! There's probably no other way." He had to pull out the paper and ask, "Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon realm." "Within the Asen forest." The paper immediately gave a price. "That information is not free. Pay with 100 gold coins, or an artifact of relic grade or higher." Adele was shocked. "What, hey you bastard? Do you think I'm carrying that kind of stuff right now?" But before he could finish, a blinding light appeared behind him. Fel had found him and launched an attack from behind. Adele was hit, indirectly falling and crashing into a tree. Fel walked up, mocking Adele. "You ran because you wanted to live. Asen Adele, today you will die here, whether you want to or not." Adele coughed up a mouthful of blood, but had no intention of surrendering. "Don't make me laugh. I will not die." He thought to himself, there's still one more way. Even if I have to bet my life, I have to try. Fel sneered. "You still dare to resist? After all, you were once the family head." Adele taunted him. "Oh, you guys still act so righteous. When you're just a bunch of adults hunting down a kid, why don't you switch careers and become nannies? But I guess that's probably too hard for you to do on your own, huh?" Taunted by Adele, Fel flew into a rage and pointed his sword at Adele. "I was going to give you a peaceful end, but now I will use the very sword Count Leon gave me to pierce your heart. Die." With that, he charged forward madly. Adele took the opportunity to execute his plan. "Now's the time." He held out the paper in front of him to block Fel's sword. The paper displayed text. Thank you for the payment. Value assessed as sufficient. Exceeding the required price. Guiding user to the gate to the demon realm in the forest. Fel exclaimed in shock. What? Fel's sword vanished in an instant. The location of the demon gate had also appeared. Adele quickly used position swap to teleport towards the demon gate. Fel roared in frustration. Stop! Adele, with a triumphant smile on his face, continued to flee. This crazy bastard. He even dared to chase me all the way here. Found it. Adele quickly stood before the demon gate. Fel picked up a long wooden log. I won't let you escape. Then, he threw the log towards Adele. Just as it was about to hit him, Adele turned back with a mischievous smile. See you later, Sir Fel. Fel could do nothing more than silently curse Adele. Damn it! He's reached the demon realm. Scene changed to the demon realm. Adele thought to himself while chewing on a piece of food. How long has it been? After waking up from passing through the gate, I found myself in a dungeon. An artificial dungeon built by someone. A secret place for demonic arts. But why is there dried meat? And even a stone bed here? Was it made by the guardian of the treasure? Not to mention there's a barrier that blocks direct attacks. And even a stone guardian. It's unclear which high-ranking clan is behind this. But this place is full of strange aspects. Just looking at that guardian is scary enough. If I rush in now, I'll definitely get crushed. Suddenly the paper appeared shining brightly, making Adele notice. He picked up the paper to read. This is the only time you will receive a penalty. Do not use items that you do not own for exchange. If you do not comply, the information exchange will be voided. Adele smirked. This guy is really crazy. So he's letting it slide this time. Suddenly he noticed something. That stone wall, there's something not right about it. Adele approached and touched the stone wall. Oh, I can sense these things just like Adele. Suddenly a faint voice was heard. You have no authority. Adele thought with some disappointment. I thought that was a function to disable the barrier. No, what a shame. I have to find another way to get out of here. I think that stone probably fell from the Guardian. If it's really a stone, things might go my way. He decided to test his theory, using position swap, designating a target, and swapping places, teleporting with the stone to get outside. Adele looked back inside, overjoyed. Yes, it worked. But suddenly, the stone wolf guarding the outside of the gate attacked aggressively. Meanwhile, at the castle in the demon realm, the sound of a servant being scolded echoed. You fool, why are you causing a commotion here? An arrogant man stood on a balcony, looking down at the mess before him. That was the Bays family of the demon realm, the family head Crete. Crete entered his room talking to himself. It's certainly lively. Perhaps, because my daughter is about to enter the intermediate secret realm. What a pain. If she succeeds, she'll be granted access to Seitan. But even if I order her to fail, she'll just defy my words. Only by entering Seitan can she avenge her mother who was killed by humans? That weakling? Can she survive in a place full of demons like that? Suddenly a female servant rushed in. Family head, there's a problem. He glared angrily at the female servant. What's with all the noise? Terrified, she quickly bowed deeply. My apologies. We've received a report that there's an unidentified person in the secret realm. Crete was surprised. In the secret realm, she reported, yes. There's no sign that he opened the gate to enter. So everyone is very confused. He asked curiously, have you identified who he is? The female servant shook her head. He touched a function that only you are able to use. After hearing this, Crete thought, he was probably forcibly summoned through a gate, created during the war between humans and demons. Then he gave an order. He'll die anyway, so there's no need to bother. Just focus on preparing for my daughter's exam. If everything goes smoothly, I'll have a useful pawn. Of course, that's if he doesn't die in the secret realm. Back to the secret realm. Adele jumped back inside the room in fear. He panicked. What was that? A wolf. That was a close call. So even if the barrier is gone, going outside is still trouble. Suddenly, he realized, but wait, isn't it also made of stone? This could work. Let's see. Adele continued to test his hypothesis, using position swap, designating the stone wolf as the target. He was a bit nervous, hoping for success. It worked. Then he teleported outside smoothly. A stone wolf growled confused, but it was now completely trapped in the previous cell. Adele ran off in delight. He would have died if he did that. Now I just need to find the exit. Maybe not. Adele's simple thought was quickly crushed when he saw a giant praying mantis in front of him. He calmly assessed the situation. So each stage has a task. This seems even more dangerous than the wolf from before. Just as I predicted, these things are just mindless obstacles. Very quickly, Adele figured out the rules of this secret realm. He easily trapped the monsters in the cell and moved to the next stage. As long as I can use position swap within the trap area, this is still feasible. Finally, he reached the final stage. A gloomy voice spoke out. Welcome to the final destination. Adele was confused. What? You're welcoming an intruder? What the hell? This seems to be the boss room. Is anyone in there? Adele peered inside. He was startled to realize it was a death knight. In terms of strength, he seems to be on par with Fel. As the Death Knight stood up preparing for battle, "I pay my respects for you having reached this point." Adele immediately used position swap, designating a target. He swapped positions between himself and the Death Knight, and so he easily escaped a tiresome battle. A cheerful Adele ran towards the treasure chest. "Why is it bigger than I thought?" "There's also another decoration in the shape of a black dragon." "Wait a minute. A black dragon carving. I think I've seen it somewhere before." Adele mumbled to himself, trying to remember. The black dragon among the highest-ranking demon clans, including sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, and pride like a black dragon. Bays, the seventh of the 7 deadly sins, pride. Knowing whose secret realm this was, Adele was terrified. "Damn it if he catches me. I'm so dead, it's come to this. I'll just loot the box and get out of here. There must be something that can help me escape this place." Adele opened the box. Inside, however, there were no items at all, only a dark, gloomy substance. It lunged forward, completely covering Adele's face, and gradually seeped into his mouth. Adele vomited in pain. He went mad, clutching his head and screaming. A pool of blood splattered out. Adele groaned in pain. He trembled as he forced himself up. "How long was I unconscious? Is something wrong with my left eye?" Adele pried his eye open, looking at his reflection in the sword to check. He was startled when he realized his eye had turned purple. The dark eye. Could it be that the liquid that shot into me earlier was... He opened his character info panel to see. Race half-demon. Attribute chaos. Talent position swap. Trait role-playing enthusiasm. Trait focus enthusiasm. Aura darkness mana control eye of pride. 5314. Adele was surprised to see the words eye of pride. Discipline skyrockets to the extreme. Activates after defeating an enemy. He gave a sinister smile. "With this, I will never lose to those weaker than me again." He felt that his decision to come to the demon realm was a great one. Adele propped himself up on his knees. "Everything I need is now in my hands. Now I should get out of here." He worried. "I only paid attention to the chest. But there's a door behind it. What should I do? I've made quite a bit of noise." "For sure. There are a lot of soldiers waiting outside. If I go out, I'm a dead man. Do I need to kneel faster than the speed of light to save my life?" Adele quickly used his power to hide the tattoo on his neck. "First, if they find out I'm from the Asen clan, then even if I beg, no one will spare me. I have to hide this crest first." The Death Knight suddenly flared up with killing intent. "Open the door. Her Highness is coming. Open the door." Adele was startled. "What, Her Highness?" He tensed up unconsciously. "Wait a minute, could it be? The reason they prepared dried meat and a stone bed is because this place must be a territory created by high-ranking clans for testing." Adele quickly took out paper and a pen. "I need to know who the owner of this place is. I've stolen the reward that belonged to them. If I get caught, they'll tear me to pieces." He asked the paper. "Tell me who is closest to me." The paper continued to show a price. "That information has its price. Pay with an item worth 100 gold coins, or a treasure of relic grade or higher." Adele thought, "A price, what can I pay with? Mana, I'll pay with 100 max mana points. It'll be really tough, but if I survive, I can recover it later." The paper accepted the request with satisfaction. "Assessed as adequate. I will take 100 of your mana, author. The person closest to you is Jean, the youngest daughter of Crete Bays, head of the Bays family." Hearing the name, Adele was instantly horrified. "Damn it, my life is over. This is the territory that the Bays family set up to train their youngest daughter. The Eye of Pride must have been the reward for her, for conquering this place. Jean, who has enough power in the Bays family, will cut through the Guardians like butter and walk straight to me." Jean beheaded the Death Knight in the blink of an eye. Then she turned to look at Adele. Adele calmly prepared to face Jean. "All right, I can do this." She coldly pointed her sword at him and asked, "Who are you?" Without a second of hesitation, Adele immediately kneeled down respectfully. "Congratulations, Lady Jean. On completing the territory, you have finally become worthy." Jean, not trusting this person before her, said coldly, "Explain." Adele quickly made up an excuse to escape death. "The master ordered me to be your bodyguard." He was a little worried. Our eyes met. But it seemed she didn't recognize the Zhao Yan. Jean asked back, "You..." He continued to pretend. "Yes, even though I look like this, my skills are no joke." He planned to use her to get out of here. Suddenly, Jean snorted with laughter. Adele was a bit flustered. Doesn't she believe me? In that case, he quickly swapped places with a nearby sword, then teleported right in front of Jean's face. She was startled, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Adele took Jean's hand. "How's this for proof? I believe I'll be useful in protecting you, my lady." But Jean's face darkened as she pulled her hand away from him. Adele was startled. "What's wrong? Is she mad?" But then Jean, unconcerned, turned away. Adele felt a bit relieved. Luckily, she let go of what I did. Then he turned towards the door, eager to leave. "Let's go. Please go see the master immediately. He's waiting for you." Jean also let her guard down and agreed. Adele anxiously proceeded with his plan, wanting to leave here as soon as possible. "Then I'll go and do the other tasks that the master has assigned me." He opened the door, promising Zine, "I definitely won't be late." Suddenly she froze and softly called out, "Father." Christ appeared majestically. His eyes shone with a sharp intensity. Adele, startled, looked in the direction where Krista was standing. "Damn it! Why is Christ here? If he sees my Jiao Yan, I'm dead meat. Why isn't he reacting?" Surprisingly, Christy paid no attention to Adele and instead asked Zine, "Have you conquered the domain?" She answered a bit awkwardly. "Yes, I have." Christy turned and gestured, "I see, follow me." Adele watched him nervously. "Follow me? What is he thinking?" Then he was forced to follow Christ back with the whole group. "I can't get rid of all of them, and I have nothing left to offer the paper. That means I can't use that power anymore. So this is the Bear Mansion." He stopped. Then he turned and ordered the servants, "Go back to your rooms." The subordinates complied and quickly left. Then he reminded Adele, "As for you, wait here. I'll call you later." Adele was confused by the situation. "He's leaving me alone. This is my chance, isn't it?" "No, of course not." Then the scene changes to inside Krista's office. He looked coldly at his daughter. "You have completed my final task." "Do I have to go to the training area?" Zine replied softly, "Yes." Christy stared into the distance, contemplating something. Then he asked her, "Putting that aside, what about him?" Zine recalled the earlier image with Adele. She answered honestly, "He is strong." Hearing this, Christy smirked. "I see, how interesting." After that, he stood up, clasped his hands, and looked out the window. "Since you've proven your worth, you may go to Saitan as you wish." Having received her father's permission, Zine was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up. She happily thanked her father. But in reality, Christ was secretly scheming in his mind. "I thought he would die right after, infiltrating the domain. But not only did he survive, he even obtained the Jiao Yan. And there's also Zine's assessment of him. He is definitely worth using." Meanwhile, Adele was getting sick of waiting. He thought wearily, "How much longer do I have to wait?" Then the sky began to change color. Adele followed a servant to Christ's location. He reported, "I've brought him, Master." Christ looked at Adele coldly as if sizing him up. Adele worried, "What is he thinking?" Then he asked directly, "Why did you let me live?" Christ, without preamble, unleashed a murderous aura and cursed, "You bastard." As expected of someone who could fool my daughter so well. A large amount of malevolent energy poured out. Adele felt the terror from his power. He was so overwhelmed by Christ's aura that he fell to the ground. Adele shouted, "You have no intention of killing me." Christ, having been called out, retracted his aura. Adele panted heavily. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "This demonic energy is terrifying," Christ asked with interest. "You're a clever one. What's your name?" He answered obediently, "I am Adele." After hearing his name, Christy raised his hand. Adele's entire body was enveloped in his demonic energy. He was pulled to lie right in front of Krista. Adele struggled in fear. "What do you want from me?" Christ coldly commanded, "Open your mouth." A small dragon approached his mouth. Then it crawled inside. Christ threatened slyly, "Just keep saying what you said to my daughter. If you have any other ideas, this poison will tear your heart apart. I will prepare a place for you to stay. Wait until I call for you. Go." Adele coughed, dryly clutching his throat. "Damn it!" What just happened? That night at a house, a servant brought Adele and instructed, "From now on, you will stay here. So rest well." After speaking, the servant left, leaving Adele alone in this strange house. He looked around. "I've become a dependent of this family because of Christ's will. I'm grateful enough that he let me live. But why do I feel like from beginning to end, I'm being used? Anyway, I've been partially acknowledged by Christ. So maybe this is a good opportunity. But first I have to get rid of this thing. I have to succeed." Saying that, Adele used his power. He easily moved the dragon out of his body. Adele rejoiced. "It's a success. Just as I thought, it's just an inanimate object. The thought of failing is disgusting. If I kill it, he'll find out immediately. So what should I do now?" It woke up as soon as the mana supply from my body was cut off. "Eat this." Adele dripped his power out for the black dragon. It licked the power from his hand. Adele lulled it to sleep. "So, there's no other way but to coax it like this. Go back to sleep now. Finally, I can relax. I don't know how much of the trap on my neck has been removed. I think I'm about to pass out, but I should still check. Swap has leveled up to 2, but mana is still a problem. Compared to the main characters, I'm just a grain of sand in the desert. How do I increase my mana? I have to do something now. Oh right, there's that way." The next day, he went to see Zine and said something that made her frown at him. "I don't like that idea." It's been 3 days since Adele was assigned to protect Zine. She always reacted coldly. When she was little, she was always radiant. But ever since her mother was harmed by humans, everything changed. As the author, Adele felt truly guilty. Suddenly, a servant ran up and called, "The Master is calling for you both." The reason the Master called for Adele and her was surely about Zine wanting to enter Saitan, although she really wanted to. After successfully raiding the domain, Christy didn't allow it. As soon as they met, he said coldly, "Saitan is not an easy place. With your abilities, you will die before properly avenging your mother." Adele watched the situation with apprehension. "I feel like I shouldn't be here." Suddenly, Christy added, "However, if you take Adele as your bodyguard, I will allow you to go." Zine's blunt refusal made Adele a little nervous. Does she hate me that much? Satan, the school of the demon world, a place where potential-filled demon children gather. They are in constant conflict with the Royal Academy, where the main characters attend. And in that context, many students, including Zine, died. It was a terrible place, like a time bomb called death. I don't understand why she wants to go there so badly, but if it were me, no, it might be the best place for me to gather strength. I know almost all the major events that happened between the Royal and Satan. All right, let's give it a try. With that thought, he took a gamble and proposed a condition. But in return, I have a request. Christ waited silently for him to speak. Since I'm already involved, I have to take advantage of everything I can. I want something related to mana. Christy smiled. I thought you'd want me to remove that thing. Adele trembled, thinking to himself, he still doesn't know that the poison bug is no longer inside me. Krista looked at him mockingly. Such an arrogant bastard. It's not too difficult a request, so I'll hear you out. Zine, you may leave. Zine obeyed and bowed. Before leaving, Zine turned back and threw a cold glance at Adele, making Adele tense. Does she hate the idea of going with me that much? What will he give me, a mana potion? Or maybe a decent artifact? As soon as his daughter left, Christ explained, it's a family treasure, and people within the family can react sensitively to it, so I had to send my daughter away. Adele was surprised. A family heirloom. Christe slammed the table and stood up. I know your mana is very low. Since you will die in my daughter's place, I can at least do this much for you, can't I? He declared loudly. Come here. I will pass on to you the mana cultivation technique of the bear family. Adele was astonished. A mana cultivation technique. Christ recited an incantation, O demon god, please grant this servant clarity in the flow of chaos. Grant us worthy trials, and let not the thousands of demons starve. But please do not lead us into peril. If you do this, your name will be honored. Adele felt a malevolent energy flowing into his body. Christe looked at Adele with satisfaction. A normal person would go insane after hearing that incantation. You are truly an interesting fellow. With this cultivation technique, mana will be granted to you directly by the demon god, helping you achieve what you desire. Adele was tense. The demon god. Suddenly, Christ added, however, it seems your family is involved with the 7 deadly sins. Even so, now that I have planted the poison bug in you, it doesn't matter even if you are a spy. Adele was startled, listening to every word Christ said. Adele's family is related to the 7 deadly sins. I don't remember creating a setting like that. He ordered, you may leave now. Adele said yes and left. Scene changed to the forest in front of Adele's house. He was relaxing, meditating on a large rock. I'll practice here because my mana is easy to lose control of. A malevolent aura radiated from his body. He began to call out, O demon god. Once I receive demonic energy from the demon god, I won't be able to use human mana anymore, but I have no other choice. The demon god appeared suddenly, looking at Adele. It said, you are a half-breed. Adele jumped in fear. Don't tell me the demon god is speaking. I did not expect you to carry the blood of that child. Ah, it seems to be the blood of that filthy traitor. He wondered, are you the demon god? The demon god replied, that's right. It seems the world calls me the god of pride. Adele worried, are you going to kill me? The demon god radiated an overwhelming yet beautiful presence. Adele, if I wanted to, you would have died the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I don't want to kill you. It seems we are both burned by a sin of the same kind. I feel a strange empathy for you. I will grant you a sigil. You who walk a path similar to mine. A mark. This will prove you can use my power. O arrogant traitor. Keep your pride from overwhelming your reason. The sigil appeared on Adele's hand. He stared at it intently. I've borrowed the power of a demon god. It seems this mark grants me 3 new lives. And the mark is a tattoo. Before long, my whole body will be covered in these eye tattoos. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence. When he turned around, he found Zine standing right behind him. Adele was startled. Why is she here? Was she eavesdropping on us? But Zine seemed to only be focused on his identity. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she looked at Adele. Then she called him Dark Priest. Adele was stunned. What scene changed to in front of Adele's house? He checked his status screen. Race half-demon, attribute chaos. Talent swap, love 2, characteristics. Interest in role-playing, interest in concentration. Skills, dark aura, mana control, Zhaoyan. Mana 341. 1 no 35. He looked at the screen with satisfaction. I've practiced hard, but I didn't expect my mana to triple in such a short time. It's probably thanks to the interest and concentration characteristics. In a few years, I might even surpass the heirs of the 6 great families in the human world. With my current strengths, that sealed area isn't impossible to conquer either. But first, why is she training in front of my house and not the training grounds? Dell called out to Zine. Excuse me, my lady. Zine stood straight and bowed her head. Yes, sir. Adele was a little uncomfortable. The fact that she's not avoiding me like before is a good sign. But it seems she has a deep misunderstanding about me, seeing me as a dark priest. Well, in this world, only dark priests can communicate with demon gods. But honestly, it's better that she didn't hear what I said to the demon god. But if Zine starts treating me like a superior, nasty rumors will spread throughout the family. After thinking for a moment, he called out, "My lady." Zine jumped and replied, "Yes." Adele began to explain, "I know what you're thinking, but please treat me as you did before." Zine was flustered and shy. But Adele continued, "I am only carrying out the master's orders to protect you. Please feel free to be comfortable with me." With Adele's permission, Zine quickly returned to her old self. "In that case, bring me some water." Adele was taken aback. Zine used Adele's words as an excuse. "Didn't you tell me to make myself at home? I'm tired and thirsty after training." Adele thought to himself. As expected of the family of Pride, her attitude changes so fast. Looks like I'll have to do everything she asks. I need to conquer that domain quickly. But Zine won't leave me alone. I don't have much time left. I have to act before the main character gets past the demon world. I need that treasure to survive in Saitan. Adele pretended to be concerned and asked, "My lady, how are your preparations for entering Saitan coming along?" Zine tilted her head, confused. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Adele continued. "Because there are many dangerous people there. I'm just asking out of concern for you." Zine picked up her sword and replied firmly, "I am fully prepared." As he put the tea away, he subtly reminded her, "Are you sure? Why don't you go back and double-check just to be safe? In case you forgot something important. I don't want you to run into any trouble." Zine seemed to realize Adele had other intentions. She immediately asked directly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Adele felt a pang of guilt. "I just want to make sure you're safe. After all, I am your escort." Zine scolded him, "You liar! Are you planning to sneak away behind my back?" Adele, struggling, cursed inwardly. "Damn it, she's not falling for it." Zine flared up with a murderous aura, looking at Adele. "Do you hate me that much?" Unable to find another excuse, Adele told the truth. "Actually, I heard there's a domain nearby, so I wanted to go conquer it. Please understand, I'm doing this to protect you. Please." Zine thought for a moment, then spoke. "Now I remember what I forgot." Adele thought she was finally going to let him go. "So why don't you go back and check?" But before he could finish, Zine changed the subject. "Warm up." Adele was confused. "Excuse me, what do you mean?" Zine sheathed her sword and suggested, "I'm not done warming up yet. I'll go with you to that domain. If it's nearby, we can probably handle it in a day." "Right, let's get going." "Where is that domain?" Unable to refuse Zine, Adele confessed. "It's the immortal domain. It was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's filled with soldiers turned into wraiths after the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons." Zine looked into the distance. "I know that place well." Adele guessed from Zine's expression. Just the mention of it is enough to make Zine uneasy. It must be at least a mid to high tier domain. By now, the number of soldiers has surely increased. In any case, having Zine along is an advantage. But the problem is, going together will make it harder to escape the mansion. The news will get to Christ immediately. Adele tried to convince Zine to go back. "If it's too much of a burden, you can stop. If the master finds out, you left without his permission." But Zine paid no mind to his words, turning back to tell Adele, "It's fine. I know a secret exit." Scene changed to the edge of the forest. Zine pointed to a hole in the wall. "Here it is." Adele looked at her cheerful smile. "You seem very familiar with this place. Looks like she sneaks out often too." The two of them crawled through the hole and got out. Then they covered it with leaves. "Let's go." Before anyone finds out, the two of them quickly left the forest and entered a desolate area. Adele tiredly asked her, "How much further do we have to go?" "I've never had a reason to leave the grounds, so I don't know the surrounding terrain very well." Zine pointed ahead and replied, "Oh, we're almost there. We just have to get past that spot." Adele looked dejectedly in the direction she pointed. Looks like we're close." After walking a bit further, Zine stopped. Adele looked around. "We must be here." Suddenly, she felt something. Zine cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, you son of a Cerberus," Adele thought. She must mean bastard. "I have to hide from Zine. The fact that I have Asen blood at all costs. Only I know the entrance to this domain." He pointed to a pile of boulders. "I think we can dig an entrance here to get inside. Under the largest stone statue. The rotten soldiers guard this land. The entrance is definitely here." Adele suggested, "Shall I lead the way?" But Zine refused. "No, I'll go first." Scene changed to inside the cave. Adele observed carefully. "It's brighter inside than I thought." Zine suddenly spoke up. "Over there, we're in the right place." Adele marveled inwardly. "This place is on a whole different level from the bear domain. I bet there are hundreds of new graves here." Suddenly, a skeletal hand rose up, followed by thousands of other spirits rising. In an instant, Adele and Zine were surrounded by them. Adele asked Zine, "My lady, shall I leave this to you?" Zine nodded in agreement. The light from Zine's sword flared. She entered her combat stance, dashing forward to smash the enemies. Adele marveled to himself, just as I thought. The decision to come with her was absolutely right. He shouted, "It's clear there's a necromancer behind this swarm of monsters. Okay, I'll catch up right away." The skeletons that Zine had just smashed to pieces suddenly reformed and came back to life. Zine was startled. "They're coming back to life." A spirit roared, "How dare you! Daring to intrude here, destroy the intruders." Zine turned back to ask Adele, "They keep reviving. What should we do?" Adele rushed forward shouting, "It's because of that sorcerer!" "Don't stop, keep moving forward, my lady." Zine was surprised. "What?" Adele explained. "I have a way to wipe out this mob quickly." Zine nodded in understanding. "Got it." She charged straight for the leader. He held up an orb. "Block them," he ordered his soldiers. Adele continued to direct Zine. "We just need to get close to that guy. Just break the sorcerer's orb, and it'll all be over. Finally, it's time to use the new ability of Swap, level 2. It seems this won't be as easy as I thought." He shouted in alarm when he saw Zine getting swarmed by a large mob. "My lady." But Zine's power was immense. He yelled and in one strike shattered a whole line of spirits. Adele watched in surprise but didn't hesitate. He immediately used Swap 2 targeting and swapping places with a soldier that had just flown closest to the sorcerer. He smiled smugly. The new ability of Swap 2 is object swapping. Adele quickly used Swap 2 again. The sorcerer's orb suddenly vanished and fell into Adele's hand. He exclaimed joyfully, "Got it!" The sorcerer panicked. "No!" Without another word, Adele crushed the orb. The soldiers gradually faded into nothingness. Impossible. How could this happen? Adele looked at Zine and smiled. "We did it, my lady." Suddenly a voice flashed through his mind. "Thank you." Adele looked at everything sadly. "All the tragedy in this place. It all happened because of what I wrote. Please rest in peace." He quickly composed himself and looked over at Zine. Zine asked him, "Is there anything else to do?" Adele replied joyfully, "Yes, now it's time to collect our reward. Finally, I've got the item I needed. Shadowfang, a dagger forged from demonic black steel. It can convert darkness into mana, increases sharpness and speed in shadows. And the Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbs mana sense and moonlight." Adele picked up the Shadowfang in amazement. "With this, I can maximize the potential of the darkness attribute to its fullest. And what about the ring? It's nice to have, but I don't really need it." He offered it to Zine. "Lady Zine, why don't you take the ring, I'll take the dagger." Zine thought for a moment, then agreed, "All right." Adele stood up and approached Zine. "Okay, then let me." He lifted Zine's hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. Zine blushed shyly as Adele put the ring on for her. Then flustered, she pulled her hand back and looked away. Adele was confused. Why did she react so strangely? Does putting on a ring also have some special meaning for the demon tribe? He wondered what was going on. This young lady, she felt a stream of light radiating from her body. She lifted the ring to look at it. "This is amazing." Adele chuckled and sat down by the treasure chest again. "I'm glad you like it. Now, since I took care of the boss, I'll be taking all this gold." Suddenly, a sword grazed past him. Zine stood behind Adele, looking furious. "All right, change of plans. It will be divided equally down to the last coin." After clearing out the territory, the two returned to the mansion. Adele spent the remaining time training his mana, or doing chores for Zine. And a whole month passed, just like that. Adele was proud of himself. "I've improved quite a bit, almost 1,300 mana. That's about mid-tier in the demon world." A few days later, Krite summoned Adele and Zine. He glanced coldly at the two of them and announced, "It's time for you to enter Satan. The time has come. Today you two will head to the capital to enroll in the academy. Are you all prepared?" The two answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Krite turned his back and said coldly, "Go." "We don't need to say goodbye." Zine said nothing, just lowered her head. Then she bowed her head to say her own farewell. Adele also quickly took his leave. "I will now escort the young lady." Suddenly, Krite called out to him, "Adele, I expect you to do well." Adele smiled gently and replied with a yes. "We'll depart immediately." Krite stood at the window looking down. Adele watched him. "He said he wouldn't see us off. But maybe demons have the same feelings as any other father. I used to worry about my future. But now that things have come to this, I will achieve my goal at Satan." The two set off. Throughout the journey, Zine didn't say a single word, which made Adele tense. Since we left, she hasn't said anything. Did I do something wrong? Zine glanced at him slightly. She thought to herself, "At first I didn't like him because he seemed so suspicious. But he's more handsome than I thought. Still, his way of speaking and acting lacks any weight, and in terms of power, he's far from meeting the requirements." Adele saw Zine looking at him and awkwardly started a conversation. "Nice weather today, isn't it?" But both were lost in their own thoughts. Zine was deep in thought, reconsidering Adele's identity. Is he really a priest? Meanwhile, Adele was worried, not understanding what he did to make Zine so quiet. Why does she keep staring at me? They both turned to face different directions, continuing their inner monologues. How foolish. I saw him talking to the demon god. Why am I still doubting him? Did I mess things up? Zine suddenly looked down at the ring Adele put on her. She blushed involuntarily. An eternal vow. That's the meaning when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on someone's finger in the demon world. He did it without saying much. What exactly did he vow? I'm so curious. Suddenly, Adele called to her, "Young lady, we'll be there in about an hour." Sooner than we expected, huh? Zine looked at him and just replied coldly, "All right." Adele, dying of curiosity, asked her, "Young lady, did I do something wrong?" Zine politely refused. "Ahem, I want to take a nap." Adele had to obey. Time passed and the two finally arrived. Scene change at the capital of the demon world. Adele looked around in amazement. So this is the capital of the demon world. Still, it doesn't look that different from the human world. It has a strong medieval style, though there are a few differences, like how some people have horns and other physical distinctions. Elite demons have an easily recognizable feature, a tattoo. He has one on his neck, just like me. Zine turned back to look at him. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Adele hurriedly ran after her. "Yes, young lady." "So where are we going now?" Zine replied, "The entrance exam starts at noon in 2 days. We have to register before then." Adele suggested, "If we have 2 whole days, how about we take a walk around the capital for a bit?" Zine immediately refused, not interested. A sudden silence fell between them. Adele was about to ask, "Young lady, have you ever—" But Zine quickly walked away. "We don't have time. Let's go register." Adele watched Zine thinking, "Hasn't she never left home since her mother died? Good grief, I can't figure her out." He continued to be intrigued by the surrounding scenery. "So this is Satan. Whoa. The size must be 3 times a normal university." The registrar called out, announcing, "You're registered. Come back in 2 days." Next, Adele approached the man to register. We're here to register for enrollment." The man looked at him a little curiously. "What are you? You don't look like a demon at all." Then he angrily scolded, "A half-demon dares to register here. So what if we lost the war? What do you think this place is?" Adele sighed at the situation before him. "I can already see a grim future ahead." The man was about to continue scolding, "Because of cowards like you." Suddenly, Zine spoke up. "What's going on here?" She stepped in front of the man. He immediately calmed down. "Oh my, those horns. This intake is truly extraordinary. I never expected to witness a descendant of the 7 deadly sins clans. If you are an applicant, and state your family name and identity." "The Baal family." "Zine." She pointed to Adele and introduced him. "This is my guardian. He will also be taking the entrance exam." The man started grumbling again. "A half-demon chosen as a guardian. The 7 deadly sins clans have really lowered their standards. And another applicant for Satan gets in." Zine was annoyed. "That's enough." She gripped her sword threateningly. "I will not let you further insult the honor of the House of Baal. Any more?" Seeing the tense situation, the man quickly changed his tune. "Applicants here are not discriminated against, so please act as if you didn't hear what I just said. Tell me your family name and identity." Adele quickly registered. "BCN family." "Adele!" The man shouted. "Registration complete. Be present for the exam on the designated day." Adele thought for a moment. In the war between humans and demons, half-demons chose to fight for the humans, so it's understandable that demons are prejudiced against them. It makes sense. Even though I'm really angry, now is not the time. He pulled the furious Zine away. "All right, let's go, Lady Zine. We need to find a place to rest." Scene change at an inn. Adele nodded. "This place looks cleaner than the others." Zine explained, "Most of the inns here are too old." Adele had to accept it. "There's no other way. We don't have much money. 10 gold coins from Krite is only enough for 2 people for 1 month. The war caused the Baal family to decline. I can't ask for more." He turned back to look at her. "Well then, shall we go in?" The two went inside the inn. The receptionist's welcoming voice rang out. "Welcome." He asked the receptionist, "Do you have any rooms for 2 people for 2 days?" The receptionist asked back, "Would you 2 like to share a room?" The question made Zine blush instantly, but Adele simply answered, "2 separate rooms, please." The receptionist presented 2 keys and Adele gave 2 gold coins. An exchange. 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals totals 2 gold coins. Your 2 rooms are on the 2nd floor. This amount is equivalent to about 200,000 human goon. Pretty steep, huh? Zine went upstairs first to rest. Adele smiled. "I'll bring the luggage up later. Please get some good rest, Lady Zine." "All right. You too." He watched Zine go pondering. She's always lived in a huge mansion. This is probably her first time sleeping in a place like this. Oh well, I'm sure she'll get used to it. Now I should get some rest too, to prepare for the next 2 days. 2 days later at a castle, a guard's announcement rang out. "All applicants please enter according to the instructions." Adele, walking with Zine, was surprised. "Wow, so many people. There must be over 100 people here. I didn't expect—" "And so many would want to fight against humanity. I have to be careful not to reveal my identity." The announcement came again. "From now on, please present your identification and board the train in order." Adele was surprised. A train? Immediately after, a long train sped in. Everyone was stunned. "A train! I can't believe they prepared something like this." The announcements continued. "Applicants, please follow the instructions to the examination hall. The only way to reach Satan is by train. It turns out the giant fortress outside is just a part of this place. Just how big is this place? We are about to arrive at Satan. Be ready. He was overwhelmed by the sight of the academy. We're finally here. Applicants, please follow the instructions into the examination hall. The crowd of applicants flooded into a large room. It was Adele's first time and he was amazed by everything. He looked around curiously. Wow, it's huge, so overwhelming. Most of the people here are young demons. I wonder if there are any other descendants of the 7 deadly sins clans. Those people aren't applicants. Based on their clothes, they're probably instructors. If I can make a good impression, life here might be a little easier. Zine suddenly said, "Time's up." The main door suddenly slammed shut. The whole room instantly went dark. Just a moment ago it was as bright as day. What kind of magic is this? What will the exam be like? A cold voice echoed, "Silence." On the stage, a woman was standing. She glanced at the applicants below, then welcomed them by releasing her aura. "Welcome to Satan, you bunch of idiots!" Looks like there are a lot of people who want to die early this year. Adele trembled as he looked at her, unable to believe it. Just with her voice, she's creating such immense pressure. Suddenly she gave a sinister smile. "Enough with the small talk. Let's begin the entrance exam now." As soon as she finished speaking, her aura shot out like a blizzard. Adele looked over at Lady Zine. Zine stood firm and reminded Adele focus on the exam. Looking around, quite a few applicants had already collapsed, unable to withstand her power. The teachers standing nearby watched calmly. The headmaster has some odd tastes. "Can't you see? Well, no matter how talented you are, if your spirit is weak, you're useless." There's a reason Headmaster Lucian is directly supervising the opening stage. It's called the mental endurance test, and for a reason. The purpose is to see if applicants can endure torture and keep secrets. If they're captured by humans, 5 minutes have passed. Almost no one is left standing. That should be enough. Except for those 8. Everyone else has collapsed. One would have thought the results would be better, with so many applicants. But hey, about 40% made it past 5 minutes. That's a huge improvement compared to last time. What a relief. I heard there was an heir from the 7 deadly sins clans participating. Looks like the rumor was true. Now that you mention it, I see it. It really is true. Suddenly one of the men noticed Adele. But wait, who's that kid? He doesn't look like a descendant of the 7 sins at all. Right. And yet he's been standing for almost 10 minutes. But he'll probably collapse soon. But he quickly realized, wait, something's not right. A blazing red aura flared up around Adele. The teachers stared at him stunned. Lucian was also a bit surprised. One of them sensed the danger from Adele. "He's too dangerous. I have to kill him right here." He drew his sword without thinking. He had nothing remarkable about him. But then the aura around him suddenly changed. A cold, emotionless killing intent. It's like the feeling when one picks a flower or crushes an insect. Not the brutal killing instinct of a beast, but the intent of the most ruthless, cold-blooded murderers. Meanwhile, all the instructor's eyes were fixed on him. And my body reacted, before I even realized it. Lucian looked at him and released a warning aura. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly sheathed his sword and composed himself. Damn it, I felt uneasy. Just from facing the new student. What about her? A few minutes before Adele released his killing intent, he was trembling, enduring Lucian's power. I'm about to go crazy. I have to find a way to endure this. Wait, what if I use my killing intent? It might be enough to counter her aura. I have no other choice. Adele yelled and unleashed his power. Lucian, a little intrigued, spoke to him. You're holding up quite well. Should I raise the level a bit? Just a little more. She released another level of her power, but was immediately pushed back by Adele's killing intent. Lucian looked at him in astonishment. Adele panted. Then he calmly enveloped himself in killing intent and stood up. It finally worked. I feel much better now. Right, how is Zine doing? Adele looked over at Zine. He was happy to see she's holding up well too. The reputation is well deserved. The heirs of the 7 deadly sins are also enduring quite well. The heir of lust Borderline, the heir of gluttony Samuel, the heir of sloth Aaron, the heir of pride Guga. A few characters built with genuine affection, but in the end, the fate of all of them is to be destroyed by the main characters. The 6 of them including Zine. Suddenly Adele thought to himself, that long white hair, those red eyes and that brown crown of thorns. There's no mistaking it. That's the most ruthless villain of the future demon world. The Demon King, the heir of Rathgean. Suddenly the room lit up. An announcement rang out. All right, the first round of the exam is over. But Adele was still lost in his thoughts. The Demon King always comes from the Wrath clan. There's no reason for her to be here at all. The successor to the Demon King's throne is at Satan as a candidate. A candidate? What on earth happened that I don't know about? The collapsed applicants slowly woke up, complaining. Did I fail? No way. One of the failed ones stormed up, shouting, what kind of test is this? Don't touch me. Do you know who my father is? Get the headmaster here right now. But he was immediately grabbed by a teacher who got close to his face. I don't care who your father is. Understand. Don't make me repeat myself. Those who couldn't even last 5 minutes in the first test are not needed here. The failures are eliminated. Close the gates, Adele thought to himself with relief. Satan is truly ruthless. I'm lucky I passed. Thinking back, that girl is the headmaster of Satan. I knew I'd seen her somewhere before. Although she looks cute on the outside, she's one of the strongest in the demon world. Lucian, the headmaster of Satan. I passed the first round, but I need to be more careful. I could be eliminated at any moment. Even fewer people will pass the second test. Suddenly, whispers of Zine's name were heard. Amazing. You must be Zine. The fighting genius of the Baal clan, right? Adele looked at her. Zine seems pretty famous. Well, that makes sense. She's the heir to one of the 7 deadly sins, and they withstood the headmaster's overwhelming aura. But why is no one paying attention to me? I withstood it too. Zine walked up to him happily. You passed too, didn't you, Adele? He replied cheerfully. Yes, I did. But maybe I should be satisfied. At least I made an impression that I'm not an ordinary applicant. I'm sure the instructors and the headmaster will be watching me. Suddenly, a teacher shouted, "Attention! I will introduce myself. My name is Az, the instructor in charge of your training." Everyone looked at Az, surprised. He looks like the type to have a sashimi knife ready in his pocket. Az congratulated them and explained the first test. Congratulations on passing the first mental strength test. That was a test to see whether you could maintain your sanity when tortured in the future by the human race. In addition, the 8 applicants who remain standing until the end will receive bonus points. And if you perform well in the second test, you will be allowed to enter the armory. Hearing this, Adele was overjoyed. The armory. What a stroke of luck. Thank goodness I held out until the end. And I can feel the envious gazes from the others. As continued, now I will explain the second test to you. In this test, you will demonstrate your own abilities. Specifically, you will demonstrate the skills and weapons that you can use against the human race. The class you are assigned to will be based on the results of this test, so keep that in mind. Adele pondered. I guess he means we'll be divided into appropriate classes depending on the type of weapon and abilities we use. Anyway, I wonder, what kind of human will be our opponent? As announced, your second test. And the human you will face is this. He snapped his fingers. The light created a large whirlwind. The image of a white tiger appeared. Adele was startled. Wait a minute. Isn't that the strongest hero among the heads of the 6 great families, Nina Excel? Adele was shocked. Why is that person here? What a coincidence. Dean asked him, Adele, do you know who that is? Adele was too terrified to speak. Of course I know. That's Nina Excel, the head of the Nina family. He's someone who has a close connection with the main character in the original story. Not just close, but it's a bloodline destined from birth. He is the main character's father, the sword saint who built an entire family, the strongest hero solely through his own strength. The others saw him and also grew anxious. Murmurs spread, it's the sword saint. Didn't they want to eliminate us from the very beginning? Adele was dismayed. Many others also recognized him. Well, anyway, he's wiped out countless demon clans. I spoke up. We can't expect you to deal with someone like that while fighting alone. He will only use about 10% of his power. But once he uses his full strength, we won't stand a chance. Zine turned to ask Adele 10%. That sounds too easy, don't you think? Adele warned her, don't think that. Even if he's restricted, a monster is still a monster. 10% of the Sword Saint's power is enough to destroy an entire city. I wonder for this year's admission, and how are we supposed to pass this trial? They must have set some kind of specific standard. If I could, I'd want to use the information scroll, but the price is high and the number of questions is limited, as explained the test rules. With your current abilities, none of you can fight him alone. Therefore, you will be divided into groups of 4 to ensure fairness. The 8 people with the highest scores from the first round will be assigned to different groups. The remaining members will be assigned randomly. Adele was anxious. The top 8. That definitely includes the heirs of the 7 deadly sins and me. Looks like I've been placed in a priority category. Those looks again? I'm used to them by now. They're acting like I got lucky with the draw. And the rest of them are all rejects. Zine suddenly poked his arm. She whispered, pass and come back safely, okay? Adele smiled at her. Yes, good luck to you too, Lady Zine. As began dividing the groups, I will now call out the names. Starting with Group 1, Group 33, Group Leader Adele, members, Tina Credit, Sanchez. Adele went to gather with the others. I don't recognize these names. Are they side characters from the original story? All 3 were already standing there waiting for him. Adele introduced himself. I'm Adele. It's nice to meet you all. 2 of the 3 were friendly and welcoming. Hi, I'm Chris. This is Kina. Hello? And this is Sanchez. He snorted contemptuously. Adele, a half-demon dares to be the group leader. What an insult to my family. Adele looked at Sanchez, feeling awkward. Now even a bunch of nobodies are looking down on me. An insult to his family. Does he think he's one of the heirs of the 7 deadly sins? He quickly returned to the main topic. Anyway, let's just do our best. Yeah, I'll do my best. First, we need to assign roles. Please share what kind of weapons or abilities you use. Chris, you go first. Chris formed a triangle with his hands and began to explain his ability. I can transform mana. I can deploy this triangular prism as either armor or a sword. It doesn't have high damage, but it's very versatile. Adele nodded. I see, not bad at all, you pass. Then he asked, what about you, Kina? Kina also began to explain her power. I'm not good at combat. My ability is more of a support type. I pray to the demon god to increase my comrade's speed. Golden light emitted from Kina. She recited some kind of spell, and the power transferred to Adele. But after the transfer, Kina was exhausted, panting heavily. How is it? Do you feel lighter? And I think so. Kina blushed. You're being so vague. Adele laughed. Haha, just kidding. Don't be upset. He thought to himself, well, it's better than nothing, but it's so weak I can barely feel anything. I don't understand how she passed the first, test. Finally, Sanchez puffed out his chest as his whole body began to solidify. This is my ability. He proudly showed off his power. Adele was intrigued. Oh, perfect hardening ability for a tanker position. Sanchez, after showing off his strength, pointed at Adele, provoking him. Now it's your turn. Adele didn't say much, throwing a ring near Sanchez. In an instant, he was right next to him, startling Sanchez. Adele coldly replied, teleportation. That's my ability. Everyone who saw it exclaimed, whoa, that's awesome. Teleportation for real. That's a seriously insane ability. Adele politely said, thanks for the compliment. Even so, who knows how many variables lie ahead, so I won't reveal everything. About my abilities, Adele quickly laid out a plan. The formation is simple. Chris and Sanchez, you handle the frontline defense. I'll be in the middle. Kina support me from the rear. Everyone cool with that? No one objected. They all agreed with him. Sounds good, as his voice rang out. We will now begin the second test. Each group prepare. It's finally starting. Group 1, step up. Adele watched, surprised. Despite facing the Sword Saint, their eyes still burned with the will to fight. Nina XL began to spin his sword. In just a few seconds, he completely flattened Group 1. Everyone was stunned. All the members of Group 1 cried out in pain, sprawled on the ground. Adele started to get a little worried looking at Nina XL. I couldn't even see him make a move. Is that really only 10% of his power? As continued calling next Group 2. They were also quickly defeated. Group 3. Then Group 4 stepped forward. But 2 members of Group 4 protested. No way, it's useless. We don't stand a chance, as stared at the blonde-haired kid. Then he dismissed it. All right, you 2 can skip the test. The other 2 are you continuing? They didn't back down and still entered the fight. Yes, we'll try. Adele was shocked. They really dare to face him. I get it now. The condition to pass this second test is probably... Chris beside him was also wondering. Hey, they don't have to do the test. Adele smirked. Of course not. Group 4 begin. Just 2 of them think they can fight Excel. Let's just wait and see. Sure enough, in just a moment, Nina XL sent the 2 of them flying with a slash. Adele watched intently. If he had really used his sword aura, they would have been sliced in half. Unlike the silent Adele, Chris and Sanchez standing on either side couldn't stop talking. Do we really have to defeat a monster like that? But you guys are actually trembling before a mere mortal. Adele laughed to himself, glancing at Sanchez. I can clearly hear his legs shaking from here. Very quickly, it was Group 5's turn. Group 9. Group 10. Step up. Group 10 immediately asked to withdraw. Then Group 20. Group 30 step up. By the time they got to Group 30, 5 groups had already given up. No group could land an effective blow on the Sword Saint, a hopeless battle against an unbeatable opponent, when they could still quit halfway through. Not to mention a member of Team 30 managed to block a blow from Nina XL for the first time. Chris was surprised. Whoa, he blocked it. Adele predicted internally. The later matches are lasting longer, and their skills are improving. It's a clear improvement over the previous contestants, so that's it. So, this is the real condition to pass the test. Adele's teammates were getting nervous. Crap, it's almost our turn. I'm shaking. Suddenly, Adele spoke up. I figured out how to pass the test. Sanchez was startled. What did you say? He explained. The criteria is that even if you have to lose to an overwhelming power, you still have to get up and keep fighting. Looking at how the instructors treat those who quit, and the Sword Saint's power, I'm sure of it. So why don't we... Finally, Az called out, Adele's Group 33, step up. He rallied everyone's spirits. Let's try to beat the Sword Saint just once, huh? With our whole team's strength, we can do it. Seeing Adele say this, everyone else chimed in. Their morale was lifted. What? Sure, let's give it a shot. Yeah, it's okay, even if we lose. One of Adele's eyes lit up. His face took on an unusually cunning look. So what if I'm just a half-demon? With the talent of Adele, the strongest villain, I can win. Now let's begin. Unlike the protagonist, I don't know the details about Excel. What should I do now? Adele gave the order, don't worry, hold your positions and fight. Everyone united and charged into battle. Nina Excel gathered his power. Adele yelled, he's coming! He swung his sword once more, his power in a single blow destroyed Chris's shield, sending him flying. Adele shouted, Kina, protect Chris! Kina used her power on Chris. Leave it to me. I have to reduce the impact of his fall. The remaining members, Adele and Sanchez, held their ground. The slash continued to rush forward. Sanchez braced himself to block the blow. He quickly blocked the slash from Nina. Axel, I blocked it. Adele placed a hand on his shoulder, praising him, good job. Adele quickly analyzed the situation. Before he swings the second time, I saw an opening, but it's too obvious. My instincts are telling me not to risk it. Could it be a trap? Is he hiding a trump card? Adele quickly signaled everyone. The second blow is coming, get in position. Chris used what little strength he had left to create a shield. Damn it. Adele worried Chris is about to hit his limit. Sanchez's hands also started to crack. Just one hit and it's come to this. This is not good. Just a little more. Nina Excel's second slash rushed forward. Adele seemed to feel something. Again, the second blow arrived very quickly. Sanchez gave his all to block the blow again. Is this one even stronger? What are you waiting for? If this keeps up, we're all toast. Adele tried to wait for the right moment. We need to hold on a little longer. Sanchez immediately cursed at him. You're crazy! Adele looked at Nina Excel and wondered, we're the only group that's blocked the second attack. Are you going to continue like this, Nina Excel? Excel began gathering power again. Adele quickly realized. He ran over and asked Chris, are you okay? Chris, I know it's hard, but please trust me one more time. Sanchez yelled impatiently. What are you planning to do, Adele? He's about to attack again, Chris asked weakly. You have a plan, don't you? Adele gave a cold nod. A sharp aura and a mad desire unconsciously erupted from him. I will definitely plunge this sword into his throat. Chris and Kina immediately felt a chill and a bone-deep fear when they saw Adele's face. Sanchez screamed, get into a defensive stance, he's coming, Chris! But Adele stood in the back. He calmly told Sanchez, this time you have to hold on your own, without Chris's barrier. Sanchez was horrified. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Excel's attack flew at them. Sanchez was immediately knocked unconscious, completely losing his ability to fight. Adele seized the opportunity to use his skill, Position Swap 2, teleporting with Sanchez. He got closer to Excel. Then he used Position Swap 2, again targeting his sword. Adele instantly closed the distance to Nina Excel. He paused in surprise for a few seconds. Adele coldly raised his sword, pointing it at Nina Excel's head. Die Nina Excel. Then he thrust forward as Zine, and everyone else watched in amazement as Nina Excel suddenly changed his posture in midair, swinging a kick straight into Adele's stomach. He immediately coughed up blood. Adele grew furious. Damn it, I have to hold on a little longer. He instantly used his shadow attribute, pulling them both into a dark vortex of his own. Scene change. Inside Adele's shadow space. He gritted his teeth in pain. If it weren't for Chris's barrier, I would have exploded from the inside. Even though I couldn't swap positions, at least I lured him into my trap. A pitch-black space. I can't see a single ray of light. But in a place like this, I have shadow fangs. They're stronger than any weapon. I'll go all out to defeat him. Adele's movements were quickly detected by Excel. He whipped around in Adele's direction, even though he couldn't see anything. Then he clenched his fist and rushed toward him, relying on his hearing. Adele was shocked. This guy's a true monster. Then he spread his arms, a triumphant smile on his face. From behind Nina Excel, a series of Adele's shadow fangs appeared. Adele proudly declared, this time you're the one who walked into a trap. Sword Saint. Shadow fangs, black sword dance. Thousands of sharp fangs pierced through Nina Excel's body. The resounding sounds of battle echoed outside. Everyone was curious. What's happening in there? Looks like it's almost over. Adele's darkness gradually faded. He stood proudly on the field with Nina, Axel, who had collapsed on the ground. Everyone stared speechless. Adele was proud. This silent atmosphere. I did it. His power made even the strong opponents exclaim, that was incredible. Chris and Kina ran over excitedly. You're amazing. How did you do that? Adele gave a vague answer. It was thanks to everyone's good teamwork. How's Sanchez? He's a little shaken up, but the instructors are taking care of him and healing him. Adele drew his dagger again. Then it's fine. So shall we end this? Chris and Kina were bewildered. End it. Isn't it already over? No. Suddenly, Nina Excel's leg twitched. Adele immediately stabbed down a few more times. Chris was a bit hesitant. What are you doing? Adele coldly turned back to look at Chris. Don't we need to make sure he's really dead? Az looked at Adele with a serious face, saying nothing. John, who was watching nearby, laughed with amusement. For a half-demon, you're quite something. Using her power and charm, she had controlled 3 contestants as her slaves. One of them spoke up to defend her. But compared to Lady Verge, you're nothing special. She said smugly, of course not. He was born inferior. Sooner or later his true nature will show. How foolish and crude. Suddenly, Verge glanced over and saw Zine, staring intently at her with a murderous aura. Verge was a little scared. What the hell? Who's that? Those horns? She's a goat demon. Why is she looking at me like that? That's really scary. Suddenly, the crowd started buzzing, as expected of the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. They're about to start a real showdown. I wonder who'll win. Obviously, it's Verge. That other chick isn't even worthy of being a side dish. Verge, listening to her slave's flattery, felt a bit uneasy. I mean, maybe she's not as weak as she looks. Just then, Adele noticed Zine's situation. He was surprised. Wait a minute, isn't that Zine? Why? Is she emitting such a terrifying killing intent? Suddenly, Az called his full name. BCE Adele. Adele calmly looked straight at Az and replied, "Yes, what is it?" Az asked him suspiciously, "You really don't know anything." He shook his head blankly. "No, I don't." After that, Az left him with one sentence and walked away. "From now on, I'll be keeping an eye on you." Adele was a bit miffed. "What? I thought I'd get some praise. Looks like I should be more careful with Zine." On the other side, Zine and Verge faced each other, emitting intense auras. Adele approached. Whoa, they haven't stopped yet. And who's the girl facing off against her? Blue eyes, long hair, and Oni horn on her forehead. She must be from the clan of Lust the Laogeo. But why would she want to fight Zine here? I was too busy following events in the human world. I'm completely in the dark about the demon world. Suddenly, Verge's eyes met Adele's. She looked at him for a few seconds, then called out, "Hey, half-demon!" Adele was startled. Huh, why is she suddenly calling me? Verge commanded forcefully, "Become my slave." Zine went ballistic and charged forward. She drew her sword and leaped at Verge. Verge, caught by surprise, jumped back. She also drew her sword. "Are you crazy?" Az suddenly appeared, yelling, "Stop here at Satan! All meaningless disputes are forbidden. Settle your personal grudges outside." Adele breathed a sigh of relief. Az stopped them in time. That was lucky, if something happened before the entrance ceremony. Verge trembled, hugging herself. That girl definitely has a screw loose. Adele went to Zine, concerned. "My lady, are you all right? It's almost your group's turn, so you—" Suddenly, Zine took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his cheek. Adele was also stunned into silence. Zine praised him. "You did very well." Verge was shocked to witness this public display of affection. "What's the relationship between you two? Are you dating a half-demon?" Adele smiled. "After passing the test, I'm being treated better." "Thank you, Lady Zine." She whispered to him, "You're hiding your power. Aren't you pretending to be weaker than you really are?" Az's announcement rang out again. "Group 34, step up." Zine quickly said goodbye to Adele. "I have to go now. I won't tell anyone." Adele was dumbfounded by Zine's words. "I went all out to pass. Do I look that weak? She probably thinks I'm a servant of the family." Suddenly, someone called him. "State your name." Adele was startled. "Me." Verge stood arrogantly in front of Adele. "Yes, you," he replied politely. "My name is Adele." Verge nodded. "Adele, huh? The name's not bad," Adele asked nonchalantly. "Why did you call me over?" Verge suddenly released a powerful aura. "You have to ask. You interfered with me earlier. Ditch that goat bitch and follow me," she thought smugly. "It's time for you to witness my irresistible charm. I'll steal him right from under her nose and shatter her pride." But Adele, truly uninterested, turned to leave. "Sorry, but it's my lady's turn now. Maybe next time." Verge was surprised. Wait, it didn't work. After saying that, Adele happily ran off. "Finally, I get to see Zine's true full power. Just how strong is she anyway? I'm really looking forward to the other children of the 7 deadly sins." Zine faced Excel without a hint of fear. Adele and the others watched the confrontation nervously. "This is so tense. She's even more impressive than I thought." Suddenly, Zine moved forward. She walked straight towards Nina. "Axel." Everyone was stunned once again. She's got quite a sense of humor. Adele worried. Is she walking straight up to the Sword Saint? What is she thinking? Just like that, Zine was easily standing face to face with Nina Excel. He stood motionless, watching her. Zine shot a look full of hatred at Nina Excel. They both stood still, waiting for the right moment to strike. Both of them immediately channeled their energy. In a single slash, Zine cut Nina Excel in half faster than he could even move. Adele and everyone else gasped. Zine calmly left the battle. Az praised her with satisfaction. "Excellent." The crowd below erupted, chanting her name, Zine Zine. Adele still couldn't get over his shock. "No way. Am I seeing things? Did she win that easily?" So that's why Excel didn't attack when she approached. He had already recognized her power level. Suddenly, the voice of Verge snapped Adele out of his thoughts. "Too bad. I didn't get to see her get crushed by the Sword Saint. But if she wants to fight me, she at least needs to be at that level." He curiously asked her back. "Do you mean that if all the children of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could actually defeat the Sword Saint?" Verge explained smugly. "What? Right now, no one can beat the Sword Saint. Maybe if the previous Demon King were still alive, there'd be a chance." Adele continued to wonder. "But what if those kids possess skills that surpass 10% of his real power?" Verge said, annoyed. "Are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that pathetic fake wasn't even a tenth of the real Sword Saint's power. Only then did Adele realize. And yet I struggled so much against someone with less than 10% of the real thing's power. Really, I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the demon world. Even so, this thrill is welling up in my heart. Let's see how things play out. Only the 7 deadly sins are left. Perhaps influenced by Zin's test, the remaining children also defeated the Sword Saint. The battles were so epic that it was hard to tell the power difference between the children of the 7 deadly sins. Even so, I already know who the 2 strongest are, so I don't need to worry anymore. As announced, the entrance exam is over. Everyone gather in front of the podium. We will now announce the results of the second test. All who fought have passed, regardless of victory or defeat. As for the others, Adele smiled smugly, just as I predicted. The ones who quit were all eliminated. As continued, congratulations to those who passed. From this moment on, you are all officially students of Satan. You are also official trainees. But don't celebrate just yet. Ahead of you lies a hellish path, so harsh it will make you want to give up. Those who have passed, prepare for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. The 8 who defeated the Sword Saint remain where you are. Zine curiously asked Adele, why did he call us separately? He answered casually. Don't you think he's preparing to reward us with that armory? He mentioned, after everyone left, just as Adele had said, has opened the armory for them to enter. You all passed with flying colors. As I promised, you will be allowed to enter the armory. Suddenly, Baton raised his hand. I have a question. Az nodded. Go ahead, trainee Baton. He asked directly. Can we take out a lot of weapons? The weapons of Satan sound extremely useful. Adele looked at him and thought, as expected of the son of envy like Baton. His greed and curiosity truly know no bounds. He also had a pretty decent appearance in my novel. Az refused. No, carrying multiple weapons will distract you, so each person may only choose one item. As time is limited, I will not take any more questions. Follow me. I will lead you to the armory. Az placed his hand on the large wall in front of them. A seal appeared. A door materialized instantly. Now this is the privilege Satan grants you. Whether you choose wisely or foolishly is up to you. Adele was apprehensive. Is this really the armory? This door looks more like a dungeon entrance. Az announced the order. Enter one by one in the order, reverse to the second test. And as a precaution, we will inspect each of you after you exit. Adele realized. Wait a minute. Does that mean I'll be going in last? In other words, he can do whatever he wants, huh? Baton was excited. Awesome, I'm first. Before entering, he even turned to taunt everyone. I'm gonna pick the best item. Haha. Az reminded him, just go in quietly. Zine struck up a conversation with Adele. I'm going to choose an artifact. I already have a weapon after all. What about you, Adele? Adele replied calmly. I think I'll also choose an artifact. Then he realized again, wait a sec. Does that mean everyone else will choose the same? By the time it's my turn, will there be anything left to choose? Baton quickly made his choice and came out. Haha, isn't this thing totally sick? Adele worried, I was right. Everyone's choosing an artifact. Maybe I should just get a suit of armor. Zine also finished choosing and came to his side. Adele, it's your turn. He turned to look curiously at Zine's artifact. I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what its property is? Zine didn't explain. Go inside and you'll find out. There are descriptions in there. Adele was taken aback. Descriptions, Zine added. Oh, but some items don't have them. Adele mumbled, I see. He thought, some have no description, huh? Does that mean they're useless? I don't think so, since they're preserved so carefully. There must be something special about them. Az looked at Adele and said, you're the last one. Az noticed Adele silently staring at him and immediately understood. If you have something to say, just say it. Adele looked nervously at the instructor's face. I know that look. It says don't say anything. But since Az had already said it, Adele immediately asked, may I ask one thing? If an item has no description, what does that mean? Az replied, it means we haven't been able to determine exactly what it is. Adele nodded, meaning its true owner, or its abilities are unknown. Yes, Az explained further. Exactly. If you're lucky, you might get an item with a special ability. But if you're unlucky, you might end up with a lifelong curse. There isn't much time left, so go on in. Adele knew further thinking was pointless. He decided to leave it to fate. Whether going last is good or not depends entirely on my luck. Adele stepped inside and looked around. It's brighter than I thought inside, and tidy too. Probably nothing's going to jump out at me. That must be the place. Adele entered the armory proper. Dozens of different weapons were displayed in glass cases. Adele meticulously observed each one. Whoa, this is insane. This spear actually looks pretty unique. Let's see the description. Twin Fang Spear. A spear, once used by a nameless demon to hunt snakes. The vengeful spirits of the slain snakes reside within, and when a certain amount of mana is infused, the forms of 2 snakes will appear. The description sounds important, but its ability isn't that special. I already have a dagger, so I probably don't need another spear. Starlight Crystal. A crystal ball imbued with starlight, once used by a skilled astrologer. By infusing a little mana, you can borrow the light of the stars to illuminate your surroundings. It doesn't suit me since I use the dark element. I could use it as a torch, but pass. He started noticing the items that had been taken. Huh? Why does this spot look so bare? I wonder what was here before. Adele moved closer to read the information on those artifacts. The Great Crown of the Victor grants the wearer extraordinary recovery and stamina, and until the owner dies, this artifact is bound to its owner until they pass away. This is what Bautan, that greedy bastard, wears on his head. I got rid of all the binding items in the novel, but I didn't expect to see one here. It seems most of the good artifacts have already been snatched up. They're no longer here. The Demon General's war banner, the crest of the fallen noble. He scratched his head and yelled, "There's nothing left. The 7 deadly sins took everything. What am I supposed to do now? None of the remaining armor and weapons look any good." He looked at a sword nearby. Looks like I have no choice. But what if this is a cursed holy relic? Suddenly he remembered. That's right, I still have that method. Adele immediately pulled out paper and a pen and asked, "I need to save as much gold as possible, but I have to use it now. Tell me about the broken sword," with no description in the armory. A piece of paper immediately showed a price. You must pay a price for this information. Either pay with a relic-grade treasure or higher, or 100 gold coins. Suddenly he had an idea. Wait a minute. Tell me about the gauntlet with no description next to it. The paper replied again. A price must be paid for this information. Pay at least 50 gold coins. Adele realized 50 gold. I get it. Since it shows the cost, I just need to pick the most expensive item. There are a total of 7 boxes with no description in this row, so I'll ask about them one by one. He approached the first box and asked, "Tell me about the eagle-shaped black stone." The paper showed, "Pay at least 1 gold coin." Adele was confused. If it only costs 1 gold coin. He continued to ask the paper for the prices of the artifacts. Swaps the owner's luck with another's misfortune. Adele flinched away. It's definitely this one. Next, pay at least 100 gold. Another one, pay at least 50 gold. Adele sighed tiredly. None of them are really any good. Only 2 items left. Please. Suddenly, the paper announced, "This is an artifact of at least mythical grade. Pay at least 300 gold coins." Adele looked a bit happy. Whoa, mythical grade for real. I'm so lucky. This is even better than the stuff the others took. I'll take this one. Suddenly, Adele felt something. He looked somewhere else. What is this feeling? It's as if someone is watching me. That necklace. No, that's not it. There's still one last one. Is this feeling also Adele's intuition? He curiously asked the paper. Tell me about this nameless necklace. To his surprise, the paper began to glow intensely. Adele was shocked. Why did it suddenly announce such an outrageous price? You must sacrifice a god. Adele was both happy and worried. Sacrifice a god. Is this a legendary item? Adele exclaimed with joy. I thought I was screwed. Who knew I'd get this lucky, then he thought. But wait, it's too early to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? I don't even have a minor god right now, let alone a demon god. What on earth is this necklace anyway? He directly infused mana into the necklace to test it. But there was no reaction at all. Adele was a bit disappointed. Damn it, this is so frustrating. If only I knew what it did. It just said to sacrifice a god and has been silent ever since. Then Adele got crafty and schemed. Maybe I'll try a few tricks. Tell me, which god is associated with the nameless necklace in the basement? But the paper still only replied, sacrifice a god. Adele was dejected. It's no use. Even if I phrase the question differently, I'll probably get the same answer. Should I give up? No, I'm sure about this one. Without hesitation, Adele decisively lifted the glass case. Then he put the necklace on. This thing is far more valuable than any other artifact. My intuition tells me so. Just to be sure, he opened his status window to check. But the result was still 0, just as Adele thought. Anyway, no one else is interested in this thing, so Adele can figure it out over time. When he brought it out as per the rules, AZ asked Adele, what on earth is that necklace? He just answered vaguely. It was one of the items with no description. AZ was suspicious. You chose an artifact, without knowing its function or origin. Why does that mean you have some clue about it? Adele kept shaking his head with the same response. No, I really don't know anything. He's making that face again. Why does he hate me so much? AZ didn't press further, turned away and announced, all right. As an instructor at Saitan, I'll trust you. It's my responsibility to believe in my students. Now take good care of the artifacts you've chosen. In times of crisis, they will be your lifelines. Everyone said in unison, yes, we understand, sir. Adele looked at everyone. The people here, besides me, are all people who could lead the demon world in the future. They'll receive immense investment and support. If only I could get even a small fraction of that, it would be great. I wonder if I can even survive at Saitan. AZ dismissed the students. All right, dismissed. See you at the entrance ceremony. Adele also wanted to head back with Zine. Shall we go back to the dorms, Lady Zine? Suddenly, someone called out to him, Team Leader 33. Haha, our first meeting was a bit rude. Sorry about that. Adele was surprised. Bautan? Bautan extended his hand, smiling cheerfully at Adele. Nice to meet you, I'm Bautan. The way you fight is really impressive. Adele also put on a cheerful face and shook his hand. A pleasure, Bautan. I'm Adele. He thought to himself, this is really unexpected. But it's not a bad thing that he approached me first. Suddenly, Adele felt something in his hand. Bao Tan's expression completely changed as he squeezed Adele's hand, startling him. This guy. What the hell is he doing all of a sudden? Bao Tan is the type who doesn't even glance at the weak. He only cares about the strong, driven by envy and greed. He once drove the main character in the human world to the brink of death. But when he recognized their potential, he spared them and promised a rematch later. In short, he's a true battle maniac. Bao Tan mocked Adele. What's the matter? You seem to be struggling a bit. Adele gritted his teeth and replied, I'm fine. But inwardly, he was a mess. There are so many people stronger than me around, so why did you choose me? He immediately used swap. 2 targets have been set with Bao Tan's sword. In an instant, the tables were turned. Adele was now behind Bao Tan. Can you stop? The test just ended. Everyone's tired. Damn my hand. Bao Tan laughed maniacally with delight. I never expected this outcome, until one of us is down. You're strong. Let's fight right here. Adele was horrified. Is he crazy? I already said, I have no intention of fighting. Zine spoke up, intervening. Stop it now. If you want to fight my bodyguard, then you'll have to fight me first. The tense space fell silent. Bao Tan regained his composure and said with a smile, I love a good fight, but fighting both of you is a bit much. Besides, I don't want to get injured before the entrance ceremony. Well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities later. See you later, Adele. Adele cursed him inwardly. Says he doesn't want to get hurt before the ceremony, but he wants to fight me to the death. He's a complete psycho. Now I've seen it with my own eyes. I really can't figure him out. Zine called him, let's go, Adele. Adele obeyed and followed. Yes, Lady Zine. Adele looked back on the day that had passed. He felt a little happy inside. It's only been one day, but it feels like several days have passed. I guess I'm starting to look forward to life at Saitan. Then the scene changes to the next morning at Adele and Zine's inn. Adele was full of energy, standing by the window enjoying the sunlight. Maybe because yesterday was tough. I feel surprisingly refreshed today. He looked at his body in the mirror. My whole body feels much lighter too. I'm definitely getting stronger. Let's try on the uniform Saitan sent. They knew exactly where we were and sent it directly. Pretty thoughtful. It's more comfortable than I expected. For the next 3 years, I can only wear a uniform. Good thing this one is practical. I also gave Zine hers. I wonder how she looks in it. Should I go take a look? With that thought, Adele went to Zine's room and knocked. Zine's voice came from inside. Who is it? Adele replied, it's Adele, Lady Zine. I just wanted to ask if you need anything before we go out. Zine opened the door a crack. Come in. Zine stood shyly before Adele wearing the uniform. He was stunned for a moment, then complimented her. You look really beautiful. Zine tried to hide her embarrassment. Where are you going? Adele subconsciously thought, even her ears are red. Is she embarrassed? I didn't know she had such a cute side. He informed Zine, today is a rare day off, so I'd like to go out for a walk around the city. You should also take some time to rest, Lady Zine. I'll be going now. Suddenly, Zine called him back. Wait, you have a job to do, don't you? Adele was confused. Excuse me, what job do you mean? Wait, did I forget something? Zine said softly, bodyguard. Adele immediately remembered. Ah, right, I have to protect her. I completely forgot about that. I was so excited about getting a day off to myself. Zine offered, I'll go with you, let me change. Wait a moment. After that, when she noticed Adele hadn't gone outside, Zine shyly reminded him. How long are you going to stare? Adele, embarrassed, replied, of course. I'll wait outside. He stood waiting for Zine, crying inwardly. My day off? Scene changed to a city in the demon world. Adele observed everything. The city is bustling and clean. It's hard to believe there was a war here 15 years ago, although the outskirts are still being rebuilt. It seems the humans won the war, but couldn't hold the entire capital. Suddenly, Zine called him, Adele, let's eat that. Adele followed her gaze. You mean street food? The tempting aroma of meat skewers wafted out, making Zine and Adele go over and ask, oh, what is this? The owner explained, these are seasoned deer meat skewers with vegetables. He thought to himself, I wonder if it's like chicken skewers. Then he bought 2 skewers. Zine took a bite. They both happily enjoyed the skewers. This is delicious. You think so too, right? Very delicious. Adele looked at Zine, thinking to himself, I never thought the cold Zine could be like this. Maybe she's gradually opening up a little. The two of them walked to the square, chatting happily. Adele felt the peaceful atmosphere. It's been a while since I've had a proper day off. This might be the last time I get to relax like this. He suddenly saw a giant statue and was curious. A giant statue in the middle of the city. Who is she? Adele asked Zine. Who is this statue of? She answered, surprised. Don't you know that's the first demon lord? Adele marveled to himself. Oh, wow. The first demon lord. Now that I think about it, she does look a bit like Diana. It's not every day you get to see the first demon lord up close, huh? Let's get a closer look. Suddenly, the statue's eyes lit up. Adele's necklace also began to stir in response. It also emitted a light similar to the demon lord's. What's this? The necklace is glowing. The light from the statue went straight into his necklace. Adele was shocked. He realized, did one of the gems on the necklace just turn gray? What is happening here? Suddenly, everything went back to normal. Zine, confused, asked him, Adele, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly take out your artifact and stare at it like that? Adele, confused, thought wildly, did I see it wrong? No, the light clearly came from the statue. And the necklace's color changed too. It seems I'm the only one who can see it. Even Adele only received vague hints, like sacrifice a god. And yet I just found something important in a place no one would expect. This necklace is definitely related to the first demon lord. If I follow all the related clues, the truth will surely be revealed. Now I want to know what this necklace really is more and more. Scene changed to the Demon World Academy. The next morning after their break, Zine and Adele headed to Saitan. He urged her, hurry up, the entrance ceremony is about to start. It was Adele's first time attending school in the demon world, but he wasn't the least bit excited. The principals and instructors were already seated in the auditorium. Over 100 new students were also present. It's just a normal entrance ceremony. The boys behind him started whispering. I can't believe that little kid is our principal, the one who made us submit, with just her presence alone. But she looks pretty cute, doesn't she? But Adele heard every word and was terrified. Cute my ass. She's covered in tattoos and has the body of a child. And you call that cute? What's with her eyes? Suddenly, Lucian glared in Adele's direction. The entire group froze instantly. He quickly changed his thoughts. I mean, she does look kinda adorable. Can she read minds too? With Instructor AZ's call, the entrance ceremony began. Everyone fell silent. The entrance ceremony officially begins. As the principal's speech neared its end, as the atmosphere was settling down, the instructor continued to announce, you must all abide by the rules of Saitan. And with that, the principal's speech concludes. Now we will begin. The oath ceremony of the top student and the runner-up. Will the top student and runner-up please come to the stage? Adele smirked. As expected, it's those two. Zine didn't seem worried at all. Probably because her only purpose for entering the school is to avenge her mother. Perhaps she doesn't care about the competition. As for me, no matter what, I must fully commit to my goal. Suddenly he felt a gaze on him. Bautan looked at him with an expectant smile. Adele felt a bit annoyed. That scary guy again? Why does he keep latching on to me? Don't react. Just ignore him. Stay calm. Don't let him get to you. The instructor announced, will the top student please step forward? Diana walked majestically to the podium. Everyone watched her in awe. Truly a person blessed by the gods. The Demon Lord's daughter, Diana. Now she's even taken the top student spot. Who can possibly stop her? Diana began to read the oath. I solemnly swear that we, who have been admitted to Saitan, will erase the humiliation and rebuild the demon world. Adele shivered, listening to every word Diana said. Once her oath rang out, the atmosphere in the hall changed completely. One could feel the resentment from those who had lost loved ones at the hands of humans. If anyone knew I carry the blood of Asen, just imagining it is terrifying. In the worst-case scenario, I'll be tortured for the rest of my life. After Diana finished her oath, AZ immediately announced the Saitan entrance ceremony is now concluded. Students, please check the notice board for your assigned class. Once you know your class, please move to the corresponding room. Adele and Zine went to the notice board. A large crowd had gathered to see the class assignments. Adele looked for his name. Let's see. I'm in Class A and Zine is... What a shame. He suddenly shed tears of joy, pretending to be sad. Lady Zine is in Class C. Honestly, I didn't want us to be separated. Zine angrily scolded him. Wipe that smile off your face. You are still my bodyguard, so you'd better show up when I call. On the outside, Adele was still, of course, Lady Zine, but inwardly he was flatly refusing. Perfect. It seems I'll finally have some time to rest now. Suddenly he bumped into a stranger. They made eye contact. The guy had a cranky temper and immediately threatened Adele. You want to die, you Cerberus-looking bastard? Adele was startled and realized, wait, this guy is from the Greed family, son of Varus Samil. If I remember correctly, he's a pretty strong one among the 7 deadly sins. He dares to bump into me and then start trouble. How ridiculous. But I should avoid him on a day like this. Adele, knowing better, immediately bowed. Ah, sorry I wasn't paying attention. Samil angrily shouted at him, Get lost! You're lucky that today is the first day of school. Adele watched him go, feeling helpless. Why are the children of the 7 deadly sins all like this? There's no way Bautan is also in Class A, right? Scene changed to another area of the school. An argument could be heard. Someone slammed the table and stood up. So you don't believe me? The teachers were gathered in a meeting room to discuss. AZ was advising the person across from him. That's not the issue, she retorted irritably. I am an official instructor at Saitan. AZ tried to persuade her to change the class. But that kid is too dangerous. From my experience, it's better if I handle him. But she adamantly refused. They are students assigned to me, the instructor of Class A. You can't just step over me like this. Lucian spoke up. That's enough. Sit down, Instructor Idea. Idea reluctantly complied. This is so unfair. Why is it always me? Lucian turned to Instructor AZ. What is your reason for wanting to change your assigned class? AZ answered honestly. I want to handle Adele personally. I've faced countless people like that kid on the battlefield. That kid was born a killer. He won't hesitate to turn his sword on his allies. So he needs to be reined in now. The other instructors also began to speak up. Aren't you being overly cautious with a half-demon? The truth is, he's considerably weaker than the children of the 7 deadly sins. AZ immediately argued back, no. Strength isn't just measured by power. His recklessness and composure are on par with the 7 deadly sins. That's why I want to take Class A. Adele is someone to be wary of. Idea suddenly shouted, wait a minute. So what you're really saying is that you don't trust me? AZ quickly apologized to Idea. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Idea angrily retorted. When are you going to stop treating me like a child? Lucian, having had enough, unleashed their aura. Enough. Everyone immediately straightened up. Lucian didn't want to drag this on any longer. They quickly concluded, I understand your concerns, Instructor AZ, but the class assignments have already been made. Changing them now would only complicate matters. AZ complied. I understand. Lucian added a reminder. Nevertheless, it's better to be cautious. Instructor Idea, please keep a special eye on Adele. This meeting is now adjourned. Instructors, please return to your classes and welcome the new students. Scene change to Class 1A. Adele forced a smile. Why am I so unlucky? But I'm lucky it's not Diana, huh? And it's not Bao Tan. By some twist of fate, he escaped Zine, but not Fuan. She deliberately came over to him to start trouble. You followed me all the way here, Adele replied wearily. Class assignments are random. Fuan laughed loudly. A perfect. I'll grant you the honor of being my slave here. He looked at her helpless. Her again? Suddenly, Samil spoke up. Hey, you two. Shut up or I'll kill you both right now. Fuan, immediately provoked by Samil, got angry. What did you just say, you little brat? And so the two of them started fighting. What a brat! I'll kill you. Adele was concerned about his fate at this school. I'll be able to fit in, right? Slam. The main door burst open. The entire class immediately fell silent and looked at the door. Idea appeared. Well, you all seem lively. You're not planning to fight on the very first day, are you? Adele observed the instructor. It's her. She began to introduce herself. Welcome, everyone. I am your Class A instructor, Idea. Remember my name. Introducing herself. I am your senior, and the one known as the Calamity Corps. A murmur went through the class. The famous Corps that single-handedly killed 10,000 people at the Bolus River. What wasn't it, 30,000? Adele was secretly pleased. Someone like that is my instructor. Maybe my chances of survival have just gone up. Idea wrote on the board. That's it for introductions. Now I'll talk about how the curriculum will proceed. Hunting methods. I will teach you about it. We won't be hunting animals or magical beasts. Someone raised their hand and asked, Then what will we be hunting? Idea replied. We will be hunting one of the reasons you are all here. Humans. After hearing that, everyone got excited. Humans? So this is where it all begins. Idea added. I only teach hunting techniques. Magic and weapons will be taught by other instructors. Fran, paying no attention to what Idea was saying, was focused solely on sizing up her appearance. She's pretty cute for an instructor. She continued. Additionally, I'm also in charge of your basic physical conditioning. Adele was suddenly startled. My weakness. Now then, for the first lesson, everyone head to the training grounds. Scene changed to the training grounds. Adele and everyone else stared in amazement at the training grounds. This place is huge. It must be 4 or 5 times the size of a normal field. Is this for weapons or magic? Idea's voice rang out. All right, is everyone here? Focus and don't take your eyes off this. She created a large vortex. From within, a legion of humans poured out. Everyone panicked. Idea quickly explained, they aren't real people. They're all just illusions created by my magic. I was the one who created the Sword Saint during the entrance exam. Adele shuddered. A replica. With only 1/10 of the Sword Saint's power. She's a monster. Saitan is formidable, but the Royal Academy is still in a different league. Truly chilling. Idea issued her instructions. The mission is simple. Get past those people and get to me. So who should we start with? Her gaze swept over them, then stopped on Adele. Your name is Adele, correct? Idea's tone changed instantly. Why don't you try stabbing me in the neck, just like you did to the Sword Saint? She gave him a battle-hungry smile. Adele grew anxious. First Instructor Az. And now I'm being targeted by Instructor Idea. He asked Idea, does that mean I have to confront you directly? Instructor Idea answered Adele's question. Among that group, there's a mastermind, the source of their spiritual power, and also their leader. Once the leader falls, the whole group will collapse like dominoes. And the stronger the leader, the more aggressive they become. I will be playing the role of the leader in this test. Adele drew his weapon. Yes, I understand. He thought Sun Tzu's Art of War says, to rout an army first, capture its commander. Then he gave a sinister smile. Targeting the leader in the middle of that crowd. Piece of cake. Idea said excitedly. Of course you won't take me down that easily. So if you just manage to touch my hand or my weapon, you pass. Begin. But just 1 second after Idea shouted, begin, Adele used position swap, 2 to teleport right behind her head. His sword was at her neck, leaving her stunned. Adele's cold voice rang out. Does this mean I pass? Instructor, he thought smugly, the distance of several dozen meters between me and Instructor Adia means nothing now. At first I could only teleport a few meters. This is a huge improvement. With my current ability, I could destroy an enemy base with ease. Suddenly Idea laughed with delight. Now I see why I was told to be wary of you. Adele was bewildered. Huh. Adia waved her hand. You passed. Go back to your spot. Adele sheathed his weapon. He wondered, is it hostility or curiosity? I don't know what it is about me that makes them react so strongly. They still don't know who I am. Right. Idea moved on to the others. Now you've all seen what student. Adele just demonstrated correct. Anyone who doesn't pass will have to stay for supplementary lessons. The class quickly continued. Adele stood by observing everyone. They're executing the basics pretty well. Just as expected from the demonkin. Well, they're just normal folks, with no special abilities, so it's understandable. But in the end, they're only taking down a few grunts. If Instructor Idea directly controls them, suddenly the spearmen charged forward. The student was immediately and seriously wounded by their attack. Adele winced. Oh, that's gotta hurt! Suddenly someone leaped into the air. I'll just jump over all of you. Adele watched a little startled, but he was promptly shot down by the archers. Everyone could only stare at him awkwardly. Adele thought confidently, position swap is just too overpowered. At this rate, I can aim for the top spot in the class. Idea called out, next student. Samil stepped forward from the back, scowling. Move. Adele watched Samil carefully. So it's Samil's turn now. Let's see. If his arrogant attitude is backed up by his skills. He stepped forward and an aura began to radiate from his body. I'm starting. Adele watched Samil intently. Samil gathered his energy and a powerful surge erupted. Samil unleashed a massive cyclone, blowing the soldiers away. Everyone nearby was affected by the force of the wind. Adele was amazed. He wiped them all out in an instant. This is Magic Samil of Greed's unique ability. A bizarre skill that devours everything. For now, I'll let him have the top spot in class. Idea waved away the dust, looking puzzled. What is with this class? But then again, that's to be expected. There's no way a student could defeat an instructor. You blew everything away except for me. You were impressive enough to surprise me for a second. Too bad you still fail. Samil looked bewildered. Idea quickly explained why. She snapped her fingers. Hundreds of scarecrows appeared behind her again. As long as you don't kill the leader, the humans will always find replacements to fill their ranks. No matter how many you kill, it's meaningless just like this. Adele was stunned. The reinforcements arrived in a flash. There must be at least 200 of them. Idea offered some praise to Samil. In any case, your magic is quite powerful. For a first-year student. Next student. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away. Adele smiled. He looks pretty annoyed. But he's taking the result rather well. Samil walked past Adele. Seeing Adele's relaxed demeanor, he became even more furious. Adele thought to himself, Samil, your excessive pride in your own ability is the reason you failed. If you had just focused on the objective like I did, you would have passed easily. Suddenly, Fran's laughter rang out. Haha, I've been waiting for so long. It's finally my turn. Seeing her, the crowd got excited. Fran of the 7 deadly sins, oh! I wonder how she's going to clear this stage. Fran pointed at the group of humans and laughed arrogantly. You lowly minions dare to block my path. But she didn't move, and people started to wonder. She's not moving at all. Is something wrong? Fran's face was pale as she thought, what am I supposed to do? Adele, watching from the sidelines, guessed correctly. Just as I thought. Fran, the child of lust, doesn't engage in direct combat. She controls her minions like a queen bee. In other words, without minions, she's completely useless. Suddenly, Fran looked towards Adele. Her eyes filled with tears as if she'd seen her only hope of survival. Fran yelled, help me, my slave. The crowd immediately turned to Adele, murmuring, slave? Did she really just call him her slave? Hurry up and give me a hand. Adele was mortified. What the hell is she thinking saying something like that? Idea didn't waste any time and ordered the scarecrows to advance. Fran watched them in terror, and then got thoroughly beaten up by them. Adele looked at Fran, puzzled. Wait, can't she even strengthen her own body? No, that can't be right. She must have some special reason for this. Fran's pathetic cries continued to echo. Suddenly, a strange light made Adele look over. To the other side, a pink-haired girl was healing a classmate. Thanks a lot. It's nothing. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt. Adele realized healing magic. He was surprised. But that's something only humans can use. That means this girl is also a half-demon like me. I can't believe I'm in the same class as someone with rare healing abilities. I don't remember her name, but I definitely need to find a way to talk to her. Should I go strike up a conversation right now? As he was about to approach his classmate, he was suddenly called back by Instructor Idea. Student Adele, Student Fran asked for your help earlier. The test is over now. It would be great if you could help her up. Oh, I see. Adele reluctantly obeyed. I'll be right there. But internally, he was a little annoyed. Her timing is just awful. Adele walked over and flicked Fran's forehead. You useless Fran! Get up. It's over. She whimpered. You saw everything, didn't you? Adele played dumb. What are you talking about? Fran immediately snapped at him. Stop playing dumb, you slave. Adele cheerfully shot back. Well, seems to me you're even weaker than a slave. Fran got even angrier. How dare you mock me? Idea clapped her hands. To restore order. All right, let's clean up. Everyone gather around. I did have some expectations, but the results were as expected. Regardless, you all did well in your first lesson. Experiencing situations like this helps you understand your own standing, the mistakes you've made, as well as your own limits. Knowing that will allow you to support each other and coordinate perfectly in battle. In the human royal academies, students are sorted by ability, but here at Citan class assignments are random. So coordination is key. This is probably what the instructor wants to emphasize. As for the only student who passed the test, Adele, we will be waiting to see your progress. Adele replied politely, thank you. I will do my best to learn everything. Idea reminded them, let's return to the classroom for the next lesson. Adele looked calmly at the instructor. Did she just compliment me? But why did her tone sound like she has a grudge against me? She's always looking for a chance to start something, as if she wants to make me her slave. Can I even form my own team in this place? Scene change back to the school. After Instructor Idea's class, the other classes proceeded in order. The second period began. The teacher introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am the teacher in charge of theoretical education. In theory class, we learn about the history of the demon realm and the weaknesses of the human race. The demon race gathered around the first demon king, and our physical structure is quite similar to that of humans. Next class, we'll have a test on today's content. If you don't want to repeat the class, be sure to memorize everything. Adele slumped onto his desk after the theory class, groaning. Seriously, this is no different from when I was in school. To be this tired on the first day, he watched everyone laughing and talking happily with each other, feeling a pang of loneliness. I don't have a single friend now either, just like before. Suddenly, he noticed the pink-haired girl from before. Oh, right, there's still that girl. Maybe I should try talking to her this time. He approached the girl and greeted her. It's nice to meet you, I'm Adele. Everyone suddenly stopped, their eyes fixed on the two of them. Adele was a bit confused. Wait, why is everyone looking this way? The girl replied shyly, I mean, yes, it's nice to meet you too. Adele just smiled without saying anything more. When two half-demons do something, it's bound to attract attention. She seems uncomfortable. Maybe I should continue this conversation later. With that thought, he turned to leave. I'll talk to you some other time. The girl also said goodbye to him. Adele walked away sadly. Maybe I should go to the bathroom to recover my mana in solitude for a bit. As soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with Samil. What terrible timing. He scowled at Adele. You again? Adele smiled pleasantly. I was just about to leave. You go ahead, I'll go after. Samil walked past Adele, humiliating him. Disgusting inferior creature. At this point, Adele had had enough. His killing intent flared. He sneered back sarcastically. Your family must be really wonderful, huh? Irritated, Samil turned back aggressively. What? Adele immediately added, I mean to produce a piece of talking trash like you. Samil's face contorted with rage. You filthy bastard. You despicable thing, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. His power flared up like a scorching fire on the other side. Adele was no pushover either. He had silently drawn his sword. His mind was filled with pure malice. Unlike Citan, this guy is showing pure hatred and animosity. If he plans to get in the way of my plans, it's better to deal with him right now. If I use magic, I doubt anyone would mind if he lost an arm. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out. Stop right there. Class is about to begin. Both of you back to your seats. Samil and Adele looked at him startled. When did he get here? The instructor's presence restored order to the classroom. Adele was surprised. Appearing out of nowhere is one thing, but Mai and Samil's abilities were cancelled instantly. Who in the world is this instructor? The instructor pushed up his glasses and began his introduction. Now I must introduce myself, you two to your seats. Samil and Adele returned to their seats, fuming internally. Letting it end like this is so frustrating. The instructor began his introduction. Everyone settle down. I am Instructor Dobo. From now on, I will be teaching you about magic. Hearing this, Adele became a little interested. I see. So he's the magic instructor. If he's an instructor at Citan, he must be very powerful. I'm really looking forward to this. The first thing I think of in a fantasy world is magic. In the novel, magic is a completely different category from talents or traits. It's probably more like a skill. Depending on your perspective, it might even be a branch of academia. Dobo gave a brief lecture. Before we learn magic, there's one thing you absolutely must know, and that is attributes. An attribute is based on the 4 elements earth, water, wind, and fire. Add dark and light and you have the 6 basic attributes. Adele pondered, usually a person only has one attribute. But I might have two. The dark attribute from the Bays family is obvious. But I'm not sure about the Asen family. Dobo began the first lesson. In today's lesson, we will determine the magical attribute of each student. Place your hand on this orb. The change in color will reveal your attribute. Everyone form a single line. Adele quietly watched the first student. For now, I'll hang back and observe the others. Dobo instructed him, place your hand on it. Immediately after this purple orb turned blood red, Dobo used the student as an example. This student has the fire attribute. Green means the wind attribute. Next student, place your hand on the orb, earth attribute. Next, Adele moved up nervously. Is it my turn already? My attribute will be revealed soon enough. Dobo continued to call people. Next, step up. Student Adele. Adele answered, yes, somewhat surprised. He knows my name. Place your hand on the orb. After he placed his hand on the orb, it gradually turned a dark color. Both of them were surprised. What is this color? Dobo leaned in to observe. This is very rare. Half of it is black and the other half is... Adele wondered. What attribute is gray? Dobo explained black usually indicates the dark attribute, which is common among high-level demons. But a shade of gray like this is truly a rare sight. Adele asked further. So even you don't know, instructor? Dobo pushed up his glasses and continued. No, I know. I was just surprised because this is extremely rare. Gray represents the chaos attribute, magic that goes against the natural order. Adele was surprised. There's a type of magic like that. But Dobo shook his head slightly. I apologize, but that's all I know. Adele felt a little disappointed. This is the first time I've ever heard of this attribute. I can't believe it even appeared in my own novel. Magic that goes against the natural order. That sentence might be the key to understanding what this is. For now, I'll focus on the dark attribute, since I'm at least certain about that one. Gray, magic that goes against the natural order. Lost in thought, he was surprised when Fran stealthily appeared behind him. He immediately detected her. What are you doing behind me? This startled Fran. How did you detect my silence technique? Silence technique, Fran huffed. That's not the issue here. What are you thinking? Adele was confused. What do you mean? Fran scolded him. Don't play dumb. You provoked him. He tilted his head. I simply can't stand being bullied. Fran was surprised. Can't stand it. Adele still didn't understand what Fran was getting at. Is there a problem? Seeing Adele's defiant attitude, Fran got right in his face and said loudly, Didn't you just start a fight with his entire family? He said nonchalantly, Well, outside forces can't get into Sighton anyway. What does that matter? Fran started to lose her patience. That's not the point. Oh, do you really not get it? This isn't just about one demon against another. That guy's family is... Oh, never mind. I'm going. Just be careful from now on. Fran left, leaving Adele with many questions. What was she trying to say? Was she warning me because Samil's family is famous for their brutal revenge? Somehow I don't think that's the reason. Anyway, this is the last class of the day. I need to focus. Come to think of it, today's instructor is... Just as he said that, a large hand slammed down on the desk. The swordsmanship instructor Az was aggressive. The moment he entered the class, he berated them. You weaklings! If this were peacetime, none of you would deserve to be sitting here. Even when facing a mere fly using only 10%. No 5% of its strength. All the groups except for the top 8 were wiped out. Am I wrong? Adele listened silently to Az's tirade. He's attacking our pride on the very first day. Is he deliberately trying to provoke us? After his rant, Az got straight to the lesson. Therefore, from now on I will teach you swordsmanship so that even if you die, you can at least take one of the enemy's arms with you. To do that, run the foundation of swordsmanship is physical strength. A technique backed by stamina is 2 to 3 times stronger. Under Az's strict lesson, the entire Class A was running for their lives, panting. Everyone was so tired they were about to collapse. I'm gonna die. How much longer do we have to run? We're already on our 30th lap. Very quickly, Az noticed Fran and Samil cheating. Hey, you two! Who told you to use mana to run? Both of them immediately bowed deeply in unison. I'm sorry. He strictly issued their punishment. You two run it again from the beginning. Samil and Fran whined and moaned, run it again. Adele kept a smile on his face as he ran. For real? These rich kids are always trying to find a way to cheat. Back in the day, I defeated knights, right after possessing a body and escaping into this monster world. I caused absolute chaos, and so they all ran until Az's class was over. Everyone stop. You've done well. Students who completed all 50 laps may head to your dormitories. Those who didn't finish in time have supplementary lessons. Adele let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Today was no joke. Time to go to the dorms. Scene changed to the front of the dorms. Adele wearily dragged his body back. So tired. I want to go inside and rest immediately. Where's the entrance to the men's dorm? Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Adele, on high alert, immediately flinched away. He turned around startled and saw Jean. Why is she here? He quickly regained his composure and asked, Oh, it's Lady Jean. Are you on your way back to the dorms? How was your first day? Did anyone in your class piss you off? No, that scene is too easy to misunderstand. Is there something shady going on between those two? Suddenly, Jean spoke. You're too weak. You're lacking in training. Let's go train together. You'll help me, won't you? After hearing what Jean said, Adele's face was a mask of exhaustion. Does she really not know what it means to be tired? Jean led the way. There's a training facility for students nearby. There's still time. Let's hurry. But Adele had no way to refuse. He could only obey and follow. However, training with one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, no matter how difficult, it will be incredibly beneficial. Scene changed to the training hall. Adele looked around in amazement. This place is pretty big. There are a lot of training tools, and everyone is training hard. Jean walked over to a station and pointed at Adele. Let's start with this. He took off his coat and volunteered. Can I try first? Jean warned him. It looks heavy, but Adele arrogantly ignored her. Don't worry, I've been training for years. This is nothing. He used all his strength to lift the weight, but it didn't budge even a little. Jean's face was cold as she criticized, too weak. Don't hurt yourself. Adele's face turned completely red with embarrassment. I guess Adele's body, which has been cooped up its whole life, still can't handle this. She got into position and instructed him like this. Jean lifted it gently as if it were a piece of cotton. Adele was full of praise. Oh, that's amazing, my lady. He smiled as he watched her. I really can't compare, not even in terms of pure strength. I really have to work much harder. Time passed just like that. Adele reminded Jean, my lady, it's been 2 hours. Shouldn't we wrap up and head back? Jean, who was also getting tired, agreed. All right. He offered, I'll escort you to the dorm entrance. Adele looked at Jean with relief. Even not counting today, she's been training a lot lately. I'm curious about my current status. Maybe I should do a quick check while Jean is changing. Adele opened the status window and read, Race half-demon. Tendency chaotic. Talent, position swap 2. Traits, curiosity immersion, murderous intent, darkness mana control, prideful gaze. Mana 1 298, 1 321. Everything else is the same, but my mana is at 1 321. Even after training mana control day and night, it only went up by 24. Well, this is the slowest growth period anyway. Should I look for an elixir or something? Adele was so lost in thought he didn't notice. Jean say, I'm done changing. Adele, what are you doing? He was startled and replied, ah, yes. Let's go. The two of them left the training area and returned to their dorms. Then they said their goodbyes. Well then, please get some rest. You too, Adele. After saying goodbye to Jean, Adele let out a sigh. I'm seriously about to pass out. I'll just head straight to the Baal dorm and rest. Straight up the stairs and to the right. Let's see. My room number in the acceptance letter is room 407, 4th floor. Here it is. Standing in front of the door, Adele felt a little nervous. I wonder who my roommate will be. I hope it's someone with good skills and a good personality. If necessary, I'll pull them over to my side. My first guy friend in the demon world. This is pretty exciting. Adele cheerfully opened the door and went in. Hello, it's nice to... But he stopped mid-sentence. It turned out Adele's roommate was none other than Samil. Samil was none too pleased either, wondering, why is he here? Unable to accept sharing a room with Samil, Adele sat down, stressed out, tapping the table repeatedly. Damn it. This is a total mess. Of all people, I get stuck with him as a roommate. Then they both turned to look at each other. A wave of annoyance washed over them. Samil didn't hold back his contempt written all over his face. Filthy half-blood trash. Adele was just as disgusted. Although he didn't say it out loud, in his heart he already wanted to kill Samil. Should I just eliminate him? But he knew nothing could be changed. He let out a helpless sigh. Then Adele stood up, startling Samil. Samil scowled and approached him aggressively. You want to fight? Adele immediately retorted, Are you crazy you want to fight in here? I'm just heading out. Enjoy your rest. Samil angrily watched Adele's retreating back and clicked his tongue. Tisk, damn unlucky bastard. Adele walked out feeling frustrated. I thought I'd finally get a break, but who knew he'd be my roommate? I'll take a walk and come back after he's asleep. He's not even a child of wrath. So why is he so consumed by anger? Sky can't figure it out. He began to calm down and think. Come to think of it, Samil is a child of gluttony. Maybe he's like me with a chaotic tendency. I didn't really care much, until Instructor Dobo mentioned it. What does chaotic even mean? Is it related to mana attributes? Should I ask the information scroll? No. If it knew beforehand, it would have explained. When it taught me how to use my engraved ability, it would have also given me knowledge about chaos. I shouldn't waste money needlessly. Ugh. It's so frustrating not knowing anything. Well, I'll find a place to practice my mana technique. Suddenly, there was a sound in the tree. Adele instinctively looked up. A sparrow. Wait, that doesn't look right. But they have pretty cute birds here, too. He watched it quietly for a moment. So even at Satan, other creatures wander around. Interesting. That night, Adele waited until Samil was no longer awake before creeping back. He tiptoed opening the door. Good, he's asleep. I'm so tired I need to get some sleep. But before I sleep, I should practice my mana a bit. But because he was so tired, Adele quickly fell asleep. A dark figure approached Adele. Samil's eyes glowed in the darkness as he stared at him. Samil scowled at Adele. Even when he's sleeping, his face looks stupid. You're so irritating. He even insulted my family, even if I was in the wrong. There's no way I'm going to be the first to apologize. Then he went back to his bed, his mind in turmoil. I have too much to do. Why should I waste my energy on a lowlife like him? But his performance in class, that made my heart pound. It was like being suffocated. It felt like a pain I've experienced before. Why suddenly Samil's body convulsed. He clutched his stomach. Damn it, is gluttony's rage starting again. I'm starving beyond control. It feels like I'm withering from the inside. I can't take it. Suddenly Adele turned over, startling Samil. For some reason, the pain gradually subsided. First the hunger, and now I have to look at this ugly face first thing in the morning. I really want to punch him in the face. The next morning, Adele woke up drowsily. What time is it? Is it morning already? Suddenly there was a noise from the window. He quickly went over and discovered, it's that bird from yesterday. It flew here again. At Satan, where there are strict rules about outside entry, bringing a living creature that's not a student in here. Someone is definitely trying to watch me. It could be Instructor Az, the one who's most wary of me. A mana scan showed that it wasn't an illusion. It's definitely a living creature. Should I try to tame it with food? With that thought, Adele acted immediately. He gently called to the sparrow. Here, come on. Come to think of it, Samil has probably already eaten. I have to go eat or I'll miss breakfast. But where is the dining hall? Scene change. In the classroom. Adele entered the classroom to start a new day. Good morning. Adele sat in class exhausted. Ugh! I searched all morning and didn't have time for breakfast. I wonder if I'll get stared at again today. Idea spoke up. I have an important announcement today. Is everyone present? He was startled. An important announcement. She made the announcement. Today we will be electing a class president. A class president just like that. The student asked, how will we elect the class president? Idea began to explain. At first, I was going to let you nominate candidates yourselves, but I've changed my mind. I will be making the appointment. Suddenly, Virgin laughed. Heh heh heh. She stood up proudly. A wise decision. Adele sat quietly, smiling. Just as expected. It's Virgin, just like in the novel. With his personality, Samil could never be the class president. Virgin laughed loudly. From now on, let's lead this class together. My loyal subjects. Ho ho ho. Adele thought, Virgin is indeed the most suitable. He's just a little bit dim-witted, but his strength and abilities are top-notch. The murmuring began. What about Adele? He'd be good too. A half-demon. No thanks. What about Samil? That guy's a bit scary. Adele remained calm, guessing internally. Was his performance that impressive? It feels great to hear my name mentioned. It seems like Virgin is a pretty obvious choice. Virgin loudly urged Idea on. Don't be shy, make the announcement, instructor. But Idea gave an answer different from what everyone was thinking. The class president is not Cadet Virgin. The class president of Class A is BCN Adele. He looked at Idea in surprise. Me? No way they'd make a half-demon like me the class president. What the hell is she thinking? Idea called to him, Class President Adele. I hope you will do your best to lead the class. Called out so suddenly, he shot to his feet. Yes. After announcing the class president, Idea quickly took her leave. I have to teach another class. I just stopped by to make the announcement and now I'm leaving. To prepare for the midterm exam, everyone should focus on practical training. Form groups of 3 for practice. You must have your groups formed by the end of today. Adele thought the assignment Idea gave for the midterm and training. If it's training at Satan, it's more like mutual slaughter. Because killing is a matter of course in battle. At this thought, his murderous intent flared. He smiled like a cold-blooded killer. Idea continued her instructions. That's all for today's class. Oh, and Cadet Virgin. If you continue to speak so rudely to me, I'll give you a private lesson. Virgin cowered in fear. Adele chuckled to himself. She just put Virgin in his place. Idea finished her instructions and left the classroom. Oh, one more thing. Class president, remember to submit the group list? Well then, goodbye class. After Idea left, Adele began to think. Putting aside team formation, I don't even know where we'll be training yet. Or will we be using the dolls that Instructor Idea created like yesterday? No. If that were the case, we wouldn't need to form teams. At this point in time, in the novel, it's not yet time to attack the human world. Regardless, the priority now is to form a solid team. I already have some people in mind, more or less. Meanwhile, in the instructor's hallway, everyone watched Az worriedly. With a dark, angry expression, he was heading somewhere. In Idea's office, Az suddenly burst through the door shouting, Instructor Idea! Idea greeted Az cheerfully. There you are, senior. Az paid her no mind and shouted directly. What were you thinking? Idea, not at all surprised, welcomed Az warmly. It's great to see you again, senior. He fumed. I didn't come here to hear that. Why did you appoint him as class president? Idea smirked at Az. I just announced it this morning. Your eyes and ears truly cover all of Satan Senior. Az was furious. Making him the class president. You can't possibly be unaware of what that means. Idea didn't back down, standing up to confront Az. Of course I know it, it's only temporary. But he'll have the authority to command Class A as a unit. Az tried to stop her crazy idea. And you still did it? Are you insane? It's not too late. Change the class president to someone else immediately. Otherwise, the two glared at each other. Idea remained firm in her opinion. She directly refused Az. No. He clutched his head in frustration. This is insane. Idea spoke up. Senior, I like that student. His abilities are top tier, and he isn't arrogant like the kids from the 7 Deadly Sins clans. The Baal family is behind him, so his identity is guaranteed. Az also adamantly rejected her intention. Just because his identity is proven, doesn't mean he's trustworthy. There's nothing more dangerous than a dull sword. Idea sighed helplessly. She turned her back and started to leave. I'll manage my own class, so please don't interfere, Senior. Even though I'm a new instructor, I'm confident in my ability to judge people. Az shouted angrily, Instructor Idea! Damn it, I have to take over that class no matter what. I can't let someone so dangerous be near Idea. More importantly, that half-demon left me with a wound that I can't forget from the last battle. Somehow the aura of that kid and Adele are disturbingly similar. The chance that he's related to that person is very low. But I can't ignore this feeling. It's too suspicious. I still don't understand what he's after. Az walked to the window and let out a long whistle. From the sky, a bird flew down. It was the same bird that had been watching Adele all along. Az looked at the bird, thinking. So far, nothing particularly strange. He ordered it to continue its surveillance. Never take your eyes off him. Meanwhile, in Adele's classroom, he looked around at everyone and felt lonely. Everyone's busy, forming teams during the break. But even though I'm the class president, no one wants to team up with me. Is it because I look too shady? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Adele. It made him turn around in surprise. Do you want to team up with me? But it wasn't for him, it was for Samil. Samil didn't refuse, but he made his terms clear. Anyone is fine as long as you don't drag me down. Another boy cheerfully introduced someone else. Thanks, Samil. This is my friend. Adele was annoyed. Tisk. Even that guy found a group. So why isn't anyone approaching me? I have no other choice. I have to make the first move. No one wants to willingly approach a half-demon like me. I need to form a team before time runs out. I guess I'll just have to pick someone. With that thought, he shot up and walked over to the pink-haired girl. Hello? She looked up and saw Adele approaching with an aura of murderous intent. She couldn't help but tremble, her face turning pale. Then she realized her own attitude and quickly composed herself. Adele looked at her, sizing her up. She got that startled just from me scanning her mana. Her mana level is decent. Her healing skills, too. A perfect teammate. He spoke first. I'm Adele. I believe we've met. Have you found a group yet? She answered nervously, No, not yet. Adele was delighted. Great. What's your name? She answered softly, Luna. Adele complimented her without thinking. Luna, that's a cute name. Will you team up with me? Being in a group with the class president will be beneficial for you. But Luna stammered hesitantly, Well, there's no other way. Adele had to threaten her a little. Luna. He exuded a dark, murderous intent as he looked at her. Time to choose groups is almost up and we're both half-demons. We should get along, right? Terrified Luna had no choice but to agree with Adele. Yes, we're a team. He cheerfully extended his hand. Excellent choice. Suddenly, Virgin popped her head out and teased, What's so excellent about that? Ho ho ho, it seems you two still haven't found a team? Adele was surprised. When did she get here? Virgin chimed in, All right then. I'll accept both of you under my wing. Then an argument broke out between the two. We just formed a team. You should find another group. Don't be ridiculous, I was standing behind you and heard everything. Luna stood there awkwardly watching. Why did these two have to come here? Virgin smugly declared, I still don't acknowledge you as the class president. The true commander of this class is me. Adele, tired, fell silent. Maybe I should just ignore her. This made Virgin angry. Why aren't you answering me? But then he reconsidered. But she doesn't look like she's going to give up. Whatever, I'll just let her join. The condition is that Virgin will be the team leader, but she has to consult with me before making any decisions. She's one of the 7 Deadly Sins clans anyway. It's beneficial to be near her. A plan to boost her ego while still being able to use her. A week later, Adele sat reading his status window thinking. Talent position swap 2. Traits. Curiosity. Immersion dark. Homicidal intent mana control. Prideful gaze. Mana 1321, 1332. I need a potion or something of the sort. Mana is one thing, but the chaotic attribute is another. On top of that, the loneliness of CTT is becoming unstable. Maybe I need to carry it with me at all times. There are more and more things to worry about. At least Samil is quiet. Things will get better. The next day, Idea began a new day of learning. Good morning. Adele looked at Idea curiously. The instructor seems pretty excited today. Did something good happen? Idea announced. Today's lesson is a little special. We'll be training outside. Adele and the others were surprised. Finally training today. But outside? Idea announced the location. We will be leaving Satan and going to another region called Ogon. Hearing Ogon, Adele was startled. Ogon, that's the prison that holds the Ogon. The prison that holds those who couldn't return from the war between humans and demons. They're taking us to a prison camp. Idea instructed, we'll be using the airship, follow me. The students in the class buzzed with excitement. Whoa, this is a surprise. It's not a vacation, but we still get to go out. Yay, this is fun. Adele said nothing. Just let them go and experience it for themselves. Everyone's excited to be going out, but once they find out what kind of place Ogon is, they'll surely be horrified. But what's more important than the training location is the special opportunity the main character discovers in Ogon. If I go now, I might be able to find it first. But can I find it with so many eyes watching? The strength of the guard unit is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Virgin came over and slapped his shoulder. Why do you look so unnatural? Adele made up a reason. This is my first outdoor training session, so I'm a little nervous. Hearing this, Virgin immediately comforted him. Oh, so you're nervous. Even someone as gloomy as you gets nervous. Your team leader is here now. Don't worry, just follow me. Adele smiled cheerfully back at her. She really never gets tired, does she? I wonder if she'll still be this confident when we get to Ogon. Thanks to Virgin, I feel a little more at ease. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And no matter what happens, I have to seize this chance. Very quickly, the class arrived at Ogon. The train's announcement rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Ogon. Please exit the vehicle carefully. Everyone got off the vehicle one by one. Idea led the way, instructing, all right, everyone. We've arrived. Please stay close to me. Adele looked around. This is the human prison camp Ogon. The atmosphere here is really tense. People started to feel a bit scared. I have a bad feeling about this. Are we really going to train here? Idea turned back to reassure them. That's right. This is your training ground, Ogon. And as I suspect, there won't be any fighting. So don't worry too much. Adele felt a bit disgusted with Idea. You know what's about to happen and you can still say that? What a perverted hobby. From inside, 3 guards walked out and asked, Are you from Satan, Idea? Took out a permit and gave it to them. Yes, here is our permit. Adele looked at the guards warily. That guard, he must be on the same level as an instructor. The pressure he's emitting is no joke. After checking the documents, the 3 agreed and moved aside for Class A to enter. Confirmed. Please follow me. Idea also turned back to the students. All right, everyone, this way. They all entered the prison. Woeful moans echoed everywhere. Help me! I don't want to die! Please let me go! Everyone looked around fearfully. What is this place? Does anyone smell something strange? It feels like something is about to jump out. Adele laughed to himself. Finally, they're reacting. Samil from behind saw everyone had stopped and pushed the person in front of him, scolding, Stop standing in my way! Hurry up! Adele thought to himself, it seems Samil isn't affected at all. He's a strange one, too. After walking for a while, Idea stopped and called out, Everyone? A bright light suddenly shone down. We've finally arrived at the training location. After getting a clearer look inside the prison, everyone started to get anxious and tense. This is the true nature of Ogon, hell. Idea finally told everyone the truth. As you can see, this is a prison for humans who dared to attack the demon world. Every human here has killed at least one demon. They are all criminals with blood on their hands. And among those who were killed, there were even pregnant women and small children. I'm sure you're all very curious about what your training entails. Aren't you? Watch closely. Idea approached a human and exuded a powerful aura. The human trembled looking at her and was immediately grabbed by the jaw by Idea. She aggressively created a sphere in her hand filled with hatred. She looked at the human and ordered, Now be a good boy and swallow it. It'll be over quickly. Samil watched with interest the brutal torture before him. After being forced to swallow Idea's sphere, the human began to deform. Then his head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Idea smiled with delight, turning to look at her students. All you need to do is kill a human in your own way. Simple, isn't it? Witnessing such a barbaric act from Idea, many students couldn't take it and trembled in fear. Adele stood by unfazed. Even after witnessing such a cruel death, it's strange that I don't feel anything. Perhaps it's because I've assimilated with Adele. No matter how bad things get, my goal will not change. I will survive until the end, and fix the ending of this damn world, and fulfill Adele's wish. Seeing Adele step forward, Idea asked him, Class, President, before we begin, do you have anything you'd like to say? But Adele said nothing and walked into a cell. He pulled out his dark fang and stood before the human. He asked him one last time, Do you have anything to say before you die? But the man was not afraid and furiously cursed, My only regret is that I couldn't kill more demon filth. Unlike you maggots, we humans will wipe out all you demons. But before he could finish, Adele cut his head clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere. He smiled barbarically, looking at his fang. After hearing those words, killing him feels even more satisfying. Then he calmly walked out as if nothing had happened. Is that acceptable? Idea was pleased and clapped, praising excellent. Now everyone just follow the class president's lead. Enter a cell and begin your training. Ah, the half-demon students. Please step aside for a moment. Please stand over here. Adele was surprised. Only the half-demons are being separated, so... in this class. Besides Luna and myself, there are other half-demons too. But Luna doesn't look well at all. Idea explained. These are the prisoners you must kill. To be a little more specific, then a line of people kneeled before Idea. Adele was surprised. These prisoners are half-demons. Idea coldly said, you need to prove yourselves, that you are different from these traitors. Seeing this, Luna's group trembled with fear and anger. A few people came forward and started punching and kicking the half-demons. They cursed as they beat them. Do you have any idea how much we've suffered? Because of you, that's right. You deserve to die. Just die for me, Adele thought silently, so it's begun. The prisoners' pleas rang out endlessly. Please. Samil aggressively released his power. Devour them. Luna was too scared to watch. She could only shut her eyes tightly and cry. Adele was confused. Samil doesn't need to use his magic to kill them like that. Is he really that excited about tearing humans to pieces? He turned to look at the weak Luna across from him. Luna is completely broken. If Instructor Idia pays attention to her at this moment, it won't be good. Suddenly, Fiona spoke up. Instructor, as long as I use my ability, I'll pass. Is that right? Idia nodded. Basically. Fran immediately left. I understand. She gave an order to one of the prisoners. From this moment on, you are bound to me. Kill the human next to you. He was being controlled by Fran frantically, strangling the person next to him despite his pleas. Fran turned back to ask Idia, is that it? Idia, though she let it pass, wasn't quite satisfied. You've met the requirement. Later on, we can slowly fix that soft-heartedness of yours. Adele observed Fran assessing her. It seems Fran doesn't lack hatred for humans, but she's more soft-hearted than I thought. Idia crossed her arms and looked at Luna. So there's only one person left, huh? Student Luna. Show me who you are. Adele worried if Luna can't complete this training. Luna was so scared she couldn't even speak. The shock was so great she couldn't even look straight. No, I can't do it. Please let me get out of here. Trembling Luna sat pathetically on the ground. Because of a man who could still be called a father, I came here to avenge my mother, who had a dark life. But I can't do anything. Suddenly Adele came over and asked, are you okay? Luna, surprised, called out to him. Adele, he said gently. Wait a moment, I'll help Luna with her training. Hearing this, Luna jumped. He took out his fang and looked at Luna. Let's start now. You might be scared, but you have to do it. Adele gave his fang to Luna. He held her hand and instructed, just relax your hand a little. If you just keep moving forward like this, you'll be fine. He could clearly feel her fear through her trembling. Luna shut her eyes tightly, enduring it. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Adele patted her head and praised, well done. Then he immediately took the knife back. That would have taken a bad turn. What would clearly happen to a half-demon? Who can't kill a human? Is at best expulsion. At worst, things would get worse. Idia asked Adele, confused. I don't understand what you're thinking. Class president, you don't expect her to get over that. Do you? Adele replied calmly. No, student Luna passed. Idia was startled. What did you say? He explained. You clearly said that if we killed a human with our own abilities, we would pass. Student Luna is the only healer in all of Satan. I helped her because I recognized the value of that talent. Idia asked, clearly annoyed. Unbelievable, so by that logic, you mean you wouldn't help a student without talent? He nodded. Of course, if they don't have talent, I'll abandon them. Hearing Adele's answer, Idia seemed quite pleased and gave a satisfied smile. Have it your way. I'll be sure to remember those words. I'm going to check on the others now. You two wait here. He let out a sigh of relief. Averted a crisis. The good thing is that answer satisfied Idia. If it had been AZ, she wouldn't have had a chance. He turned to inform Luna. Luna, it looks like you've passed safely. She looked at him relieved. Really? Then she gradually fainted. I understand. Thank God. Adele quickly caught Luna. She had passed out in relief. All right, sleep well. He propped her against a wall. With everything settled, he got excited for the main event. Now it's time for the real game to begin. I know everything about Ogun, and I still have plenty of time. Adele snuck away. He moved carefully, bit by bit, to sneak past the guards. As expected, security is tight. Let's see. Time to disappear into the shadows. Adele released his aura, enveloping himself. He was happy. Success. I've definitely improved. Good. If I cloak myself in darkness, I can sneak in safely. I just need to get to the entrance of the underground tunnel. Adele began to move from his position, but the guard sensed something and immediately radiated a wary, killing intent. Tense Adele didn't dare to breathe loudly. Did I get caught? The guard watched for a moment, then turned and walked away. Adele let out a sigh of relief, sensing such a subtle difference. These really are guards from Ogun. I have to move quickly. He quickly arrived at his destination. Found it. The only empty room on the first floor has a hallway inside. Adele used transposition to move, slipping into the room, but he immediately felt a heavy weight pressing down on his body. The pressure generator on the ceiling. I expected that. Now how do I get down? I still remember the depth the main character reached. I'll use that. He began to count. 1, 2, 6, now. Adele then threw his fang down into the ground. The sound of something piercing the ground. He continued to use transposition to move. Adele had made it down to the underground channel. He prepared for the second trial. Next will be the dark poison slime. It's the kind that kills on contact. If that's the case, I'll aim for the slime's core. Adele used Dark Fang Black Sword Vibi and easily wiped out all the poison slimes. Adele casually sheathed his dagger and walked on. Knowing the weak spot makes dealing with the dark slime easier. Now I just need to dive into this water source. Without hesitation, Adele jumped in and dived. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The closer he got to his destination, the clearer the voice became. Go no further. The great demon is dead. Adele was surprised. Great demon, I never wrote anything like that. This is where the demon who led the rebellion centuries. Agofel. Great demon means a demon that even the demon king couldn't handle, and had to seal away. Well, I'll find out when I get there. Finally seeing a light, Adele emerged from the water and went ashore. Is this it? Adele successfully entered the great demon's prison. He looked inside the skeleton. The heart inside that skeleton might hold the key. I finally have it. Adele reached in, wanting to take it out. Suddenly, the heart came to life, beating rapidly. The skeleton also sat up. Wait, he exclaimed in shock. The heart is insane. Adele went from one surprise to another. I can't believe. Something so bizarre is happening. And this symbol is exactly the same as the Asen clan tattoo on the back of my neck. So the traitor of this demon world is related to the Asen clan. The skeleton suddenly spoke. Child of Asen, listen carefully to my voice. Adele nodded in agreement. All right. The skeleton began to reveal the truth. If you can hear my thoughts, it means you and I share the same suffering. You mixed blood were born from me. Don't let yourself be consumed by that chaos. Chaos is what distorts the order of the world. If you lose yourself and only focus on finding its meaning, then you will end up like me. Having said what needed to be said, the skeleton began to turn to dust. The dried-up heart fell to the ground. The heart has returned to its original state. Adele came forward and picked up the heart. His body seemed to become one with it. I can feel a will that longs for and seeks destruction. It must be the desire held by the ancestor of the Asen clan. Adele opened his status window to check. Race half-demon. Class chaos. Talent transposition. Attributes: curiosity, immersion, killing, intent, darkness, mana control, psychokinesis. Adele cheered with joy. Psychokinesis. I finally have psychokinesis. Let's try it. He was eager to try out his new technique. The poison fang hovered in his hand, but quickly fell. A bit disappointed, Adele picked up the fang to examine it. It's not because of a lack of mana. Perhaps it's because my proficiency with this skill is low. I'll have to practice more. But I also found out that chaos with the expression. Here has the ability of psychokinesis and telepathy. This is a huge gain. Looks like there's nothing left to take. Let's go back, before anyone realizes I'm gone. Returning as soon as he got back, John confronted him. What were you doing wandering around alone, huh? Adele replied vaguely, I was just taking a walk. John exclaimed. What, you think it's reasonable to be walking around alone here? Adele smiled and walked away saying, the sight of humans locked behind bars is quite nice. John complained, annoyed. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where do you think you're going? Adele looked around for Luna. Hey, where's Luna? Just as he mentioned her, she arrived. Adele asked enthusiastically, Luna, did you sleep well? Luna smiled gently and replied, yes, I slept very well. What a relief. You slept so soundly, someone could have carried you away. She looked at Adele shyly. Thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, Adele, I would have, Adele interrupted. It's nothing, don't be so formal. But deep down, he was quite happy. Now Luna owes me. I'll find a good way to use that later. Idea called out, all right, everyone gather around. Fortunately, no one dropped out during this training. You've all made a good impression on me. Now, let's return to Satan. The students cheered with joy. We finally escaped from this place, which seemed like an eternity. A week has passed since Class A returned, but nothing has changed. The students who looked quite scared after killing people have now been able to calm down. Adele was able to secretly train the psychokinesis he had acquired. This time, he also had to prepare for the midterm exam that the instructor kept mentioning. In the novel, the first-year students at Satan invaded the Royal Academy during the midterm exam, which means the midterm involves invading the human world. How many students will survive? This is truly a matter worth thinking about. Suddenly, Adele caught Luna's gaze, which was staring off into the distance. Then she turned away sadly. Adele concerned, is something wrong? Luna's expression. Tired Luna slumped onto the table. Adele walked over and poked her. Wake up. Startled Luna shot up. She looked at him blankly. Adele, you startled me. Adele said cheerfully, you didn't answer, so I thought I'd scare you a little. You don't look so good. Is something wrong? Luna waved her hands. No, nothing's wrong. Adele tilted his head skeptical. Really? But Luna firmly insisted, yes. Really? Seeing that Luna didn't want to talk about it, he changed the subject. All right, then do you want to have lunch together? Luna asked blankly. Lunch, Adele added. Do you have other plans? Luna's eyes sparkled with joy as she agreed. No, let's have lunch together. Adele left first, telling her the location. Then I'll sit in front of you in the cafeteria during lunch? He smiled to himself. She looks a little gloomy, but she's quite predictable. She's not afraid of me anymore either. Looks like I earned some points with her at Ogun. Scene changed to the school cafeteria area. Adele stood at the bottom of the stairs waiting for Luna. He was puzzled. Lunch is almost over. Where's Luna? I don't usually eat alone either. I guess I have no other choice. Let's just go back to the dorm and train. Suddenly, he saw two familiar people, Zine and Ziana. Scared, Adele immediately used his power. I have to run. Transposition 2 move. Zine sensed Adele and whipped around. Ziana asked her, What's wrong, Zine? Zine thought for a moment, then replied, I thought I just saw my escort. I must be mistaken. Hiding behind a bush, Adele was worried. Why are they here? This is a really bad combination. I heard a few words at Ogon, but if they find out that I'm a descendant of the Bison clan now then, I'm definitely dead. Because I played a major role in defeating the demon world, but more dangerously, I killed the Demon King. To be precise, both the Demon King and his wife. I have to get out of here fast. Frightened Adele snuck away. Zine and Ziana were still talking. I think I saw something too. Well, they're probably busy. Let's go. Adele sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. I need to be more careful. But this place is better than I thought. There's a place like this behind the cafeteria. Maybe I'll train here. Instead of that cramped room. Suddenly a cry rang out. Adele realized, wait, that voice? He ran towards the screams. Please stop! He found that it was Luna. And so Adele faced a group of 3 bullies. Startled Luna saw Adele. Adele glared angrily at the 3. I have a general idea of the situation. He radiated a threatening aura. What are you doing to my classmate? Stop it and go back to class. The blue-haired one came over contemptuously. Protecting a half-demon, I'm truly disgusted. I can't stand the sight of it. He pointed at Adele and mocked him. Why is a half-demon the class president? Even you can't fight the 3 of us. Before he could finish, a dark aura erupted. Adele had swiftly lifted him up. The other 2 stared in shock. Adele thought with contempt, how ridiculous. You can't even move under a little bit of emitted bloodlust? And you dare to challenge me? He dropped him. The guy trembled and coughed dryly. Adele was surprised to see one of them. What's this? This one doesn't look scared, no. He's calmly observing me. Then he looked over at Luna, who was staring at him in fear. Adele reminded them, I don't intend to fight. So let's stop here. The brown-haired one asked Adele, what are you doing? But he immediately radiated a dark aura threatening him. It's best if you say nothing. I don't want to see your guts spilled out. Before lunch, the other 2 quickly helped the blue-haired one away. Before leaving, the black-haired one turned back to glance at Adele one last time. Pleased, Adele looked back at him. A calmness unbecoming of a student. Besides, Luna, there's still a diamond in the rough here. I should observe that one. Luna ran over and called him. Adele! Adele asked, Are you okay, Luna? Luna replied shyly, I'm okay. Thanks for helping me. Adele said politely, I'm glad. Class will be starting soon, so let's go back. Now they'll teach us real magic. I'm so excited. Scene change back to the classroom. Dobo slammed his hand on the board. Now, everyone, Dobo said excitedly, today we're going to cover ourselves in magic in a real situation. We will learn the arts of concealment and silence. Adele was overjoyed inside. Concealment and silence arts. Finally, we're learning Adele's specialty. Instructor Dobo began his lecture. How do you defeat a human? Stronger than you on the battlefield? How? The answer is assassination for you. Assassination is not just a choice, but a necessity. Because none of you can kill a hero in a direct fight. Dobo began to demonstrate the technique. First, I'll explain the art of concealment. Slowly heat up your tattoo. Feel the full circulation of your mana and gradually release it, even impure mana. Spread it gently throughout your entire body. If you can't cover your entire body, the concealment will fail. As he finished speaking, Instructor Dobo completely vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone was amazed. Adele realized, so that's why we couldn't detect him. During the fight with Samil, Dobo gradually reappeared and continued his lecture. Today's exercise is to spread your mana throughout your body like this. All right, everyone, close your eyes. Because controlling mana with such precision is very difficult. Try it slowly and very deliberately. Don't rush, slowly. Even if you are concealed, you can still see your own body. In just a moment, the entire class fell silent, channeling their mana throughout their bodies. Dobo carefully observed each student one by one. Everyone is trying very hard. But it's very difficult to succeed today. However, Verzon is worthy of his lineage thanks to his abundant mana and excellent control. But the most outstanding is Samil. The kid's presence is already fading. The result is a natural talent. It usually takes up to a week to master it. You could call those 2 geniuses. Suddenly, Dobo remembered. Wait! Isn't there still one more student, as talented as those 2? The one with the chaos attribute. That made Instructor AZ cautious, Adele. Dobo looked towards Adele's seat. He was shocked. Impossible. He was just sitting there. Unbelievable. He completely fooled my eyes. Adele gave a sinister smile. Too easy. After class, Adele quickly left the room. He was lost in thought. With Adele's talent, mastering the art of concealment is too easy. Now, how do I combine the art of concealment with the chaos attribute? How do I do that? I should go back to the dorm and try it out. The skill of a normal assassin is useless against true physical strength. I need to find a way. Suddenly, Instructor Dobo chased after him, calling out, "Wait, Student Adele." Adele was curious. "Yes, sir," Dobo asked him. "Is this your first time learning magic?" Student Adele nodded and replied, "Yes, this is my first time learning magic, but I've been able to use my innate abilities from the start." Dobo scratched his head, smiled, and suggested, "Haha, I see. If you have time, would you mind stopping by my lab?" Adele was curious. "Huh, why?" Dobo looked at Adele excitedly. "Student Adele, you have excellent magical talent and possess the rare chaos attribute. Your research value is not just sufficient, it's more than enough." Although Adele agreed on the surface, he was bored inside. "My skills are only good for assassination techniques. Nothing else. It's meaningless." He politely declined. "Unfortunately, I'm busy today, so I can't." Dobo was a little sad to hear that. "Ah, I see." However, Adele's next sentence made Dobo happy again. "But I'll definitely stop by next time," Instructor Dobo said excitedly, repeating himself. "Promise me. Remember to come." Adele smiled to himself and walked away. "Looks like I'll have to pretend to be a magic genius." Scene changed to the men's dormitory area. Adele sat alone in his room. "Since Samil isn't here, I should get started. There's something I have to do before the midterms because of that. I need to learn a skill that surpasses the art of concealment. It's because the spies from the human world are hiding in the demon world. If they find me here, I'll have to find them and kill them no matter what. It will definitely be difficult to deal with them, so I have to master my trump card." He took a deep breath and exhaled to steady his body. "To conceal my existence is to exist yet not exist. To erase my own existence." After a moment of concentration, he actually succeeded in casting the concealment spell. Adele looked down at his hand. "It's done, I can't even see myself." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. Scared, Adele didn't understand what was happening. "What's going on? Wait, am I even breathing right now? My body feels strange. First, I have to release it." But despite his efforts, the concealment technique couldn't be undone. Frightened and rushed, Adele tried to calm himself. "Dispel the concealment." Hurry at the last moment. He fortunately managed to break free from it. Panting, Adele collapsed to the ground. "Time, senses, everything is blurry. The feeling is horrible. And when my mana was depleted, I almost couldn't undo it. It's very hard to control. If my mana hadn't been drained, I might have lost control of myself." He thought about it seriously. "Now I understand why they warned me not to be swallowed by the power of chaos. But if used just once, it could be a secret weapon. A new technique that combines the chaos attribute and concealment. From now on, I'll call this technique absolute concealment." Suddenly, he was struck on the back of the neck and fell to the ground. Surprised, Adele saw Samil but was dazed. "What is he saying? Is he telling me to move?" Then he also realized the serious problem. "I can't hear my own voice anymore. Impossible. Have I lost my hearing?" Scene changed to the forest behind the dormitory. Adele focused on training his mana. He tried his voice again. After a few practice sessions, Adele had figured out the pattern when using the power of chaos. "Luckily, I didn't lose my hearing this time. Instead, I can't see. That means concealment. Absolutely causes the user to lose one or two senses. After a week of repeated experiments, I've lost my hearing, taste, touch, and even my sight. They come back after 2 hours. At least for a while. But I can't predict which sense be affected, and perfect invisibility only lasts 3 seconds. Adele had a headache over his new power. It's probably completely useless. The risk is too great. I'll seal it away. I'll only use it when I'm absolutely certain I can kill the enemy." He lay down on the grass thinking. "I tried combining chaos with my other traits, but it didn't work. So it's better to focus on improving my swordsmanship, or increasing. Looks like I've been stuck here for 2 hours. At least I got out early. I'm probably not late." AZ's class began again. Everyone had to run as usual. Adele was bored. "All we do is run in this class. When are we going to learn real sword skills?" Just as he thought that, AZ suddenly shouted, "All right, stop the physical training and gather up." Adele quickly informed everyone. "Stop, that's an order from the instructor." AZ shot a murderous glare at Adele, making him uncomfortable. "Is he still unhappy about me being the class president?" AZ grunted and then announced, "From now on we will reduce physical training and add more swordsmanship lessons." Adele and the others were overjoyed. "Finally, we get to learn proper swordsmanship." AZ drew his sword. "First, let me give you a demonstration." He pointed his sword at Adele and gestured, "Class president, step forward." AZ asked Adele, "Can you channel mana into your sword?" Adele nodded, "Yes, I can." Immediately, AZ gave the instruction. "Then use your mana and attack me." The instructor will not use mana. He was a bit annoyed. "What is this? Are you trying to humiliate me?" "So you're only going to use your sword?" AZ replied coldly. "That's right." Adele complied, drawing his sword. "Understood." He then got into a fighting stance. He wants mana in the sword, so I won't use my traits. Let's see what AZ can do. Adele leaped forward excitedly, getting right in AZ's face. He delivered a powerful thrust, but AZ quickly dodged it. After that, Adele attacked relentlessly, and AZ only dodged. Finally, he parried one of Adele's strikes and gently pushed back. Adele retreated a short distance, maintaining combat range. Just as expected. There are no openings. By human world standards, he's probably a high-level expert. In the demon world, sword skill and mana quantity are more important. Titles like Swordmaster or Expert don't matter much. Just channeling mana into a weapon isn't easy. I don't like being underestimated. With that, Adele slightly adjusted his sword grip. Then he charged at AZ again. He aimed for his right carotid artery. He thrust right at it, forcing AZ to dodge to the side. Adele immediately reversed his blade's direction, aiming right back at AZ's neck. A hit, but AZ seemed to have anticipated this move. His voice was cold, still not perfect. He then used his pectoral muscles to take the full force of Adele's sword. He was too shocked to speak. Then he was struck by a downward blow from AZ. The strike created a massive shockwave. Defeated. Adele lay flat on the ground, coughing dryly. But it wasn't over. AZ continued to attack him with his sword. For a split second, Adele felt like he was about to die. Luna screamed, "Adele!" At that moment, AZ swung his sword straight down. A second shockwave was created. Samir watched the fight tensely. Luckily, Adele managed to escape AZ's final move. I used telekinesis to deflect the sword. I barely escaped danger. If I had been even a little bit later, I would have definitely been cut in half. AZ stood there imposingly, sword in hand. Adele, slightly resentful, asked AZ, "Were you really trying to kill me?" AZ nonchalantly pulled the sword embedded in his chest out. He replied, "Of course not." He tossed the sword back to him. "Get back in your position." Adele was indignant. "So you really did intend to kill me? You were going all out?" After the class had settled back into formation, AZ asked Adele, "Class president, what did you think of that fight?" Adele replied, "That was the fighting style of the week." AZ, not understanding, asked back, "What do you mean?" Adele explained, "You allowed me to use magic, but you limited your own power. That's the only way for the weak to overcome the strong. When born to take the bone, sacrifice the flesh to seize the marrow. That was the strategy you just demonstrated." After speaking, his face darkened as he thought to himself. He could have clearly dodged that last blow, but he intentionally took it with his shoulder. That action was completely intentional. AZ shouted exactly, startling everyone. Then he clearly explained the recent fighting style to the students. In the human world, the strong are countless. The chance of winning without getting injured is almost non-existent. Let your opponent drop their guard. Don't be afraid to show an opening. Turn that very opening into bait for a counterattack. Noble swordsmanship. Such a thing does not exist in this class. I only teach sword techniques for winning. Calling it swordsmanship is a bit of a stretch. From now on, call this combat skills class. Adele analyzed quietly. He means you have to drag the enemy down with you even if you die. The midterm exam is coming up. For the instructor to react so strongly, there must be a reason. A spy from the human world must have reported in advance about the situation and the content of the exam. In the novel, only Satan Academy suffered heavy losses, while the Royal Academy was almost unscathed. Perhaps AZ suspects that I am the spy. I have to find that person before things get worse. That's the best chance? After class ended, AZ ordered everyone return to the classroom immediately. Everyone started to leave one by one, leaving only Adele standing there. AZ looked at him and asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Or are you planning to rebel because of what just happened?" Adele gave a forced smile and shook his head. "Not at all, sir." Seeing this, AZ turned away and reminded him, "Hurry back to class." But he had no idea that Adele was actually furious and was directing a murderous gaze right at him. Scene change back to the classroom. Adele was lost in thought again. AZ will definitely not be on my side. Besides being suspected as a spy, perhaps my killing intent and brutal actions in the past have also annoyed him. But I can't give up this ruthless way of life. To overcome the power of the 7 deadly sins, I need to build an outstanding status and reputation. If AZ continues to cross the line like he did today, then no matter what it takes, he will face the consequences. He couldn't contain his rage, and it showed clearly on his face. Just then, Luna was there and saw it. She looked at him with a frightened, grim face. Adele was startled. When did she get here?" Then he said, "Looks like I've startled Luna again." Luna replied awkwardly, "It's okay." He asked her, "But is something wrong?" Luna spoke timidly. The other day you said we'd have lunch together, so I wanted to ask again today." Adele agreed happily. "Oh, right, of course. Let's go to day 2. Scene changed to the school cafeteria. Adele brought a large plate of food over. The two chatted while sitting opposite each other. "It's been a while since I've had a meal like this." "Oh my, that's so much food." "If you waste food, I'm afraid you'll be punished by the god of gluttony. Adele joked, then I'll have to eat every last bite. Suddenly, 3 familiar faces walked in through the door. The green-haired one immediately spotted Adele. He saw them too and waved back. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "T, let's go." The black-haired guy from the other day saw him and calmly observed Adele. He then asked Luna, "What did those guys do to you?" Luna replied, "They used to bully me. I don't know why. It just suddenly started happening. Maybe it's because I'm weak and not physically remarkable. That makes sense. Luna only has regenerative abilities." Adele listened to her with a serious expression. "Ah." But Luna quickly added, "Ah, it's not like I was beaten up or anything. Just occasionally insulted. Or had a little money taken." Adele, uncaring, looked at Luna. "Shh, those guys. You should stay close to me." But Luna firmly refused. "There's no need. I will prove for myself that I'm not a traitor." "Noble." Adele replied, "If that's the case, you should stick even closer to me." Then he asked her, "By the way, who is that student?" Luna looked over and asked, "Who?" He gestured towards the black-haired guy. "The one with the spider tattoo on his cheek." Luna remembered and said, "Ah, his name is Kyle." Adele was surprised. "Kyle. That name is so familiar. Is it just a coincidence?" The physical description in the novel, was it like this? He asked Luna suspiciously. "That Kyle, he's a half-demon, right?" But Luna denied his question. "What are you talking about, Adele? He's a pureblood." "But he looks pretty scary. He always looks at half-demons with contempt, as if he'd discovered something." He looked at Luna. "You mean like he's looking at an insect?" She nodded. Adele immediately started paying more attention to him. Then he began to think rapidly. "Then that's the same look I used to give the guys at Ogun. A highly suspicious suspect. Should I ask for information? No, what if I waste my money? Besides, I still don't remember all the names of my classmates." "I'll verify it myself. I have quite a bit of information about the spy." Without further hesitation, Adele stood up and walked over to that group to greet them. The green-haired one saw Adele approaching and jumped up angrily. "What is it?" Adele ignored him. He looked down at Kyle and started a conversation out of the blue. "There's a first-year female student at Satan." Kyle suddenly froze. A tense atmosphere arose. Adele continued, "She's a half-demon, and her only relative is one older brother." The green-haired one, seeing he was being ignored, got mad and cursed. "This bastard, how dare you ignore what I say last time? It was just because I was careless." But Adele still paid him no mind and aimed at Kyle, continuing, "Her name is Jay. Isn't it?" The name was spoken. Kyle slowly turned to look at Adele, his face full of hatred. The green-haired one walked over and shoved his shoulder lightly. "I hope you leave soon. Jedge and get lost, will you?" Suddenly, Adele grabbed his tie and yanked it down, causing his head to slam hard onto the table. The green-haired one held his bleeding head and cried out in pain. Adele coldly rubbed his wrist and said, "So that's your real name." Kyle couldn't take it and slowly stood up, killing intent clear on his face, but not wanting to blow his cover yet. He could only hold it back and turn away. However, that only made Adele more certain of his theory. He watched him go with a cunning smile. "Found you." After Kyle's group left, they went into the restroom for the green-haired one to wash the blood from his head. He angrily slammed his hand on the mirror. "Damn it! Another damn half-breed." He then turned to Kyle and yelled resentfully, "Kyle, you're going to get revenge, right?" But Kyle just stood there saying nothing. This made the green-haired guy even angrier. He raised his voice and approached Kyle. Why aren't you saying anything? You were the one who said we shouldn't trust half-breeds. You started this, and now you're backing out." Unaccepting, he grabbed Kyle's tie. "You cowardly bastard!" Kyle immediately snapped, reacting by slamming the guy's face hard against the wall. And he didn't stop there. He repeatedly pulled the green-haired guy back and slammed his head again. The other person watched in fear, unable to process what was happening. Kyle cursed contemptuously, "You disgusting, persistent insects." The brown-haired one trembled nervously. "Kyle, what's wrong with you?" Kyle didn't answer. He threatened them with a look as if they were inferior beings. "Get them out of here, before I kill you all." After the other two disappeared, Kyle stood in front of the mirror. He washed his face to calm down. Then he checked his disguise again. How could he have known? The sense hiding and camouflage spell is still working perfectly. It was cast by a top-tier archmage. There's no way my identity could have been revealed. It's even more impossible because this is a half-demon disguise, not human. Could he be another spy from the human world? No, the Bale family itself vouched for my identity. "Adele, who are you? How do you know my sister?" I should just kill him before my identity is exposed. That night in a room at the school, Kyle was preparing various tools for the purpose of assassinating Adele. He thought, planning carefully. If I want to kill him, I have to prepare thoroughly. First, I'll send all the information I've gathered up until yesterday. Then I'll begin. It seems my identity has been discovered by a student named Adele. Suddenly, Adele burst through the door. Keel, startled, went into a defensive stance. Immediately, Adele, covered in sweat, panted, "Phew, almost didn't make it." Kyle quickly picked up a sharp weapon. "How did you find this place?" Adele composed himself and greeted him good evening. Keel immediately threw the weapon at Adele. It would have been a peaceful evening without you. Adele dodged to the side, teasing, "Why are you so mean?" Suddenly, a large sphere manifested behind him, making Adele jump. A second attack flew at him. Adele hastily dodged to the side. Kyle used his power, creating countless magic circles around himself. Adele was a little surprised. Level 2 Magic Circle Energy Beam. Looks like you're not even trying to hide your identity anymore. Using magic circles means you're a half-demon. Write your current appearance. Must be a fake then. Since things had come to this, Keel had no intention of hiding anymore. He said honestly, yeah. You even found this secret place. Looks like you figured everything out. Adele didn't say it out loud, just replied vaguely, maybe. Kyle attacked while asking, "How do you know Jay?" Adele hurriedly dodged the barrage of attacks from Kyle. He pondered, even in a situation like this, "You're still worried about your sister first." Well, after all, Kyle isn't working for the humans. His sister suffers from a special condition, where a huge amount of mana accumulates in her heart, far beyond what a human body can withstand. He allied with the humans to cure his sister's incurable disease. But there's still one thing Kyle doesn't know. So should I provoke him properly? I wonder. Adele stopped and said sarcastically, "Who knows? How would I know? I've never even met your sister in person." Her sad, trembling smile is truly beautiful. So beautiful, I just want to destroy it. Unable to bear the rage, Kyle's power erupted. "You bastard!" Unfazed, Adele continued to taunt him. "If you're going to be a spy, at least act like one. Like a damn Cerberus, for example." Not accepting Adele, using his sister as a plaything, Kyle screamed furiously, "Shut up! Before you die, I'll make you tell me everything." Adele rejoiced internally. He took the bait. He then continued to provoke Kyle. "If you can, then try it." Just as planned, Kyle gathered a large magic sphere and shot it at Adele. He immediately used energy beam and position swap. He easily passed through Kyle's sphere. He was stunned. "Are you really a teleporter? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it." Adele didn't say much more, replying, "Close enough." "Haven't you already investigated me thoroughly?" Keel then realized so. Adele had known his identity from the very beginning. He said nonchalantly, "Sounds like it, doesn't it?" Kyle's face suddenly darkened, his tone softening. "I understand." Given the current situation, Adele deduced in his mind the plan succeeded. "You've realized you have no chance of winning." But Kyle's power surged once again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will go all out." Startled, Adele unconsciously took a step back. Using level 3 multi-casting magic, at least 20 shots. Easier than I thought. Too easy. Kyle shouted, "Die," and fired 10 spheres at Adele. Adele immediately used position swap 2. Target acquired. He passed through Kyle's countless spheres and got close to him. But Kyle seemed to have planned for this. He laughed loudly. "I was waiting for you to use that move." Unsurprised, Adele smiled faintly. He continued to use position swap 2 to teleport, appearing behind Kyle. Keel looked at Adele confused. How is he combining them? Once he had the chance, Adele unleashed his zone of darkness surrounding both of them. Kyle was immediately trapped in Adele's space. He was anxious. "This is..." Adele left him with one sentence. "Take a little nap." Then he struck Kyle hard on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Adele breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally caught him. You prepared so much just to kill me." Adele looked at Kyle in silence, contemplating. "Should I kill him? No, I need the information Kyle has. If I kill him, Jay will become my enemy. Even if I can handle Kyle, Jay is another story." By now, Jay has probably become a dragon contractor, cured of her illness with the help of the main character. She has obtained a dragon heart and controls a massive amount of mana, so sooner or later she'll become an archmage, just like the heroine in the story. If that Jay goes all out to avenge her brother, even I would have a hard time getting out unscathed. Is the bond between them really that strong? Besides, that communication device can probably only send information. No updates. Kyle must still think Jay is suffering in pain. But that doesn't mean I can let him go. If only there was a way to tame this guy. Just then Kyle started to wake up. Adele got an idea and gave a wicked smile. "I've got it." So there is a way. Kyle groaned in pain and then woke up. Adele stood before him and asked, "You're awake?" Kyle looked all over his body, checking himself. Seeing that he was unharmed, he glared with suspicion. "Adele, what are you plotting?" Adele tilted his head, feigning confusion. "Plotting? I don't quite understand." He got angry and raised his voice. "I mean, why didn't you just kill me instead of waiting for me to wake up?" Adele replied nonchalantly, "It's true I was waiting. But I didn't expect you to think I did nothing during that time." With that, he pulled out Bale's parasitic poison and held it in front of him. Kyle backed away in fear. "That's..." Adele said with amusement. "So you recognize it?" Keel asked him. "You can control parasitic poison too." Adele nodded in reply. "That's right. This type of parasite is called twin poison. Just a small stimulus can kill the host. It only works properly when it parasitizes two people." Kyle jumped up and shouted, "Twin poison!" "What the hell did you do to me?" Wait, 2 people? Don't tell me, Adele continued. Yes, exactly as you're thinking. The other half is inside Jay. Her body is quite interesting. Her sensitivity to mana is too high, causing her heart to be unable to bear it. Thanks to that implanting, the parasite was as easy as pie. Although her condition is very rare, it's not incurable. Kyle, who was trembling with helplessness, suddenly sprang back to life when he heard Adele. So, Adele affirmed to Kyle, if it's me, I can cure it. Kyle yelled in disbelief. A brat like you, how can you do something that even the human archmages were powerless against? Adele replied with a smirk. Looks like you still haven't done your research on me. The parasite of the Bale family will devour the mana of its host, he demonstrated as he spoke. Adele calculated internally. Jay's heart can't handle that much mana, but the parasite will absorb it. Knowing so much about Jay, he's sure to submit. And he's even playing along with my act. What a useful guy. Kyle, rethinking, lowered his guard a little. I see. So that parasite is actually saving my sister. Getting the point, he got straight to it. What do you want? You wouldn't have said all this without killing us, unless you clearly want something from me. Adele didn't deny it, releasing a dense killing intent. That's right. But first he radiated it to threaten Kyle, making him tremble. I really don't like your attitude. Don't forget, both your life and your sister's are in my hands. Kyle, understanding, bowed his head in agreement. All right. Adele looked at Kyle, satisfied. He then stood up and began, I only want 2 things. Kyle looked at Adele curiously. 2 things. He presented what he wanted to Kyle. Send false information to the Royal Academy. With that device, say that Satan is planning to attack the 3rd year hero candidates at the Academy. Kyle, upon hearing this, refused. And you're actually planning to attack a different year. Right, I can't accept that. Adele quickly explained further. I know what you're worried about. Of course you're worried because Jay is at the Royal Academy. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, I will ensure Jay's safety. Hearing him say that, Kyle reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll send the false information as you said. And what is your second request? Adele gave a cold command, withdraw from this place. Kyle was stunned. You want me to leave Satan? Adele nodded. Yes. I need you to do something for me on the outside. Gather and report to me any news or rumors about secret realms in the demon world on a regular basis. Kyle agreed immediately without hesitation. All right, I will give you what you want. Seeing everything proceeding smoothly, Adele rejoiced internally. Just a little lie, and everything went more smoothly than expected. Once the false information is exposed, Kyle will be discarded anyway. Might as well use a spy's specialty to my advantage. Suddenly, Kyle spoke up. But I have one condition. Adele was a bit annoyed, but still asked, is this guy serious, even at this stage? Yeah, what condition? Kyle stated his terms seriously to Adele. Write a god-demon oath. If you refuse, then just go ahead and kill me and my sister. I don't care about you. Adele was stunned. What the demon god's oath? The demon god's oath is only used when making a life and death contract. If the contract is broken under the demon god's name, your life will be forfeit. It's extremely risky, but it will definitely keep Kyle in check. Kyle asked again, what will you do? Adele had no choice but to agree to Kyle's terms. All right, I accept. But inwardly, he was already scheming. If I secretly insert a clause or 2 into the contract, breaking it won't be too difficult. He asked Kyle, only a master mage can create something like that? Do you have one? Kyle simply said no. Adele was losing patience and sighed. You seem a bit overconfident. But Kyle just looked at Adele and said, someone like you can get one easily, can't you? He thought wearily, I knew it. In the end, I have to handle it myself. Of course a student wouldn't have one. Who could possibly have one? Suddenly he remembered someone. It could be Instructor Dobo. Then he decided he would try. All right, I'll try to get one today. Let's meet here early tomorrow morning, okay? And so the contract was formed. The 2 shook hands as a truce. Kyle quickly left looking resentful. Adele, on the other hand, had completed another step of his plan. He calculated happily. So I've acquired a useful slave. But this isn't enough. Even if I use Kyle's false intelligence to trick them, it's not certain I'll be able to do well on the midterms. At the Royal Academy, no matter how hard I try, my chances of success are close to 0. But I have to find a way to make it work. Scene changed to Instructor Dobo's office. He was engrossed in studying a certain book. Suddenly a noise made Dobo look up. Adele cheerfully poked his head in, smiling brightly at Dobo. Hello, Instructor. Dobo immediately stood up excitedly when he saw him. You really came just as you promised, Adele replied warmly. Of course, a promise is a promise. Dobo quickly invited him into the room. Come in, have a seat. Would you like some tea? Adele happily agreed. Then he observed everything in Dobo's room. Looks like you're not just interested in books, but rituals as well. Just as expected of a magic lab instructor. Dobo poured the tea and started a conversation with Adele. Thank you for coming. Not at all. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. But could you tell me why you needed me? Dobo pushed up his glasses and said evasively, it's a rather important matter. Adele understood. So there is something. Maybe I should test him a little. Then he stood up, pretending he was about to leave. If you're afraid I'll leak it. Dobo quickly took the bait, waving his hands. No, that's not it. It's just not something that's easy to share. Adele immediately probed Dobo. Well then, if you want, I can sign a demon god's oath with you. Dobo immediately agreed. Oh, if you do that, then of course I can tell you. At that moment, Adele knew for sure Dobo had what he needed. So there really is something. He just needed to snap his fingers to create the contract of the demon god that Adele needed. Then he handed it to Adele. Here it is. Adele was surprised. That's it. He took the contract and read it over. Adele will not declassify Dobo's research documents and will assist with the research until significant results are achieved. In return, Adele will receive... He asked Dobo suspiciously. You had this prepared already, didn't you? Caught in the act, instructor. Dobo could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. Ha ha. Adele read it again seriously. Let's see the terms. If during the research process it exceeds his capabilities, he may cease his assistance, and all compensation must be paid. Dobo quickly asked what Adele wanted. All right, so what would you like for compensation? Adele immediately named his price to Dobo. I want a demon god's contract and a few mana vials. 3 high-grade mana vials should do it. They restore mana completely upon use, so they are essential for me. Dobo immediately agreed. Done, it's cheaper than an elixir. Now you just need to sign. Adele took the contract back and asked, I just write my name here, right? But I'm curious, why did you choose me? Aren't there many students more talented than I am? Dobo explained with regret. Actually, I asked a few second and third year students for help, but most of them weren't helpful for my research. I even approached Samil from the first year, but he flatly refused, saying it was a hassle. Adele nodded as he signed. Yeah, that's Samil for you. After finishing, he handed the contract back to Dobo. Here you go. I'm getting used to this name without Asin in it. Then as Adele was about to hand the contract to Dobo, the paper immediately began to burn away. It then entered Adele's chest. Dobo, unsurprised, stood up and went to the shelf. Done. Let's start right away. Adele was stunned. So this is how the oath is made. Dobo gently pulled a book from the shelf. The bookshelf immediately moved to one side, creating a secret passage. Adele was amazed. I can't believe a place like this exists in Saitan. Do the headmaster and the other instructors know? Dobo went down first, inviting Adele to follow. Come in. This is it. A secret lab underground. Dobo walked to the shelf in the middle, introducing it to Adele. And this is the book I'm researching. Adele looked at the book and asked, this one? Dobo nodded. Yes. I believe it's an ancient artifact. Adele was surprised. An ancient book? It certainly looks like an ancient text. He opened the book and was even more surprised. There's no text at all. That's right, Dobo explained. As you can see, most of it is empty, but there's an inscription on the last page. Adele nodded and asked, so where did you get it? Dobo answered, I happened to find it in an abandoned house. I had some work in the western desert, and it was lying in the middle of the sands. Adele found it hard to believe. An abandoned house in the middle of a desert, Dobo surmised. Based on the large oasis nearby, there must have been the village there once. Adele found it increasingly hard to believe. So you're saying that except for the book and the ruins, the entire village vanished? Dobo could only assume so. For now, that's my only conclusion. Hearing Dobo say that, Adele became a little interested. How interesting. Can I see the sentence written on the last page? Of course. Dobo fully agreed. Because he loved having someone as curious as himself. Flowers seemed to bloom around Dobo. He adjusted his gloves and replied enthusiastically, Of course, that's precisely why I asked for your help. Then Dobo opened the last page of the book for Adele to see. Here, look. Adele was surprised. There really is an inscription. Dobo pleaded with Adele. Yes, but I can't decipher it at all. Can you figure out what it means? Adele was in a tough spot. How am I supposed to understand such strange writing? Dobo told Adele. Now you understand. Why the other top students failed, don't you? He asked Dobo curiously. So have you found anything in your research yet? But Dobo shook his head. No, not yet. Adele suggested another method. Well, then maybe there are clues near where the book was found. But Dobo immediately shot that idea down. Strangely, when I visited the nearby villages, no one knew about the ruins or the book. Adele started to worry. Trying to figure this out with no clues? This is going to be tough. What if I come away empty-handed? There must be a hint in that sentence. Adele stared intently at the ancient characters in the book. Suddenly, a strong surge of mana flowed out. Adele was startled. What? Why is my necklace reacting? Suddenly, the ancient text in the book began to move. Adele was astonished. The letters are moving. Am I seeing things? The characters are changing, so that I can read the law. After the characters rearranged themselves for Adele, making them easier to read, the light also gradually faded. The lines translated to having defied the law. What remains is a curse. Everything is fading away. The wise one refuses to believe it, until the clock stops. Adele stared at the book, confused. I can read it, but I don't understand it at all. Seeing the necklace react like this, it must be related to the demon god. Dobo looked at him and asked, "Is something wrong, Adele?" He immediately announced, "I've deciphered this sentence." Dobo was completely shocked. Huh. Adele began to tell Dobo, "This sentence is," but I still don't understand its full meaning. Dobo excitedly reviewed what Adele had just said, like a child. "Amazing, the syllables match up perfectly, just as I predicted. It seems to be related to the chaos attribute. Since this is a rare attribute, it definitely has research value." Suddenly, Dobo remembered himself and cleared his throat awkwardly. "I'll need to do more research to confirm, but for now this is a great discovery." Adele gave a weak smile. "Is that so?" Dobo replied gleefully, "Yes, perhaps. We'll have to search other areas as well. Look for similar relics or books." "Student Adele, that was more than enough." Adele quickly tried to take his leave. "I understand. In that case, I'll—" But Dobo interrupted, "Yes, I'll pay you right now." Adele was surprised. "You'll pay me right now?" Dobo nodded. "Yes, wait just a moment." Adele was happy. "The oath I can understand, but I thought the potion would take more time." He watched Dobo rummaging around to find the items for him. Where did I put it? Suddenly, Adele realized something. Wait a minute, if Dobo is also researching ancient texts or other relics. He looked at his necklace. The 3 circles on the pendant are glowing red. Due to the book's influence, once all 3 are colored, I have no idea what will happen. Maybe I should just give the necklace to Dobo. After all, I don't know how to use it anyway. But then he reconsidered. No, since it's related to the demon god, I have to keep it. Even though we're acquainted now, I still can't completely trust him. Dobo quickly gave the potion and the contract to Adele. "Here you go. I'll put it in a bag for you to carry easily." Adele politely took the items. "Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful." Dobo was also polite. "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Without you, I would have never been able to read it. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future." Adele happily accepted. "I'll help as much as I can." Before leaving, Dobo didn't forget to remind him. "Please don't tell anyone else about my research." Suddenly, Adele's expression changed and his tone shifted with Dobo. "Ah, that depends on your actions, instructor." Dobo was startled. "Wait, are you planning to break the contract?" He threatened Dobo back. "Isn't this research being conducted?" "Being conducted. Without the headmaster's permission. If you had followed the proper procedures and gotten Satan's approval, you wouldn't have needed to make a contract in secret like this." Seeing the panicked look on your face, "I know I guessed right. If this research gets out, I could even be expelled. But now that I'm involved in this, I'll support you to the end. I just need 1 mana potion. That's enough." Dobo, cowering, nodded. "All right." Then he told Adele honestly, "Right now this is all I have." "That's fine." "Thank you, sir. I'll be going now." Dobo asked Adele curiously, "By the way, what do you plan to use that oath for?" He left Dobo with a surprising answer. "To control a slave." The next afternoon, as planned, Adele went to the place where they had first met. Keel was already standing there waiting for him. "You're here." Adele greeted him cheerfully. "Long time no see." Kyle quickly showed his attitude. "Ha, don't give me that long time no see crap. Did you bring the oath?" Adele clicked his tongue. "It's no fun at all." Then he pulled out the contract. "Of course." "Now shall we draw up the contract?" Keel was surprised. "I didn't think you'd actually get it today," Adele retorted. "You're the one who told me to get it, so what's there to say? There's no turning back now. If you break your promise, you'd better be prepared. Now read the contents carefully and sign." Kyle read it over and agreed. "All right. I will swear by this pact. Adele will not pose any threat to Kyle or his sister. Jay, furthermore, Adele will prevent Jay's illness from recurring. Kyle must place Adele's orders above all else. In return, Adele shall not give Kyle any life-threatening missions." The contract quickly burned itself up and entered Kyle's body. Adele fumbled in his pocket. "With this, the contract is complete." He then handed Kyle a piece of paper. "This is the first order." Keel took it and touched the sphere. "Understood. We will send the false information. Just insert the paper into this slot, and the transmission will begin immediately. It also recharges automatically, so it can be used once a month." Adele watched carefully. "So that's how it's used. Interesting. Wow, to open a gate large enough for 1 person? It would require a considerable amount of mana and funds. It might be useful later." Kyle continued. "Once they think I've been taken down because of the false information, they won't continue to use this device. So sooner or later it will become useless." Adele was confused. "Taken down? Isn't this a mutual agreement?" Kyle sighed and stood up. "Think what you want." Adele quickly gave the second order. Only 1 more order left. "Kyle, starting today, you are to leave Satan. Gather all information about the demon world outside of Satan, like hidden lands, legends of noble demon families, lost history, and ancient relics. Start by finding the location of a nearby hidden land and information on the 7 deadly sins families. Send a report letters with your findings once every 2 weeks." Kyle immediately agreed. "Understood." Perhaps because he used to be a spy, he was really good at following orders. Quickly, Kyle held out his hand to Adele. He happily extended his hand back. I can't believe Kyle is the one initiating the handshake. Well then, I look forward to what you'll do in the future. But unexpectedly, Heel slapped his hand away and said, cut the crap about the future. Give me the money. If you want me to gather intelligence, I need funds. Adele jumped. Ah, right money. I didn't even think about that. I don't have much on me right now. He fumbled in his clothes. Wait a minute, let's ask the CRT for help. Then he gave Kyle a piece of paper with instructions. Just say my name and show them this, and even the Barut clan will help you. Don't ever open it on the way. Kyle took it to carry out his mission. Understood. I will set out today. I'll leave Satan as soon as I submit my withdrawal application. Adele praised, you move fast. Kyle left a disgruntled remark and left. Nothing makes me sicker than being surrounded by people crawling around like worms. Scene changed to Adele's classroom. The very next day, Kyle disappeared from Satan. As rumors of Kyle's withdrawal spread, my name was also briefly mentioned because of what happened in the cafeteria. Luna also suspects me. Oh, well, that makes sense. It happened right in the middle of a meal. But the real problem is the instructors, especially Az. He must have suspected something was wrong, but he can't touch me yet. The midterms are only a few days away. If they replace the class president now, it would cause obvious chaos. Idea spoke up. Hello, students. Then she began her announcement. Students, the midterm exams will begin in 3 days. There are 4 subjects: weapon techniques, human studies, magic, and practical training. The most important subject is the practical exam. The practical exam, on the last day of the midterms, will be an invasion of a human school, the Royal Academy. In 3 days, it finally begins, so we've finally made it here. Now the main act of the original story officially begins. The demon race invades the Royal Academy, and humanity rises to stop them. In the midst of this chaos, many antagonists will reveal themselves, and fierce clashes will begin. Fran jumped up excitedly. First place in the midterms will definitely be mine. The whole class got excited along with her. If it's Fran, she can definitely do it. Kill the class president, finish them off. Fran, encouraged, became even more boastful. Bow before me. Adele watched the class with a troubled expression. Is killing really necessary? It seems the whole class has been brainwashed. Then he heard others whispering behind him. So, this really is an invasion of the human world. After everything we've endured, I will definitely get my revenge. He started to think worriedly. The thought of fighting the humans who murdered their families has everyone agitated, more so than trembling with fear or worry. If things go exactly as they did in my novel, then Class A will be completely wiped out during the midterms. But there's still hope. Until now, I've distorted countless past events. I bribed Kyle to spread false information to the Royal Academy and saved Luna, the person she loves, from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible. But at the very least I can prevent my class from being annihilated. If I can do that, I'll be praised endlessly as the class president. And I'll also earn the trust of Az. As an added bonus, I'll get another chance to enter the Satan Armory. The goal for this midterm is to survive and get a high score. I have to give it my all, as if my life depends on it. Zine appeared from somewhere and looked at him. Hey, long time no see. Adele forced a smile and greeted her back. Yes, my lady. It feels like it's been a very long time. It's probably been a few months since we last met. He thought fearfully, she's really angry. Zine exuded a resentful aura and said, yeah, because you kept avoiding me. Adele thought nervously. She just kept asking me to train together and I kept avoiding her. Then suddenly she calls for me right before the midterms. I understand why she's angry, but why are you two always together? Diana greeted him. Hello, I'm Diana. Adele looked at her, sweating bullets. They say the more you try to avoid bad relationships, the more they stick to you. I really don't know what to do here. Seeing Adele's silence, Diana leaned in and teased him. Aren't you going to say hello back? That would hurt my feelings, you know. Not realizing what he was doing, he quickly bowed and greeted her back. I am PC Adele. It's an honor to meet someone of such noble lineage as you. Diana smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Zine spoke up, annoyed. Skip the greetings. Tell me, why have you been avoiding me all this time? And now you suddenly want to spar? He started to make up an excuse, because I felt guilty. Zine was curious. About what? He put on a pained expression, shedding crocodile tears. As your bodyguard, I failed to protect you, and that has truly been tormenting me. Sob, sob. Seeing him say that, Zine immediately blushed and said loudly, Stop whining like a Cerberus. He continued to feign being hurt. You don't understand my feelings at all. So short-tempered. But inwardly he was gritting his teeth. Damn it! Do I really have to resort to that? Then he pulled out a mana vial and offered it to Zine. That's right. And to atone, I've brought a gift for you, my lady. Diana was surprised. What is it? Is this a mana recovery potion? Adele nodded. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get. Diana excitedly put an arm around Zine, persuading her. I heard they're really rare since the war, Zine. Take this and forgive him, okay? Adele thought to himself, returning kindness for resentment, huh? Thanks, Diana. But Zine sulkily pushed Diana's hand away, refusing. Get off me, I don't need this stuff. Seeing that this method wasn't working either, Adele worried she's really mad. Then he quickly exaggerated his story, recounting it to her tragically. Actually, I was being bullied by the other students for being a half-demon, so I kept my distance, afraid that I would cause trouble for you, Lady Zine. He knelt down to apologize. If that hurt you, I am sincerely sorry. I apologize, my lady. Adele silently hoped, please, let this work. Diana quickly chimed in. You really care about Zine. You're a good bodyguard. Thanks to that, Zine's mood improved and she smiled, but she still refused the gift. I haven't accepted it yet. Adele took the opportunity to fumble for the mana vial again to give to Zine. Huh, so you mean you'll accept the potion? Zine immediately turned her face away. I told you I'm not hurt. Diana went over and poked her cheek. She teased Zine, good for our little lady. Looks like everything's going smoothly. The grumpy Zine pushed Diana away. Don't talk to me. The more she was pushed away, the more interested Diana became. She kept clinging to her. Zine, you're too stiff, I'm serious. If you could just fix that, you'd be perfect. Adele was surprised. I never knew Diana had this side to her. Then Zine drew her sword and pointed it at Adele. Well then, how about a sparring match? It's been a while. Adele was immediately willing. Suddenly, Diana stepped up to stop them. Wait. Then she whispered to Zine, Zine, show your bodyguard your new move. Adele was startled. New move? So during the time we haven't seen each other, you learned something. As she finished speaking, Zine's aura flared up all over her body. Watch closely. A large amount of aura surrounded Zine. Adele was surprised. What an intense aura, it's incredible. Zine's sword quickly turned a darker shade. All the aura was concentrated at the tip of the blade. Adele was surprised. The mana is gathering at the sword's point, making it turn black. Don't tell me that's the Gomchill sword. It's almost at the realm of sword aura, a level that only expert-level human knights can reach. Usually demons only condense mana into their weapons or bodies to execute techniques. You have to refine the mana until it's thinner than paper. I can't believe she can do it. Truly worthy of a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. But the sword is only half covered in aura, Adele said with a hint of regret. It's still not quite complete, is it? Zine nodded. Yeah. I have to push my concentration to its absolute limit. He also drew his sword to get to work. Well then, shall we have a match? Bring it on. Adele analyzed cautiously. I'm not sure about the power of Gomchill. I guess I'll test it with a regular dagger. He dashed towards Zine and swung. Zine quickly parried and instantly went on the offensive, slashing her sword horizontally. Startled, Adele bent backward to dodge the blow, then stumbled back a bit. He eagerly advanced again. With enhanced vision, I can see all of Zine's movements. I can handle this. But Zine immediately re-entered her Gomchill state, shattering Adele's sword in a single strike. He was stunned. She executed Gomchill in the blink of an eye. Then, he exclaimed in amazement, Is Gomchill really this strong? Zine replied confidently, Of course. Gianna spoke up. A noble lady being stronger than her bodyguard. That's not something you see every day. Zine is truly amazing. Isn't she? What's this? Are you blushing? That's so not like you, Zine. Suddenly, Gianna's eyes began to glow. She observed Adele intently. But the more I look, the stranger it seems. Something so ordinary yet so extraordinary. What is it? I'm so curious. Adele immediately became wary of Gianna. One of the abilities Gianna possesses is observation. It allows her to see even the tiniest hairs on her opponent's body. Opponent! I can't believe the successor to the Demon King is this interested. How should I respond? Perhaps I should keep a certain distance. She could become my greatest enemy. With that thought, he immediately unleashed his killing intent, directing it at Gianna as a warning. Gianna smirked, intrigued. He was even more shocked. She's smiling. Most people would be scared or tense when faced with killing intent. Is this the composure of the strong? Suddenly, Zine spoke up. What are you curious about? Gianna immediately ignored Adele and turned to tease Zine again. I just find Zine's swordsmanship more and more interesting. Adele, having dodged a bullet, breathed a sigh of relief. She falls for it so easily. He turned to look at Zine. I'm curious too. How do you perform Gomchill? Zine held up her sword and explained. You have to get used to it. It feels like you're filling the sword from the inside out. Adele nodded. I see. Haha, no wonder they're called the elites. We should probably end our training session here. I need to study too. Zine gave her permission. Yeah, let's do that. He asked Lady Zine, Are your preparations for the midterm exam going well? She gave a satisfied smile and replied, Perfectly. Adele watched Zine with relief. That confident look in her eyes. The timing of the first midterm doesn't overlap with when the main character obtains the arrogant eyes. In other words, Zine will pass this midterm, but it's very likely that the Class A students, including myself, will die. He excused himself. Well then, good luck, my lady. Gianna and Zine also said their goodbyes and left. You too. Take care. Before leaving, Gianna turned back to look at him, mouthing, See you later. Adele was startled. Looks like I'm a target again. Scene changes back to the dorms. Adele is feeding Ass's bird. He was in a somber mood and confided in it. I have to say, finally, the midterm exam starts today. I guess Az made you work. Without feeding you again. I'm about to take an exam, so eat up. Anyway, I studied all night for today's human studies test, but I still don't get any of it. Someone who writes stories like me, how can I not understand human studies? Well, I used to cram back in the day, so I should have enough to pass. Oh well. The moment I walked into class, I couldn't remember a single thing. Luna approached Adele worriedly and asked, Adele, you're not pushing yourself too hard, are you? Your face looks... Adele replied wearily to Luna. This is nothing, Lady Luna. Are you well prepared? Luna answered timidly, I'm a little nervous, but I won't fail. Adele nodded, I see. What about you, Vayon? Vayon said pompously. Humph, why bother with theory? As long as I do well in the practical part, I'll be fine. Ho ho ho, after all, first place will be mine. Adele looked at Vayon and thought, if I want to increase our survival rate by even 1%, I can't afford to be careless anywhere. I need to teach her a lesson in discipline. Soon the written exam took place. The instructor walked in and announced, all right, everyone to your seats. Put your textbooks away. Anyone caught cheating will be thrown out. Adele focused on the test. Thanks to cramming and my amusement and focus traits, this is going more smoothly than I thought. What do you think of humans? But this question, it's not multiple choice, it's an essay. And there's no point value attached. What do I think of humans? If we're talking about Adele, his family was crushed by humans, so the answer is pretty obvious. Humans and demons, the one who created them both, is also their father. It's hard to write something definitive. Something feels off. But I guess I should just write the answer that Satan would want. The bell rang. The instructor also announced, time's up. Hand in your tests. The next test, second period, is the weapon skills test, as was the instructor this time. Before starting, he laid out the requirements. Today's test is a one-on-one combat match. You will use your full true strength. Whether it's magic or weapons, bring out your best. However, avoiding the fight out of fear will not be tolerated. Come up in the order I call your names. Adele, anxious thought. This is intense. So they're fighting for real, as if it's a real battle. The test had only just begun, but Vayon and the others were already trembling too much to stand. Most of the students were defeated in the blink of an eye. Adele watched as and thought, he's really not holding back. No one can last more than a few seconds. They're dropping like flies, as is only using his fists, and yet they can't even touch him. Az yelled, next Samir, step up, give it your all. Samir immediately flared his aura in response. Yes, sir, he yelled, and his power grew with it. Then he charged madly at Az. He laughed with amusement. Looks like I'll have to use a little effort. I'll give you a proper response. Then he coated his entire sword in aura. Adele was astonished. A different Gom chill from Zine's, his is red. It must be the fire attribute. With just a few simple slashes, Az nullified all of Samir's techniques. He was immediately put on the defensive so strong. As expected of Instructor Az, even after executing that, he's perfectly stable. Samir knew he had to try harder, using all his strength to launch another attack. But Az was even more amused. The blade seems to have become bloodthirsty, recovering so quickly. Truly admirable. He moved with incredible speed, appearing in front of Samir. Then he punched him in the stomach. Samir immediately threw up water, as asked, still want to continue? Samir, trembling all over, still struggled to fight back. A monster appeared right behind Az and bit into his shoulder. Az easily tore it apart like a piece of paper. Been getting a lot of shoulder injuries lately. A surprise attack, huh? A clever move. Samir couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Az ordered for Samir to be taken out of the arena. Then he looked at Adele. Next, step up, Adele. Adele, knowing full well what was coming, looked right back at Az. Adele stepped forward and stood opposite Az. Az said impatiently, begin. Adele was a bit tense. That killing intent is terrifying. Even though he's not planning to kill me, he's definitely planning to take at least an arm. Or a leg. Az held out his sword, gesturing, come at me with everything you've got. Suddenly Adele spoke up. Please wait a moment. Az asked him back, do you need more time to prepare? Adele made his request without hesitation. There is something I wish to see. Az was curious. Making such a request to the examiner. What is it you want me to show you? Adele said with a smile. I want to see you wield the sword aura covering your blade from the very beginning. Az's voice became stern. Sword aura is not something that you can imitate. Just by seeing it once, you have to truly grasp it. But Adele replied confidently, no. If you just show me once, I think I can feel it. Seeing Adele's bravado, Az didn't refuse and got down to business. You've got guts. All right, I'll show you once. Watch closely. In the blink of an eye, red mana condensed and enveloped the blade. Az let out a challenging snort. You think you can do it? Undeterred, Adele drew his dark fang. Thank you for showing me. Then he gave a smile, copying Az's way of channeling aura. This isn't something that can be used, just by understanding it in your head. In that case, I'll stop thinking and entrust everything to my talent. Adele took a deep breath and poured all his mana into the sword's tip. In the few short seconds he watched as Adele was able to do it, he rejoiced internally. It worked. It's turning black, Dark Fang. Even though the blade is already black, I can still feel the difference. Unfortunately, I can't infuse my chaos attribute into it yet. If I could, it would have turned gray. Adele looked at Az confidently. What do you think, sir? Better than expected. Az broke into a crazed smile. I acknowledge your talent. The mana covering Adele's sword quickly dissipated. He was disappointed. Still too much for me. I could only maintain it for 5 seconds, but it was still worth a try. Putting the thought aside, Adele got into a fighting stance. I'm starting now. Az yelled excitedly, good, come at me. The recently defeated Samir sat obediently on the side watching the match. The two quickly clashed, creating large shockwaves. Adele moved swiftly, constantly on the attack. He gave a thrilled smile, charging like a wild beast. Az easily blocked. Adele's thrust and taunted him. You only channel sword aura when you swing. It looks like you're just putting on a show. Then Az lightly swung his sword, knocking Adele back. While in midair, Adele targeted Az's sword and used position swap 2. Target acquired. In an instant, Adele was right next to Az. He bent backwards, dodging Adele's blow, then brought his knee up. Adele quickly brought his arms up and curled into a defensive stance. To ensure his safety, he quickly assessed the situation. He dropped his sword. This is my chance. Then he used Dark Fang Black Sword Triple Slash, attacking Az continuously from above. But Az wasn't flustered. He braced himself. This is nothing. Then he used mana to surround his body, creating a shield that shattered Adele's attack. Adele was amazed. Such a large build, yet his reflexes and aura shield are extraordinary. Even my black sword can't touch him. He's nothing short of a monster. Az clenched his fist and charged, intending to give Adele a beating. But just as Adele's head was about to be crushed, he surrendered. Az stopped in surprise. What? I told you. Running away is not allowed. The entire class watched, stunned. Adele quickly explained. Both arms I used to block are injured, and I'm completely out of mana, so I can't fight anymore. He playfully thought to himself, getting injured right before the practical exam is just a disadvantage for me. There's no need for that. Although I also surrendered just to piss him off. Az turned away annoyed. Fine, go back to your seat, Adele said politely. Thank you for your understanding. But Az was extremely irritated by this. He yelled, stop your nonsense. The next moment, Adele looked at him, not daring to say a word. I'm so scared I don't dare open my mouth. But after that fight, the whole class started to see Adele differently. Everyone was buzzing. Did he just draw with the instructor? No way. Even though he's a half-demon, the class president is still the class president. Adele smirked to himself. Everything is going exactly as I planned. I grabbed their attention with flashy attacks, while Az looked like he couldn't do anything. During the practical exam, I have to be the clear pillar of the class. If Vayan leads like in the original story class, I will be wiped out. Suddenly, Samir approached and asked out of nowhere, why is that? Adele turned to look at Samir, confused. You recover fast. But what are you talking about? Samir continued to yell, I'm asking why. Adele put his sword away and replied, well, I ran out of mana, and I have no stamina left, so I surrendered. But Samir raised his voice. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking why you're so strong. Adele, not wanting to talk much, gave a vague answer, guess I was born with it. Samir asked suspiciously, is that all? Adele shrugged. Well, do I really need another reason? Samir looked at Adele with contempt. Unbelievable. To think that someone like you is naturally strong. Feeling insulted, Adele got angry and shot back bluntly. Hey, you little brat. Weren't you also born into a decent family? And use your power like it's nothing. Samir immediately flew into a rage, unleashing his aura. What, you useless brat? Watch your mouth. The two faced each other, full of anger. But Samir quickly retracted his aura. He cursed at Adele and walked away. What a piece of trash. Adele was resentful and annoyed. Comes out of nowhere and starts a fight. I'm worried he won't follow my orders properly. During the midterm exam, Bayon walked over and scolded Adele. Why in the world are you behaving like this? Adele explained the situation again. Samir was the one who started it. Bayon spoke up. That's not the point. It's true that Samir treats you badly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking his family. Adele was confused. Just because I mentioned his family, compared to him looking down on me for being a half-demon? Vayan sighed helplessly. So you really don't know. Samir Locke is the head of the Gluttony clan. Adele was shocked. A first-year student. Who just enrolled as the head of a clan? No way. Just as I thought. That kid's family was wiped out a long time ago. So that's it. No wonder whenever his family is mentioned, he reacts like that. Vayan angrily unleashed her aura and explained, during the war between humans and demons, all of his blood relatives were slaughtered by humans. And Samir became this clan head only because he was the sole survivor. Now do you understand why I scolded you? Adele thought to himself. Originally, Adele's family was also wiped out. But since I took over his body, I haven't felt the anger or the true sorrow of Adele. But Samir isn't like me. He must have witnessed it firsthand and experienced that tragedy himself. I always thought that the clan's annihilation was just a setting in the story. I never expected the characters in my novel to be so alive and have such real emotions. Adele, getting the hint, said, "From now on, I'll be more careful." Seeing Adele say this, Vayan gently let it go. "Remember that. I'm leaving." He cheerfully wished Vayan, "Yeah, good luck on your test." Vayan laughed haughtily, "Ho ho. A mere slave worrying about me? This is just a piece of cake. Just sit there and watch." As yelled, "Vayan, get out here now." Adele watched her and started to think differently. I thought she was all just empty words, but it turns out she has a serious side like this. But his thoughts were immediately shattered when he heard Vayan's pleading voice during her fight with Az. "Calm down. Please spare me." He thought with a forced smile, "I should just go prepare for the next test." The third test was on stealth and magic theory. Stealth is my specialty, so there's nothing to discuss. And most of the magic theory is familiar, so it's not difficult. At the end of the test, the instructor advised, "All right, you all did well. Remember to rest well before you enter the practical exam." Adele collapsed onto his desk in relief. This was definitely the easiest test so far. I might even get a near-perfect score on the magic part. But the remaining practical exam is the real problem. No matter how well I did before, if I die during the practical exam, everything will be for nothing. I can do this. Right, just thinking about the practical exam makes my stomach churn. Suddenly, a shadow approached. Vayan asked Adele, "Did you do well on the magic test?" He sat up and answered wearily, I think I did okay." "What about you, Vayan?" Vayan laughed loudly, acting mysterious. "Ho ho, take a guess." It didn't take Adele long to figure it out. "Judging by your expression, you must have done very well. In your specialty magic, right? If I don't play along, she'll bother me all day. I guess you must have gotten a perfect score." Vayan thought one thing, but Adele said another. "But I'm sure you failed miserably on the weapon test, so what's there to brag about?" Vayan silently processed what Adele said, then grabbed him by the collar angrily. "What did you just say, you little brat?" Adele said awkwardly, "My mistake. I was so worried about the practical exam that I misspoke. Sorry." Suddenly, a strange boy walked into the classroom. "Hello, Class A." Adele was startled to realize it was Baton. He walked over to Adele and greeted him. "Looks like you're doing well." Adele gave a forced greeting back. "Long time no see, Lord Baton." But he had no idea why Baton suddenly appeared here. He smiled cheerfully at him. "Haha, so you still remember me? I appreciate that." But he immediately noticed Adele's power and released his aura. And it seems you've gotten stronger than the last time I saw you." Adele was not to be outdone. He immediately released his own aura in response. "Thanks for the compliment." He was tired of one person after another, targeting him for a fight. But Baton quickly retracted his aura and got to the point. "I'd love to test my strength against you, but I have other things to do today, so it can't be helped." Vayan started a friendly conversation with Baton. "You're the child of envy. Right, I remember seeing you during the entrance exam. This is the first time we've met again since that day." Baton also greeted her warmly. "And you must be Vayan?" She nodded happily in reply. "That's right." Baton offered, "I need to go somewhere." "Will you come with me?" Vayan arrogantly asked back. "Are you ordering me around?" Baton explained the meeting to Vayan. "This time, the class presidents are gathering for a meeting. Since the headmaster will also be attending, you must also participate." Adele was skeptical. "A meeting?" Vayan replied to Baton naively. "But I'm not the class president." Baton was surprised. "You're not the class president." Vayan crossed her arms and introduced him proudly. It's true, the class president is my subordinate." "This person is the real class president." Baton looked at Adele, stunned. "What?" He immediately became excited, his aura flaring as if he wanted to pounce on Adele right then and there. "You're the class president. I really want to fight you right now. Are you free?" Adele broke out in a sweat and cursed Baton internally. "This psycho!" Then he quickly stood up and changed the subject. "Since we need to attend the class president's meeting, it's better if we do it another time. Lead the way!" Baton clicked his tongue resentfully, having to let it go. "All right, follow me." "Vayan, you should come along too." Vayan didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. "I am the master of the class president, so it should be the class president following me." Baton couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha! You guys sure know how to put on a ridiculous show. Fine. All right, let's go." Vayan excitedly gestured to Adele, "Follow me." Adele watched the scene between these two and worried for his own fate. Oh my God. Seriously. The three of them quickly made their way to the meeting room. Adele asked Baton curiously, "By the way, what's the reason for this class president meeting?" Baton mumbled in reply, "It's to divide up the territories. You all know the midterm exam? This time is about invading the human world." "Right." Adele immediately understood. "I see, so this is a meeting to decide which class attacks which place." Baton was a little surprised. "Oh, You caught on quick. No wonder you were chosen as the class president. Even though you're just a half-demon class president, it seems you're still better than those who only have strength, but are empty-headed, he said as he grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. We're here. Scene changed to inside the meeting room. Currently including Veon Baton and Adele, who had just arrived. The meeting room was filled with all the class presidents. Present were the Class C president, Gianna and Zine. Seeing Adele walk in, Zine was confused. Why is Adele here? Class D President Guga. Class B President iPhone. Class E President Baton. Reporting in. Everyone is present, Headmaster. Lucian, sitting in the center, welcomed them warmly. Come in. Class A President. Adele Zine. Zine was startled when she heard the headmaster. Adele is the class president. Everyone else immediately turned their gazes towards Adele. What? He's the class president. Adele gave a forced smile and replied, Yes, thank you for calling me. Gianna whispered to Zine, Flower Guard, you're pretty impressive. Seeing Zine, Adele immediately grew anxious. Come to think of it, I never told Zine that I was the class president. This is going to be tough to explain later. Lucian quickly announced, Since everyone is here, shall we begin? Please take your seats. But Guga had no intention of accepting Adele's participation in the meeting. She immediately started causing trouble. How ridiculous. A half-demon as a class president, and that fool standing behind him. He's not worthy of the title 7 Deadly Sins. He's probably been kicked out of the president's chair already. Even a passing Cerberus would laugh at this meeting full of insects. Am I wrong, iPhone? Seeing Guga, fuming, Veon quietly agreed, Well, you're not entirely wrong. Being targeted directly, iPhone unconsciously pouted, his eyes welling up with tears. Adele could also feel the bizarre atmosphere in the meeting room. He wondered, is this a meeting or a trap? Guga shot a hateful glare at Adele, continuously insulting him. You better get the hell out of my sight, you damn half-breed. Adele wasn't about to back down. He quickly went on the defensive. He scanned his surroundings with high alert. Enemies on all sides. I only followed Baton into the meeting room. This is so messed up. Even the headmaster is implicitly allowing this. Did they set this whole thing up to test? If I'm qualified, if that's the case, then I need to show them something. Seeing Adele remain silent, Guga lost her patience and yelled, Are you deaf? Words weren't working. She grabbed Baton's head, intending to crush it, but he instantly knocked her hand away. Guga staggered and drew her sword. Without hesitation, she thrust it at Guga's neck. Guga immediately hardened her body to block his attack. But Adele was one step ahead, summoning multiple dark fangs that surrounded Guga. Guga refused to accept being at a disadvantage. She furiously cursed, You cocky bastard! Guga further hardened her entire body to break Adele's sword strike. Adele seized the opportunity, swift as a flash, ducking down and charging under Guga. Guga clenched her fist, gathering mana into it, wanting to beat Adele to a pulp. She screamed, wanting to smash Adele's head, but the more Adele fought, the more fired up he got. He couldn't help but grin with excitement. Channeling his aura into the sword, he slashed at Guga's forearm, inflicting significant damage. Guga cried out in pain. Zine realized with astonishment that Adele had used an aura blade to deal with Guga. Not stopping there, he grabbed Guga by the chin, then aimed straight for her eye and thrusted. Just at the moment, the blade was only millimeters from Guga's eye. Lucian spoke up, stopping the fight. That's enough, stop! Everyone back to your seats. Adele complied, slowly sheathing his sword. He then tucked it back into his coat. He asked Lucian, Are you satisfied now? She flashed a bright, satisfied smile at Adele and replied, That will suffice, Adele. Please sit next to Eisen. Guga, who had been hit, sat on the floor, seething and cursing under her breath. Damn it! Baton watched the fight with amusement. Oh, stronger than I thought. Bayan also had a moment of pride. Just as expected of my slave. The battle between Adele and Guga left everyone completely stunned. Even Gianna praised him, very impressive. Truly Zine's guard. But Zine wasn't too happy to find out. Adele had yet another skill she didn't know about. Lucian immediately got to the main point. All right, now that we're settled, let's start the meeting. There is only one reason I've called you all here. It is to assign each class a sector, to invade the human world for the practical exam. Adele curiously asked for more details about Lucian's wishes. I've heard about this, but I'd like to know how the division will be done exactly. Lucian created a glowing cube in her hand. Then she said, It's better to see it directly than to hear about it. The cube radiated light and transformed into a giant 2D map. Zine was surprised. This is a map. Lucian nodded. That's right. But you all know. This isn't an ordinary map, is it? Adele answered. It's a map of the 6 realms of humanity. Lucian smiled with satisfaction. Hey, correct. She continued. Actually, I was hoping Class A would attack here. But it seems I underestimated the class president. That is the Royal Academy. So I've decided to give you a more difficult mission. Adele was stunned. A growing sense of unease crept over him. Attacking the Royal Academy. That's probably the most dangerous mission in the human world. And you're going to give us something even harder. Is there something I don't know, Lucian? Explained. According to information from our spies, one of the freshman classes in the human world. We'll be having an outdoor lesson, attacking a secret realm. After hearing Lucian, Adele immediately understood. Ah, I see. It's just attacking a freshman class far from the school. So you think that will be easier. Basically, freshmen are the weakest. But the problem is... Lucian waved her hand, presenting her idea. So wouldn't it be better for Class A to attack the city area instead of the Royal Academy? Vayon stood up excitedly, agreeing. That's right, those flies are nothing. Our class should attack the capital. Adele didn't agree right away and considered it carefully. The spies don't know the timing yet, but the protagonists' group is far beyond the children of the 7 deadly sins. Their true nature will be revealed in the joint battle at the Royal Academy after the midterms. And in the class we have to attack. There's one of the protagonists' teammates. If we have to fight aside from Gianna's and Baton's classes, any other class will be wiped out. Which location would yield the best result if chosen? The area the area I have to go to is... After careful consideration, Adele made his decision. Class A will attack one of the freshman classes of the Royal Academy. Vayon couldn't accept it and started to make a scene. What the hell? We should go to the capital. Guga seized the opportunity to mock him. Humph, a half-breed is still just a half-breed, I see. Getting cold feet because of some lowly humans. Adele was no longer the meek person he was when they first met. He clapped back. Guga, I should have gouged out one of your eyes earlier. Then you wouldn't be able to look me in the eye right now. Guga flew into a rage, jumping up and calling Adele a bastard. But Lucian quickly intervened, then asked Adele, stop. Why did you choose the easy place? I thought for sure you'd say you would take on the capital, Lucian thought to herself. They don't know yet that there's a member of the protagonist's team in that class, and that is the worst possible opponent. Even so, I have to take the risk and go there, because the elixir is there. Normally, the protagonist's teammate would absorb it, but I have to get it at all costs. He answered Lucian. The reason is because of my special ability. She was curious. Special ability. He explained, yes, first I have outstanding assassination skills, but there's no reason to cause a commotion in a city full of humans. And in the capital, most areas are very crowded. So leading dozens of people on an assassination is obviously too risky. Of course, killing all the witnesses would solve that problem. Lucian was completely satisfied with Adele's explanation. I see, better than I expected. You understand both the human world's terrain and your own strengths. If that's the case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned the freshmen of the Royal Academy. With Lucian's permission, Adele bowed his thanks. He stood up, making an excuse to leave. Then I'll be going first to inform my teammates. In his heart, Adele really wanted to leave quickly, before the headmaster changed her mind. He turned and called to Fran. Let's go, Fran. He also agreed, dazed, and so the classroom went from 8 people down to 6. iPhone couldn't help but praise Adele through Zine. Impressive. You're a guard for the Bale family, right? You did well finding someone like him. Zine didn't care about what iPhone was saying, lost in her own thoughts. What Adele just showed was definitely an aura blade. But not long ago, he couldn't even manifest an aura blade. How did he do it? Adele was always good at hiding things. What is this? This pang in my heart? Baton was also full of interest in Adele. In the entrance exam, he was only slightly strong, but he's developing incredibly fast. This really makes me want to fight him. Lucian looked out the window thinking, now I understand why. The instructor told us to be careful with Adele. He defeated one of the children of the 7 deadly sins, so to prove his strength, he could have chosen a difficult area, but instead he chose to act cautiously. She unconsciously gave a wicked smile. His judgment and skills are both extraordinary. Too promising a seed to eliminate just because of Ace's warning. If raised well, he could become the perfect hunting dog for the House of Sussen. But if he can't be tamed, then the only option is the same as the 6 human clans. Meanwhile, Adele hurried back to class to report to everyone. Finally, tomorrow is the practical exam. I have to prepare thoroughly. Scene changed to the assembly hall at Satan Academy. All the students had gathered to prepare for the exam. Everyone was excited for the upcoming confrontation with the enemy. I heard our class is going to kill the human hero. I heard our target is the enemy's clan. This is going to be sick. Let's show those humans the power of class. Unlike everyone else, Adele was busy formulating various plans for this trip. We've spread false information that will attack the third-year dorms, so the Academy's instructors at the Empire will be stationed nearby. Therefore, only one instructor will escort the first years out. If I'm right, the instructor accompanying them will be a 5th circle mage. My goal is to hunt down and finish that person. Facing the protagonist's companion is already difficult, so we have to deal with that instructor first. And after that, I have to get the elixir from that secret place. Now the headmaster will say a few words. As shouted, all students be silent. Lucian stepped up to the podium. She began her speech. Cadets, right now the war begins. You will face the very beings who murdered your parents, siblings, and friends. Among those living at Satan, not a single one has overcome that pain, and all of you here have witnessed it. The sight of them tearing us away from those connected to us. Forever while you were powerless to do anything. You could only hold the corpses of your loved ones and weep, those cowardly humans. Mocked us and tried to defile the corpses of your families. But now it is our turn to hunt those people. After hearing Headmaster Lucian's speech, all the students erupted with a resounding fighting spirit. Adele, standing in line, also felt the weight of Lucian's words. This scene feels insane. The headmaster's speech has boosted the students' morale to its peak. Lucian unleashed a power blessing all the students present. Adele watched in amazement at the spreading aura of Lucian. I can't believe she can bless so many people at once. She's a true monster. Facing her as an enemy would be terrifying. After that, the instructors performed their role of guiding their students. We will be boarding that train, so please proceed in an orderly fashion. And do not push. All the students quickly boarded the train. An announcement echoed. This is the train bound for the space station. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming impact. Adia reminded the students, we should arrive in about an hour. Please rest comfortably until then. Adele had no time to rest. He was lost in his thoughts again. A space station? To teleport so many students. By warping space. It must have cost hundreds of sacred stones. But in the later parts of the story, more and more gates connecting to the human world appear. And in the end, the two worlds are reborn as a single space. Suddenly, Luna offered food in front of him, asking, Adele? Want some of this? It's delicious, dear jerky. Adele happily took the food from Luna. Ah, thanks, I'll have some. He immediately dismissed his deep thoughts. Right, forget about the merging and all that. The present is what matters. Luna asked excitedly, It's good, right? Adele popped a piece in his mouth and praised, Munch. Yeah, it's delicious. Then he opened his status window again to check. My status, race half-demon. Alignment chaotic. Talent, position swap 2. Traits, amusement focus killing intent darkness mana control. Arrogant eyes telekinesis. Mana 1381. He looked at his mana stats sadly and complained. My mana is still so lame. Even though I've been practicing mana cultivation intensely every night before bed, this is all I've achieved. I really need that elixir. Luna asked unexpectedly. But what are you thinking about so deeply? However, Adele was busy reviewing his powers, not paying attention to Luna. I guess my telekinesis ability has gotten a little better. He immediately used his power on Luna, startling her. Huh, my body suddenly. Then he lowered Luna down again, leaving her confused. She didn't understand at all. Adele continued to think. I can only lift Luna a few centimeters, but that's enough to be useful in a real fight. My telekinesis ability, above all, I must never neglect it, and must continue to evolve it. Because in the end, it becomes a transcendent power, so natural that it's considered its own entity. Because it allows for the control of gravity. Well, more or less the check is done. But there's still one thing that bothers me. The Night Orders of the 6 great families. It's possible that I might run into the same Night Order that tried to kill me before. In the original story, Theo reports to his superiors that Adele fell off a cliff and died. But I didn't fall off any cliff. I went to the demon world with the identity of a traitor from the Ozan family. So Theo had no choice but to assume that I died there. Of course, Headmaster Lucian would also believe that through her spies. However, it doesn't hurt to be careful. I should at least find a mask to cover my face. The train suddenly lurched. An announcement. We will be arriving at our destination shortly. Then it quickly came to a stop. Everyone disembarked one by one. At the meeting point, there was already a giant gate to transport them to their destination in the human world. Adele looked in awe at the massive number of mana stones before him. Whoa, they're all mana stones? Just selling one of those would earn enough gold to live for a year, using so many for a gate in just one go. What a waste. If they had waited a little longer, they could have teleported using the 7 space gates for much cheaper. Idea stepped forward and instructed, all right, all of you, I'm sure you have some idea where this place is. Right before we depart, each of you should take one of these items. Adele was surprised to receive an item from the instructor. Huh, this is a mask, perfect timing. I was wondering where to find one. Instructor. Idea put one on and explained the mask's function. This mask has been enchanted with a detection reduction spell. It will help seal your identities. But those wearing this mask will still be able to recognize each other. So don't worry. Class president, try it on. All the other students too. Adele and everyone else immediately put on the masks to test them. He tried on the mask and looked around. Oh, the vision is better than I thought. I really like it. Idea asked, how is it? Can you see clearly? Adele replied with satisfaction. Yes, it's more effective than I expected. She chuckled and handed him another item. Heh, take this too. Adele took it and asked curiously, what is this? Idea explained, it's a ration. Eating one of these bars a day is enough for a whole day. No other meals needed. I used to eat them often during battles. Adele nodded in understanding, but then Idea whispered to him. The taste. It's like a mix of dirt and insect guts. No matter what, eat 1 bar a day. Got it. Adele followed her instructions with amusement but inwardly laughed. Haha, tastes like crap. Idea stood up straight and presented. Now before we step through that gate, I will explain the test procedure. First, the instructors will not be accompanying you on this exam. Hearing this, everyone went into an uproar. Not coming with us. How is that possible? Then who will lead us? She continued. After all, this is a student exam, so we have assigned you suitable targets. If we go with you now, then what kind of test would it be, right? Besides, the instructors also have to prepare to reopen the gate for your return. So from this moment on, the class president of each class will be granted the authority of an instructor. All students must prioritize, following the class president's orders. She walked over and pinned a badge on Adele's coat. This is the Enzo flower, the symbol of Satan. It signifies captain. Then she handed a piece of paper to Adele and said, "And take this map with you. I heard from the headmaster that you can read maps. I hope it will be useful to you." Adele took the map from Idea's hand and thanked her. All the instructors began to charge the gate, then announced, "I will now open the gate. All right, good luck." As she finished speaking, a giant beam of light shot out from the Mana Stone machine. Adele and all the Class A students put on their masks. But for this battle, Adele knew full well that everyone was ready. To them, that world is a mystery. To him, it is hell on earth. He will return alive at all costs. Everyone quickly stepped into the space of the gate. But after walking for just a moment, people started to be unable to stand the atmosphere inside the gate. Adele also understood the situation. Because we're in a different dimension, it's hard for everyone's bodies to adapt. We won't be able to hold out for long. Suddenly, a different scene appeared before them. That was the exit. Luckily, we just need to go a little further. Get out of here. Adele turned back to inform his teammates. "Everyone, it's not much further. I can already see the exit. Let's get out of here quickly." But suddenly, when he looked back, he saw energy gradually gathering towards the old gate, and it was slowly closing. Adele panicked and urged everyone on. "The gate is starting to close. Run faster." Everyone ran frantically following Adele's instructions. He stayed behind to watch over them until the last person got out. "Lady Luna, hurry." Fortunately, Luna was pulled and pushed out of the gate by Adele, and he also escaped the gate's space. Quickly, everyone successfully infiltrated the human world. Scene changed to the Royal Academy Sky Island. Adele, amazed at the architecture of the flying castle. That's the Royal Academy. Seeing it with my own eyes makes it even more majestic. Now I understand why it's called the culmination of human magic and technology. The others were no different from him. All were amazed to see the Flying Academy. "What is that thing? You're saying that island is a school? An island floating in the sky from the start? It's already hard to believe. But compared to this place, Satan's fortress is nothing but a sandcastle. What in the world is that?" Dell explained, "As you can see, that is another academy different from Satan. This is where humans are trained." Luna and Fran couldn't help but be stunned. Even seeing it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe. "Do we have to go in there now?" Adele continued to explain. "We don't need to go in. And we can't go in, because that place is covered by a barrier, so powerful that even a dragon couldn't destroy it." Veon was shocked. "Not even a dragon can break it." Dell answered silently in his mind. "Actually, if it were just me, I could still use position swap to get in. But then I'd be slaughtered by the protagonist's party." Immediately, he clapped his hands and gave an order. "All right, first everyone gather according to the map. If we go in the opposite direction of the Royal Academy, we will reach our target destination. We need to move quickly. So let's get going immediately." Scene changed to inside the forest. Everyone followed Adele closely to the marked area. As they walked, everyone carefully observed their surroundings. Suddenly, Adele sensed something. "But this forest, since we got here, I keep feeling like someone is watching us. Could it be an enemy?" Then he realized. That gaze was coming from Samir. Adele glanced annoyedly at Samir behind him. That guy. Why did he have to come all this way just to cause trouble? This is clearly a life or death situation, and yet he's really getting on my nerves. However, in the plan I've laid out, Samir's role is very important. His talent for magic, I have to acknowledge it anyway. I'll tolerate it this time, thinking. This, he turned and walked straight towards Samir, who was glaring at him. Adele proactively extended his hand. This confused Samir. What are you doing?" He immediately explained the situation. "Sir, it's just like this. I know very well that Sir Samir hates me, and I don't care for Sir Samir either." Samir looked at Adele, puzzled. "What are you suddenly talking about?" "All right, keep talking. But this time we have to work together." Hearing this, Samir refused. "Why should I team up with someone like you?" Adele patiently explained to Samir. His tone became much more serious. "Otherwise, everyone here will die. And it will be because of the two of us. Humans are not opponents. We can easily defeat if we don't cooperate. You of all people should understand that." Samir thought in silence. Then he reluctantly accepted Adele's deal. "Fine. You really are a detestable guy. Just this once." Adele accepted cheerfully. "I'll take that as a compliment. You've made a wise decision." Adele was satisfied with how the plan was progressing. "Good. I've resolved the conflict with Samir. Now we just need to find the secret realm. It must be around here somewhere." Suddenly, a class member ran up to report. "Captain, there's something strange up ahead." Adele was excited to have found it so quickly. "The gate we were looking for. The location on the map is a perfect match. Its appearance is also exactly as I described." Seeing the gate, everyone started murmuring. What is this now? The island was floating, the school was floating, and now even the gate is floating. Adele stepped forward and explained. "This is the entrance gate to a man-made secret realm. From this point on, we will head inside." A member of the class strode forward confidently. "Let me try to open it." Adele had no intention of stopping him. He gave a scornful smirk. Then he started to pull the gate open. "Humph, is this all there is to it?" Suddenly, a powerful electric shock sent him flying. His entire body was scorched. Adele stood by enjoying the amusing spectacle. He got electrocuted. Serves him right. Because this mechanism only allows the instructors of the Royal Academy to open it. Adele turned to look at Samir. Samir, seeing Adele looking at him, became puzzled. "Why are you staring at me again?" Adele said gently. "Sir Samir, it's your turn to act." He shouted, "What?" "It seems you have to channel mana into the handle to force the door open. A half-breed who can't even do this. And you call yourself a captain. Step aside." Samir walked up to the gate and channeled mana into it. The gate absorbed the mana from Samir, then suddenly hissed out smoke. The lock also made a clicking sound. After that, it was easily opened. Adele stepped forward to check. "Let's go in." It seems there are no traps ahead, luckily. Everyone can enter without worry. Scene changed to inside the secret realm. Phoenix was astonished. "It's bigger than I thought. There's an atmosphere here. It's very similar to the secret realms of our demon race." Adele continued to explain, "That makes sense. Because this secret realm is the place where an entire class must take their examination." Samir wondered, "There's one thing I'm curious about. If this is a place for an examination, shouldn't it be filled with traps and monsters?" Adele nodded in agreement. "That's right." Samir, confused, asked further, "Then wouldn't it be better to ambush them outside and launch a surprise attack when they come out?" He exclaimed in surprise, "That's a sharp question." Adele calmly replied to Samir, "You're not wrong. If we were to ambush them, the best time would be when the humans are exhausted and have let their guard down, right after finishing their examination. That would be the most suitable. First, I know how to avoid all the traps here, without even touching them. That way, the humans will get caught in the traps and suffer casualties, just as planned. Second, we're going to leave this place anyway, before the humans arrive." Samir continued to ask, "If we're just going to leave in the end, was it necessary to come in here in the first place? Was it really necessary?" Adele said nothing and just turned back with a smile, which annoyed Samir. "Stop smiling, just looking at you is pissing me off." Adele got to the point about this secret realm. This place isn't just similar to the demon realms in its atmosphere. It was originally created to test how humankind would conquer the secret realms of the demon world. That's how it is. Samir was startled. "If that's true, then—" Adele nodded. "That's right. This artificial secret realm functions like a treasure trove from the demon world. In other words, there's definitely treasure here. We're almost there." A six-way fork in the road. Samir and Phoenix were confused. "I can't believe there are 6 paths. Which way are we supposed to go?" Adele silently walked to a corner of the rock wall. Phoenix exclaimed in confusion, "No! That's a dead end." Adele immediately pressed a corner of that wall. That spot sank inward. "We're not supposed to go in any of those directions." Instantly, a secret door appeared. Adele took the lead and gestured. "If we go this way, we'll get there directly. Follow me." Samir once again looked at Adele, confused. "How did you know about this?" Adele answered silently to himself. "How could I not know? I was the one who wrote this scenario. Of course I know it inside and out." The group went a little deeper. Soon they saw a chest. Adele looked at it with interest. "So it's this chest?" Phoenix asked impatiently. "What on earth is inside?" Adele shook his head. "This is my first time here too, so I don't know." Phoenix found Adele's words reasonable and understood. "I see. That's right," she said while opening the chest to check. "Let's just open it and see." A bag of sand and a water skin. Samir yelled, "Such mundane items." "What's the use of these?" Adele picked up the 2 items to test them. The bag of sand didn't seem to have any effect, but the water skin seemed extremely useful. "Watch this." Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that from one small water skin. So much water could pour out. Adele explained, "This is a water skin that can hold enough water for dozens of people. With this, we won't have to risk our lives searching for a water source." Samir scowled. Hiding a worthless water skin in a secret realm. How lame." Adele also looked at the 2 items in his hands, confused. Strange. Those guys created an artifact, just to make it easier for people to die. But he didn't have time to think deeply about it. He immediately put the 2 items away and informed everyone. "We've taken everything. Let's go outside now. A battle is about to take place here. Watch carefully." Scene changed to outside the secret realm. Everyone gathered in one place. Adele began assigning tasks to each person. "Now I will tell you too about the roles you will take on. Sir Samir, I want you to take on reconnaissance duty." Samir questioned, "Why should I do that?" Adele persuaded Samir, "Because you are the most suitable person to handle this task." "Shouldn't you as the captain Do it yourself. No. The only one suitable for this job is you, Sir Samir. Your stealth abilities and your magical power are outstanding. I trust you with this mission. Hearing Adele praise him like that, Samir, playing it cool but inwardly pleased, shyly agreed. Adele saw Samir grinning from ear to ear, but only thought to himself. He suddenly looks excited. Could it be he wanted the reconnaissance role from the start? Initially, I have to stay here to observe the situation and command. I can't leave my post. Now that Samir has taken on this important task, I can rest much easier. If you're going to ask me like that, I guess I have no other choice. Adele suddenly added, "Oh, you won't be going on recon alone." Samir was curious. Does that mean other students will be coming with me? Adele turned away and rummaged through his back pocket. No, not a student. He pulled out a small bird. Phoenix was intrigued. Could this be... Isn't this a hawk? Moreover, it's the type famous for its information-gathering abilities. It looks like a sparrow on the outside, but in the demon world it's called a hawk. He introduced it. This is the bird that Instructor Az raised. I managed to borrow it this time. I've become quite close to it. I even gave it the name Cedo. Samir looked at the bird, wanting to let it perch on his hand. Instructor Az, the one who acted like he wanted to kill you. All right, let's give it a try. He has no reason to be kind to you. Adele pondered. Come to think of it, I only fed it for a while, so we only got a little close. Whether it trusts me as much as Az, I'm not sure. As soon as he finished speaking, it started pecking continuously at Samir's hand, just as expected. The bird still doesn't regard Adele as its true master. Suddenly a light emanated. Adele looked in surprise. This is my face. So that's how it is. I'm sharing information through the eyes of Caesar. He spoke to Caesar. Caesar, for now you'll have to accompany him. It obediently listened and perched on Samir's head. He scowled, "Get it off me now. A lowly creature like you dares." Caesar, angered, continued to peck at Samir's head. Adele gave an order. Caesar can share information with me. Sir Samir, you just need to protect Caesar. As for you, Sir Phoenix, when I leave my post, I want you to command the students in my place. Your ability. Phoenix is enchantment, correct? Phoenix nodded. That's right. It allows me to make my allies stronger for a short time. It's just that for some reason, it doesn't work on you. Adele teased her. That's because your charm isn't strong enough. Phoenix huffed indignantly. No way, that's not it. But why do you have to leave your post? Adele replied. The students of the Royal Academy will be coming here, and of course an instructor will accompany them. And I will be the one to face that instructor. Samir blurted out, "What? Even for you, facing an instructor alone will be very difficult." Adele retorted, "Are you worried about me? How rare." Samir got angry and snapped, "Then just drop dead." Adele laughed it off. "Just kidding. I mean, when the instructor appears, if they don't come, I'll immediately return here and rejoin you." Although he said that Adele was certain. In reality, he will definitely come. No, he has to come, if only to increase the total amount of mana I possess. He clarified his position to everyone again. So, now everyone's roles are clearly defined. Sir Samir is in charge of reconnaissance. Sir Phoenix will command the battle, and I will deal with the human instructor. Phoenix asked him, "So what do we need to do now?" Dell thought for a moment, then answered casually. "First of all, I'm hungry, so let's get something to eat. And I think we should make camp here for the night." Samir frowned again. "You mean that's all we're doing now?" Adele immediately added, As for you, Sir Samir, you must depart immediately. Go check the path from the Royal Academy, and see if any classes are out on a field trip." Samir, seeing Adele sending him off immediately, paused and changed the subject. "Well, then I'll take care of the meal." But Adele paid no mind and immediately bid him farewell. "Well then, good luck. Let's go, Sir Phoenix." Samir stood there stunned, then pouted. "In the end, is there no one left but me?" A while later, Adele took out the rations to eat. Phoenix took one bite, and her face wrinkled in disgust. The others who ate it also couldn't stand the taste. They wanted to throw it all up. Adele clicked his tongue. "Tisk, tisk!" As expected, the children of noble families are all like this. Although the taste is terrible, in the current situation, there's no other choice but to eat it. Because in order to prepare for battle, replenishing our nutrition is essential. But still, damn! Does worm jerky really taste like this? Suddenly, he noticed Luna. She was sitting nearby, eating it as if it were a normal meal. Luna, seeing him looking at her, turned and asked, "Huh? Why are you staring at me like that?" Adele brushed it off. "It's nothing." Luna offered, "It's too bland." "How about I give you some dried meat?" He replied as he stood up, "No. The other students are also suffering. How can I eat alone? Just save it. We might need it later." Luna praised him unconsciously. "Right now, looking at you, Adele, you're kinder than I thought." Adele shamelessly agreed. "I was a kind person to begin with. It's just because of my sinister-looking face that I get misunderstood to this extent. I wonder if Samir is doing his job well over there." He was curious. So he brought up the image to check on Samir's situation. Caesar is following Samir closely to observe the Royal Academy. It seems they're both doing pretty well. Suddenly, he saw a light coming from the human school's direction, emanating. Adele was startled. "Wait, is something descending?" When he got a clearer look, it was a fiery chariot. Adele calmly observed the situation and started planning. That chariot, could it be? The chariot that can travel between the Imperial Academy and the ground, as majestic and imposing as something out of a myth. Samir also seemed to be saying something, but since they couldn't communicate, he was getting frustrated. I guess I can only hope he'll be smart enough to make his own way back. What a pain. He came down faster than I expected. From inside the chariot, a fierce-looking man stepped out. Basaha, the first target Adele must kill, a magic instructor of the powerful wind element who has reached the fifth circle realm. However, because he leans more towards theory, like Dobo, rather than actual combat, he should be manageable enough. And the son of Count Online and Teziet is one of the people accompanying the main character's group. He's also an important character in the main scenario. He's even stronger than Instructor Basaha. He made a bet with a female student and joined the group. About 30 minutes late. That moment is when Adele must strike. If those two join forces, no one from Class A will survive. Samir is retreating. Adele immediately turned back to report. Everyone, we need to act now. Phoenix asked anxiously, what's happening? Adele nodded. Yes, the targets are heading this way. Hearing this, Phoenix was alarmed. Really? It's finally starting. Adele quickly gave orders. That's right. Quickly erase all traces around us and double-check everyone's weapons. I'll stay outside the secret realm to deal with the human instructor. The rest of you go inside the secret realm. Wait for the human students to be exhausted, then attack. Luna also asked eagerly, is that instructor really coming here? Adele said yes, and then added, moreover, he's someone stronger than Instructor Az. Even I'm not sure if I can win. Luna was tense, finding it hard to believe. No way, Adele thought to himself. If I say that someone even stronger than Basaha is coming, it would be truly terrifying. He turned to look at Phoenix. Then I'm trusting you to lead the students well, Phoenix said hurriedly. Don't worry. Suddenly, Caesar's cry rang out. Samir had returned just in time to report. The humans are heading this way. Adele was secretly pleased. You've come at the perfect time. I just confirmed it through Caesar as well. Samir, you should also go into the secret realm and take Caesar with you. Samir nodded in agreement, then asked again to be sure. All right. Are you really going to face the instructor alone? Adele said urgently. Yes, it's something I must do. There's no time left. You'd better open the secret realm's gate before you go. Samir turned back to look at him and advised, don't die. Adele understood the underlying meaning and replied, I'll try. And be careful of the tanned, blonde-haired human. Samir nodded and then grumbled, got it. I'll keep that in mind. Move aside, I'll open the gate. Adele worriedly hoped. Just hope these kids can hold out until I'm done dealing with Basaha and get back. And I'm not even sure I can beat Teziet. Oh well, I need to get into position. With that said, after all of Class A had entered the secret realm, Adele immediately used Position Swap 2 to teleport to a nearby tree to scout. Adele let out a smug smile. Then he gradually retreated and hid in the bushes. All necessary preparations are complete. Now I just need to wait for them to arrive here. A while later, just as planned, the humans arrived. Basaha raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. This will be your training ground for today. Now everyone pay attention. Adele watched tensely from the tree. So they've arrived. Teziet put his arm around Shiva's shoulder, teasing her. She immediately scorned him. Your filthy appearance will end today. Prepare yourself to pay the price for our bet. Teziet laughed loudly, ha-ha, and then boldly declared, that means Shiva will belong to me. Basaha reminded them, all right, stop with the meaningless chatter. Focus. Once you're inside, you all know what to do, right? The first team to successfully clear it will receive a prepared reward. So everyone do your best. Adele watched silently. They're starting to go in. Basaha shouted, all right, enter the secret realm one by one. Adele assessed the humans. The human students look so bright and full of life, but that's to be expected. We are trained only as pawns on the chessboard of war. The atmosphere is naturally different, and yet in the end, the losers are always the students of Satan, especially since that guy over there is busy with his love games. Teziat arrogantly challenged Shiva. Shiva, just as promised, I will begin the assault in 30 minutes. So try to put on a good show, no matter what. You'll become my woman anyway. Shiva gave Teziat a disdainful smile. That will never happen. Don't even dream of it. He dismissed her words and continued to laugh heartily. Haha, we'll see about that. Basaha reminded them, what are you two waiting for? Get in there, Shiva and Teziet. They quickly apologized and entered the secret realm. Sorry. Yes, understood. Adele quickly got into position. Finally, the instructor was left all alone. Basaha glanced around. Has everyone gone in? Adele watched him surprised. He's even being careful enough to check his surroundings. Suddenly, he released a huge amount of mana. Adele was startled, leaning back from the light of the mana that radiated from him was blinding. Luckily, Adele managed to grab onto a branch not far away. He sighed. Ha! Releasing mana just to double-check. If I had moved just a little slower, I would have been discovered. After checking, Saha found nothing unusual. He then snuck off somewhere. As expected, there's no one here. Well then, let's try heading over there. Adele took a deep breath and thought. He's finally heading to the secret passage. Once he's created enough distance, I'll follow. Basaha quietly walked to a certain corner. He suddenly stopped. A feeling washed over him. There's definitely someone around here. Or is it just a feeling? Basaha stood silently in front of a small tree. Then he placed his hand on it. What kind of trouble are those demons trying to stir up now, making a person of high status, like me, come all the way out here? I should have killed them all back then. Tisk tisk. Adele watched confused. What's he doing in front of that tree? With that, Basaha began to channel mana into the tree. Well, let's just assume good deeds bring good fortune. For the sake of my grand experiment, the tree suddenly moved violently. Then it suddenly grew into an ancient tree. Adele was tense. As expected, that tree is a defense mechanism. If I had touched it recklessly without knowing, I would have vanished without a trace. Basaha hummed as he walked. There are no signs of anyone else having been here. Just need to check. Just a quick check. Suddenly he had a bad feeling. He immediately enveloped himself in a layer of mana. Then he turned around. Checking behind him, he saw a sword aimed at him. A 5-layered shield meant Basaha was completely unharmed. He shouted, "Well, what was that?" Adele, wearing a mask, had controlled the Black Fang at some point to launch a surprise attack. He said in a low, regretful voice, "What a shame. I could have killed you." Basaha shouted in alarm, "Who are you?" But Adele wasn't one for small talk. He immediately used stealth to conceal his presence. He vanished right before Basaha's eyes. He went crazy and gathered a ball of energy. "You dare show off such petty tricks in front of me? O wind that swirls around me, tear my enemy to shreds." The power from Basaha's orb formed a violent gale, shooting straight towards where Adele was hiding. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Damn it! His reaction speed is faster than I thought. Basaha, enraged, continued to chant, "O wind that sweeps through the forest, find that person for me." An amount of mana was immediately spread over a wide radius. Adele immediately used position swap 2 to move. He leaped onto a nearby tree to dodge Basaha's sweep. Adele tensed, looking for an opportunity. If he keeps cornering me like this, it'll be hopeless. I have to get close at all costs. Basaha began chanting again, gathering energy. Adele seized the opportunity to rush forward. Now, while he's casting his spell, he threw a small twig behind Basaha, then used position swap 2 to switch places with it. In an instant, he appeared in front of Basaha. The man stopped stunned and looked at him. Adele poured mana into his sword and used a new skill, Fang of Darkness. The sword thrust down with full force towards his head, but Basaha's protective shield quickly activated, protecting him. Adele cursed inwardly, "Damn it, the shield again!" Basaha, his life saved, quickly turned the tables. He shouted, "You scum!" The once quiet forest was suddenly thrown into chaos by Basaha's power. The area where the two fought quickly became desolate. After fighting for a while, Adele quickly analyzed, "I had to stab him myself to find out." Basaha has layers of magic shields wrapped around his body, about 10 layers. Because Adele kept jumping around all over the place, and also used stealth, it made Basaha more and more furious. He continuously flared his mana, shouting and cursing, "Stop hiding like a rat! Come out!" Adele quickly formulated a plan. If it weren't for the sword thrust, the shield's recoil would have torn me to shreds. Good thing my opponent was Basaha, because if he were a real combat mage, he would have used at least 10 layers. I've already attacked twice, so I just need to break the remaining 8 layers. Lost in thought for a moment, he realized that Basaha had unleashed 3 massive tendrils. Adele cursed inwardly, "This psycho." He instantly dropped to the ground using his power. Adele gritted his teeth, enduring Basaha's terrifying destructive power. "I have to use my power to press myself down completely to hold on. If I get blown away, I'm toast." Basaha's attack quickly subsided. Adele was buried under a pile of tree trunks. His stealth technique also wore off. He emerged from the wreckage, but he still took a fair amount of damage, causing blood to stream out. Adele was just thankful to be alive, but Basaha had already pinpointed his location. He levitated a sharp piece of wood with his power. He said through gritted teeth, "Finally, you've shown yourself." Adele didn't hesitate, instantly teleporting to Basaha, ready to strike again. But Basaha reacted quickly, and with a swing of his arm, he sent Adele flying. Cursing, Basaha unleashed a new attack. "You damn half-demon!" Adele was blasted into the sky. Basaha looked at Adele confused. "Why is this bastard targeting me so intensely?" Their plan, wasn't it to attack the Class B dormitory? Suddenly he realized, could it be the kids in my class? Basaha suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, what an idiot. You've dug your own grave. You seem to think that if you just get rid of me, you'll win. Right. I'll show you my true power." With that, he gathered his energy again and unleashed it. Die. But in that instant, Basaha's 5 senses wavered. The sky turned blood red. The scenery became bizarrely strange. Basaha wondered, what's happening? I was clearly fighting the attacker. Attacked was I attacked? How on earth attacked by whom? While he was wondering, Adele had closed in on him again. He did a flip in front of Basaha, then used his skill, Fangs of Darkness, Black Sword Rain. Swords surrounded Basaha. Basaha didn't have much time to think. He immediately surrounded himself with wind, deflecting Adele's sword rain. Basaha shouted in anger, "Who are you?" But Adele was silently counting. The number of Basaha's shield layers was decreasing. 4, 5, 6. Basaha grew anxious. What is this? But Adele continued to count. Down to the 7th shield layer, as if sensing his impending death, Basaha became even more furious. His attacks grew more and more out of control. This is absurd. Basaha used a large amount of mana wanting to continue his counterattack, but Adele constantly moved around him, closing the distance. Until the very end, Basaha was still in disbelief. You are a venomous bug. Adele, filled with a grim killing intent, rushed towards Basaha. He coldly uttered, "It's over, Basaha." His blade shattered. Basaha's final shield layer. Basaha was unconsciously terrified to a degree he himself didn't realize. He completely refused to accept his fate. I'm being humiliated by a half-demon, impossible. I am a great mage. The one who created a masterpiece rivaling the gods, that is me. That final sentence was also Basaha's death sentence. The battle was over. Basaha's head had been completely severed from his body. Blood spurted violently. Adele sighed in relief. He sat down exhausted. He was the strongest of all the opponents I've ever faced. Luckily, after using the ultimate stealth technique, I didn't lose my crucial senses. If my eyes had been damaged, just the thought of it makes me shudder. He pulled out a mana vial, one he had taken from Dobo, and drank it to replenish his energy. First, I need to restore my mana. I drank the intermediate potion, right after deactivating my stealth. Now only the high-grade potion is left, I guess. I'm about to face Tiziat, so there's no reason to save it. Cough, cough. I can't taste anything. I've probably lost my sense of taste, too. After finishing the drink, he looked towards Basaha's secret chamber. Now time to find that elixir. Before that, Adele approached Basaha's corpse. He took the insignia pinned to his clothes. They'll probably need this to believe that I've taken care of Basaha. Adele entered the secret chamber holding a candle. He was surprised to find mana lamps already in the entrance. How convenient. I should take these with me later. But the further down he went, why is the stench of rot getting stronger? Like this, Adele successfully infiltrated Basaha's secret place. Inside, it was filled with corpses and specimens from barbaric experiments performed on demons. Adele carefully observed his surroundings. This place is a biological laboratory, used for research on the bodies of demons. I never expected it to be this cruel. I used to write that demons were the embodiment of absolute evil, so using them for experiments was justifiable. Are humans truly good and demons evil? Now that I've entered my own novel, I can't be so sure anymore. But he had his reasons for conducting these experiments. The homunculus, the thing Basaha tried to create, an artificial life form, created by crushing countless demons. The possessor of a homunculus can temporarily escape the death. That has been preordained, so he wanted to create it at any cost. Although in the end, that research still failed. Adele quickly wanted to pack up the homunculus, even if it's an incomplete version. If I bring this to Dobo, he'll love it. In return, I could probably ask him for an intermediate potion. Suddenly, the bag on his side vibrated violently. The small, mindless snake in his bag suddenly jumped out. Its eyes gleamed as it rushed towards the homunculus. Adele, startled, yelled out, "Whoa! What the hell?" It shattered the container holding the homunculus and swallowed it. Adele was shocked. "What the hell are you doing?" Suddenly, a red light from the snake shone directly onto his necklace. Adele was shocked. This necklace, as soon as the homunculus was swallowed, the missing part of the necklace began to glow brightly. It seems it's not reacting to me. In that case, is there some connection between the homunculus and the demon god? Or maybe it's related to a completely different reality. If I could see the grimoire that recorded how to create the homunculus, I might understand better. But Basaha memorized the entire creation grimoire and then burned it. Suddenly, the small snake's body twitched. Adele looked at it, bewildered. It looks different somehow. Before it looked like a worm, but now it looks exactly like a snake. He was skeptical. Could it be? He then used permutation 2 to identify the snake. But his skill was immediately nullified. Adele was horrified. You were clearly just a mindless, inanimate object. But after swallowing the homunculus, you were reborn as a living creature. I can't believe the homunculus successfully reacted with me, someone who is no longer human. He suddenly grew worried. Wait, if this transformation is discovered by the CRT, but he quickly dismissed the thought and put the snake away. It's best to just ignore it for my own peace of mind. I need to quickly drink the elixir and get out of here. Adele rummaged around and finally found the divine medicine. Found it. It looks just like ginseng. Adele sat on the ground and started to eat it. Let's try circulating mana while absorbing it. As soon as he swallowed it, a wave of heat surged through his body. This is intense. It feels like my blood vessels are expanding. He let out a long sigh, then opened his status window to check. Race half-demon. Alignment chaotic. Talent permutation 2. Trait interest. Focus killing intent. Attribute. Killing aura darkness. Mana application. Ability. Eyes of pride. Spiritual strength. Mana 1381, 2027. Adele smiled with delight. My mana has finally surpassed 2,000. The killing intent trait, which was unstable before, has now completely stabilized. Both killing aura and darkness have leveled up. He tested his killing aura and was satisfied. If I'm in the dark, I can completely hide my presence. I have everything I need now. Should I go back to the Class A kids now? I probably still have about 10 minutes to spare. I wonder if they're doing okay. As he said that, he opened his observation screen. In the middle of a battle. That woman's name is Kiva, I think. Luckily, Tiziat hasn't shown up yet. As expected of Samil, he's holding his own. He wasn't outmatched at all. Suddenly, his necklace glowed again. Adele was surprised. What's this? Why the necklace? The piece of paper also suddenly appeared. Adele was surprised again. This time it's relaying information. He picked up the paper and read, display most recent memory. Adele started to think. Most recent memory? Last time it just kept repeating the phrase, forsake the gods. What on earth does it mean? These two things are reacting at the same time. There's clearly some link between them. I don't have a pen. I'll just use my blood. Adele used a small knife to draw his own blood, dipped it like a pen and asked the paper, tell me the true nature of this necklace. But the result was the same old answer. Forsake the gods. He sighed in frustration. This forsake the gods thing again. Do I have to break into the human sanctuary? To steal a holy relic? Just a bunch of hopeless answers. It's so frustrating. Suddenly the screen displayed again. Adele was confused. It's connected again. Suddenly an idea struck him. The necklace began to radiate an even more intense power. Adele, in pain, understood. Cough. My head feels like it's going to explode. Is it forcing me to use this necklace? Fine, activate necklace. After activating the necklace, Adele experienced an excruciating pain. He groggily woke up. My head hurts so much. What in the world is happening? A horrifying scene appeared before his eyes, along with the sound of people screaming, in desperation. Help me! The crazed humans gave the order to slaughter the demons. Kill all the damn nobles! Adele didn't understand what was happening. What is this? What the hell is going on? He looked in the mirror and realized with a start, wait a minute, this face, it's Samil, and he looks about 10 years younger. Adele frantically searched his memory and understood. 10 years old, which means 15 years ago, right at the time of the great war between humans and demons, broke out. If so, then this is Samil's past memory. But this chaotic scene, this is the Bharat clan, the ones who were wiped out by the humans. Suddenly, Samil's room door opened. He ran to hug the woman, calling out twice, Mom. Adele realized it was Samil's mother. She instructed Samil, listen to me very carefully, no matter what happens. You are absolutely not to step outside. Don't listen, don't look, just sit still. Just for 5 minutes. Exactly 5 minutes, understand? Samil, being young, didn't fully understand the situation. He could only obey his mother. She slowly closed the door, tears streaming down her face. My love, you must survive at all costs. I love you. Those were the last 3 words Samil ever heard from his mother. Immediately after, a man's voice rang out. So you were hiding here? Samil trembled, hiding in the closet as his mother had told him. But the cursing grew louder. Damn bastards! Samil peeked curiously through the crack in the door. At that exact moment, he saw his mother being stabbed by the human, a sword piercing through her chest. The man mocked. So this is the lady of the house, doesn't look like much. The head of the family was strong, though. But Count Leon won in the end. Isn't that right? Thanks to that, his head was chopped off so cleanly. That's right. He asked someone, have you searched everywhere? A female servant came forward and reported yes. No one is left alive. Dell realized that maid is a half-demon. She betrayed them and sided with the humans. But as soon as she finished speaking, the human man lopped off her head with a single slash. He even pretended to console her, saying, I said let her go. But I never said I'd spare her life. Don't be so upset, now let's go. Wait, it didn't stop there. Just in case anyone else survived, he blew up Samil's entire building. Samil, hiding in the closet, was thrown by the force of the explosion. He lost consciousness. All the people and his family, Samil's entire clan, were completely annihilated that night. A few days passed. Samil, having survived, woke up. Adele, relying on Samil's consciousness, deduced, good, my body can still move. How many days has it been? Samil crawled weakly towards his mother. His voice was faint and pained as he whispered, Mom. Seeing his mother's corpse, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Then as he got closer to his mother, a power surged within him. Adele was horrified. What is he about to do? To survive? Is Samil planning to eat his own mother's corpse? Stop, I said, stop now. But no matter how much he screamed, this had already happened. It was unavoidable. After that horrific event, Adele was pulled back to reality. He couldn't help but vomit. Now, having seen and witnessed, felt what Samil had gone through, he understood. So that's it. That's why Samil hates me so much. The half-demon maid who betrayed her master, the one who made him so hungry he had to eat his own mother's corpse. So who is really the evil one? Who is the good one? He looked down at the necklace in silence. Did it want to show me this? That the line between good and evil that I once believed in might not be the truth at all? Adele quickly regained his composure. The important thing now is to focus on dealing with Leon Teziat. If I can find a secret or a weakness from his past, it would be an extremely effective trump card. But that's all it is. Right now, I have to prioritize my main objective. With that, Adele rushed towards the secret realm. He was worried. Just because of this damn necklace. I've been delayed for too long. It's very likely that Teziat has already arrived. He might still be fighting Siva. In that past several days clearly passed, but in reality only a few minutes have gone by. Thank goodness. Suddenly the image vanished. Adele grew even more anxious. He sped up. Lost the connection. The shockwave is too strong, it's destabilizing the magic. I have to hurry. Teziat is about to encounter the kids. Meanwhile, at the secret realm, the two sides, human and demon, were engaged in a fierce battle. Samil unleashed his power, attacking the opponent. His strength was far superior to the others. He quickly gained the upper hand. Suddenly, someone rushed towards him, shouting, "You damn insect!" But Fran moved quickly, successfully protecting Samil. She immediately gave an order to everyone. Everyone form a defensive circle around Samil. In an instant, everyone had surrounded Samil. He looked at Fran with relief. Nice work. Fran was also fired up. Humph, of course. Hurry up and use that powerful magic of yours. Samil immediately gathered his mana. I'll wipe them all out. Then he unleashed a hurricane, annihilating almost all the enemies. Sive exclaimed in fear. He's a real monster! We can't hold on any longer, she shouted. Everyone activate your return scrolls, retreat now. All the students pulled out a piece of paper and tore them in half. They all began to vanish. Samil closed in on Siva, attacking. No one escapes. He summoned ravenous monsters and commanded, devour them, but within seconds, all of Samil's monsters were stopped. He was shocked, frozen solid in the blink of an eye. Is that the instructor? Did Adele fail? A figure emerged from the blizzard. Teziat, enraged, glared. I smelled blood, so I hurried over, and this is what I find. Who the hell are you people? Samil suddenly had a bad feeling. Teziat took one step, and the ground beneath his feet froze over. Samil shouted, "Everyone be careful," but Teziat swung his axe once, and a massive shockwave erupted. The person standing right behind Samil was hit, his upper body instantly obliterated. Everyone screamed in panic. Fran was terrified. Who the hell is that guy? Damn it! Teziat walked over and called to Tiva. He held out his hand, concerned. Can you get up? Sive arrogantly refused to take his hand. I can stand on my own, but she was too badly injured. She couldn't stand steadily and fell into Teziat's arms. He looked at her and asked, "What's the situation here?" Sive trembled as she reported a total of 8 are dead. The rest, the wounded or surviving students, have been sent back to the Royal Academy. He gently patted her head, comforting her. You did your best. I'll take care of the rest. You go back first. But Siva refused. No. I'm staying here. Even if I might become a burden, I'll still fight by your side. Teziat laughed joyfully. Haha, good. That's my woman. Hearing him say that, Siva became hesitant again. About that, suddenly the entire demon side charged forward. You lunatic, everyone in charge die. Samil shouted, no, get back quickly! But it was too late. Teziat swung his axe again. All who charged were sent flying away from him. He gathered his strength again and slammed his axe down. From the ground, rows of sharp ice spikes shot up, impaling the abdomens of 5 demons. Samil got in front to shield them, ordering everyone run. Hurry! Then he unleashed his power and charged towards Teziat. Teziat let out an "oh," slightly surprised. Samil tried to hold him back, his voice loud. Fran, get the students out of here quickly. Find that guy and run until the gate opens. She asked worriedly, what about you? Are you planning to hold off that monster by yourself? Samil lost his composure and yelled, staying here is suicide. In this situation, that's the most logical choice. I'll find a way to follow you. Without hesitation, Fran quickly directed everyone. When Samil gives the signal, we retreat. Carry the wounded first, quickly. Luna ran over, worried. Samil, he quickly signaled Luna. You retreat too. Samil entrusted Luna. Take care of the wounded for me. Luna understood. She turned and ran, praying for Samil. Samil, you have to make it back. Teziat laughed excitedly and continued his assault. Samil struggled to withstand the storm from him. The blizzard began to fade. Teziat sneered, how disappointing, distracted by this trash. What, they've disappeared? CVA explained. It seems there's another entrance somewhere that we don't know about, because they suddenly appeared in that area to get in here. Teziat grunted and spoke with contempt. No matter where they go, they can't escape from me. Now show me what you've got. Don't disappoint me. Samil grew enraged. Enough! I'll show you. He then summoned a barrage of sharp spikes, attacking Teziat head-on. Teziat smirked and stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a layer of ice that easily blocked Samil's attack. He said disdainfully, is that all the strength you have? Samil immediately retorted, you shouldn't talk like that when you're already bleeding. Only then did Teziat notice his arm. He burst out laughing. Haha, it seems you're underestimating me. All right, no more games. His voice suddenly deepened, and then as fast as lightning, he was right in front of Samil. He then landed a direct blow on him. Samil, having lost his ability to fight, lay collapsed on the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Thanks to my blood sustenance ability, I survived. That blow. Teziat was a little surprised. Well, you didn't take the full hit, did you? Get up, stop your pathetic whining. Samil, barely breathing, dragged himself up. Are all my ribs broken? It's hard to breathe, but I won't let anyone die right in front of me. He clutched his side, trembling as he stood up and declared, "You shall not pass." However, as soon as he spoke, one of Samil's legs was severed. Siva shuddered at the sight. Teziat casually walked over to Samil, remarking, "He's as persistent as an insect, isn't he?" "Right, Siva?" TVA said to Teziat. "Let's clean this up quickly and go after them. They can't have gotten far from here," he replied, while nonchalantly severing another of Samil's arms. "Oh, that's right. You dare touch my woman? You won't get an easy death." He was in extreme pain, but he no longer had the strength to scream. He could only groan helplessly. He brought his axe down, wanting to finish Samil off. "I'll deal with the rest of them just like you. Just you wait." Samil lay hopelessly awaiting death. Is this the end? In this situation, what would he do? Suddenly, the image of Adele appeared in Samil's vision. He wondered blankly, who is that? Then he quickly regained his senses. Adele had arrived just in time, saving Samil from death, in the nick of time. He teased, "Not dead yet, but you look like you're on your last legs." Seeing Adele, Samil smiled for the first time. It seemed he had really been hoping for his arrival. "You bastard, took you long enough to show up," Adele replied jokingly. "I was only a little late. Stop nagging, you're the patient." "It's my turn now. Close your eyes and rest." Teziat was momentarily startled. What was that just now? And that guy just appeared out of nowhere. Samil warned, "Be careful, Adele." He nodded. "Don't worry. I'll be right back." Sensing the killing intent from Adele, Teziat immediately went on high alert. He signaled, "Step back, Siva." Adele drew out his venom fang. Heavily, he stepped forward to face him. Teziat spoke with such confidence, but to save Samil, I used absolute concealment. I've completely lost my sense of touch. The chances are slim, but I have to succeed. Teziat sneered. "Humph, so now there are two insects?" Adele, erupting with killing intent, said, "This time let me face you. Get ready." Teziat, excited, said, "I don't know what trick you're pulling, but you seem different. I hope you're stronger than the last one." As he finished speaking, he was already in front of Adele's face, swinging his hammer. Adele quickly raised his fang to block it. Teziat laughed maniacally with glee. "Oh, you blocked it. Haha, is that all you've got?" Adele quickly analyzed the situation, with an arrogant look in his eyes. "Even though I couldn't predict the hammer's path, my muscles managed to keep up with the movement. I can land a hit." Then a fierce exchange of blows began between the two. Although Adele had lost his sense of touch, he could clearly see his own hand was injured. Teziat shouted, "What's wrong? Don't stop now!" He thought gleefully, "My hand is torn up, but I feel no pain. On the contrary, this is even better." Then using transposition 2, he locked onto the hammer. Adele swapped places with Teziat's hammer and stabbed at his hand. Adele landed continuous attacks. Got him Black Blade. But just as he was about to unleash another move, the hammer returned to him. Adele remembered, "Damn it, I almost forgot." His hammer is a unique item, a support weapon with the return attribute. It automatically returns to its owner no matter how far. If that's the case, I can't use transposition on his weapon anymore. Teziat retrieved his hammer and leaped up, cursing furiously. "You damned insect! How dare you startle me!" He aimed straight for Adele and brought it down. Adele strained to block his blow, but one of his hands immediately shattered. Adele was shocked. "Really, my right arm?" "If that's the case, Dark Fang Black Blade dance." Adele unleashed his rain of swords. Teziat, furious, twisted his body and swung his hammer again. "Humph, more petty tricks!" and blew the swords away. Adele continued to summon more. It's not over yet again, but Teziat was faster. He smashed his hammer into Adele's stomach before he could create more fangs. "You persistent leech." Adele was sent flying several meters away. Teziat strode over furiously. "It's over now, you insect." Adele lay motionless in pain. He felt resentful. "Are all the bones in my body shattered? My body can't move anymore." "Get up," I said, "get up." Teziat was right above him. He raised his hammer, preparing to finish Adele off. "I'll smash your head in." Adele, unwilling to give up, cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Do I really have to die here?" Suddenly a light flashed. Adele found himself unharmed in a completely white space. Startled, he shot up. "Hey, what is this? Where am I, heaven?" Suddenly a large mirror appeared. Adele quickly stood before it, examining his reflection. Where did the mask go again? Wait, more importantly, my wounds are all healed. Suddenly his reflection in the mirror moved and spoke. "Have you been well lately, Creator? This is the second time I've met you directly." Startled, Adele jumped back. The Adele in the mirror quickly explained. "Sorry for startling you. It seems the situation is urgent. So I brought you into this space?" Adele replied sullenly. "I'm not exactly thrilled. You must have seen what a pathetic state I was in." "Right." The Adele in the mirror laughed. "Ha ha. I understand your feelings, Creator." Finally, he decided to calm down and talk. Fine. Since we're meeting face-to-face, answer 3 things for me. The Adele in the mirror agreed. Go ahead and ask. He asked the first question. Where is this place? The Adele in the mirror thought for a moment, then replied, This question I can answer without requiring a price. Adele got angry. What? I'm about to die and you're still demanding a price, you bastard. The Adele in the mirror continued to explain, please calm down. There is information I can reveal, and some that I cannot. I also have to pay a price for revealing information. The answer is, this is a space created from chaos, a place where everything can exist, or not exist at all. Adele frowned. You're being vague again. Second, what is chaos? He replied, I know what that power is, but the creator must realize it for himself. If you pay the price, I can tell you. Adele asked, what's the price? The Adele in the mirror replied coyly, at the very least bring all the holy relics of the human and demon worlds here. Then I will answer. He clutched his head and shouted, doesn't that just mean you don't want to answer? He chuckled and said, if that's what you think, it's a real shame. Finally, he asked his last question. Ha! So in the end, am I still alive? The Adele in the mirror showed him a glimpse of the real world and answered, you're alive. But if you don't do something, you will die soon. He froze, then thought, it's not time yet. He begged his reflection. Lend me your power. I've been waiting for you to say that from the beginning. He immediately flashed his signature smile and agreed. From the start, I intended to bring you here for that very reason. You don't need to pay a price. I won't ask for gold artifacts or mana. I will take a portion of the most precious things, belonging to you, the creator. Do you agree? Adele panicked. The most precious thing? Adele was stunned. The most precious thing? Do I have something that valuable? If the request turns out to be something unimaginably important, what then? If I die here, at worst, my real self will die too. I'm still afraid of death. I want to live. I have to live. With determination, Adele accepted the trade with the Adele in the mirror. Transaction successful. The Adele in the mirror immediately erupted with mana, transferring it to Adele. Request accepted. I will lend you 20% of my power for 1 hour. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. I must live no matter what. I will see this bullshit story through to the end. Opening his eyes once more, he saw Samil looking at him in despair, screaming. An absolute power surged through his body. In the moment before death, Adele's mana erupted to the point that it even affected Teziat's hammer. He was astonished. Samil also stared at him wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Adele successfully revived to fight once more. An abundant aura radiated around him. Adele looked down at his hand. The arm still had the same wound as before. In Adele's space, it looked healed. He opened his status window to check. Race. Half-demon. Disposition chaos. Talent transposition 4. Attribute interest. Focus sword form killing intent 4. Jet black mana application arrogant eye. Psychokinesis. Mana 2, 072, 4301. Adele was amazed. Not to mention the amount of mana, transposition and killing intent jumped 2 levels. What was more surprising was that the dark attribute had changed completely to jet black. Unfortunately, psychokinesis wasn't my original ability, and my sword form is the same, not yet reaching the realm of the sword. Even so, this is amazing, but is this enough to beat that guy? Teziat asked curiously. What the hell are you suddenly appearing and pulling tricks? And now you have some kind of awakening right before dying. Suddenly, a streak of darkness flew past his neck. Teziat panicked and grabbed his neck. It was an illusion Adele created. Adele taunted, you already know who I am, so why keep asking? I really don't get it. Teziat shouted, I know you. What the hell are you talking about? A terrifying killing intent surged from him, Adele said in a low voice. You just called me 3 times. Exactly that, a damned insect. Teziat grinned. Huh, so that's it. So that's how it is, then I'll have to crush you to death again. As he spoke, he shouldered his hammer and leaped into the air, then brought down a powerful blow. Adele tensed up. Looks like he's serious now. The real battle starts now. Suddenly his eyes blazed as he stared intently at Adele. You think you're the only one with tricks? Want to see mine? Adele was startled. Ice storm. A massive tornado appeared. Adele was quickly cornered. He used Dark Fang, Black Blade Dance to reduce the ice storm's power. But because its trajectory was too large, his technique didn't do much. He then used Psychokinesis. His mind raced trying to fight. I have to find a way to reduce its power. Got it. Thanks to the power of psychokinesis, Adele managed to bend the path of the ice storm. Teziat grunted in surprise, then jumped back. Adele slashed at him, bringing a blow down, but Adele quickly dodged. He jumped onto a rock to get away. Teziat said annoyed, you really scurry around like a cockroach. Not to be outdone, Adele retorted, so slow. There's no reason for me to take that hit. Blame your own lack of skill. Despite his words, he was getting anxious inside. He seems simple and brutal, but he leaves no openings. He poured his aura into his sword, hoping. Just one time. Just one time is enough. Suddenly, Samil shouted, Adele, don't lose. Adele, you can't lose to that human trash. Teziat was surprised. What's still not dead? Sive, hearing Samil, got angry. What trash? How dare you demons call us trash? Do you even have the right to say that? It was you who, during the war and even now, killed us for no reason. Samil immediately shot back with contempt. Nonsense! Waging war and slaughtering the demon race from the beginning. Wasn't that started by you? Huh, now you're trying to twist what you've done. CVA angrily retorted, in the Hodden territory. What you guys did is still recorded exactly as it happened. Samil shouted angrily, how utterly shameless! My clan has never once invaded the human world. And yet you slaughtered my entire family. Why on earth did you do that? Adele answered Samil, but it was also a jab at the human. Huh, wasn't it because it was beneficial? To put it bluntly, it was profitable. CVA annoyed, what profitable? Adele shrugged. Am I wrong? CVA furiously replied. Get your facts straight. We started a war for profit. We suffered so many losses in that war. Adele thought to himself. But from a human perspective, the demon world is a treasure trove of gold and elixirs. Moreover, their power far exceeds ours. How could we leave them be, especially the 6 great families that this guy belongs to? With that thought, he turned to Teziat. Then let me ask you directly, Sir Leon Teziat. Teziat looked uncomfortable. CVA, why are you spouting useless nonsense? She hesitated. Adele said quietly. It seems there's something we don't know, huh? CVA flew into a rage. Teziat, don't listen to another word. Kill them immediately. Before CVA could finish, Teziat sent her head flying with a single blow. Adele and Samil were shocked. His tone changed. I'm in a foul mood. Seriously. I'll have to tear you two to pieces to vent my anger. Adele felt his killing intent become more intense. He immediately fell back. Another ice storm came flying. Samil, gritting his teeth, watched. How terrifying. He's fighting that monster on equal footing. If only I weren't so weak. Adele mocked him, killing your own lover with your own hands, and then taking out all your anger on me. Teziat fought like a madman. He quickly vanished from Adele's sight and engaged him in close combat. Adele immediately used Transposition 4 to jump behind Teziat, but it seemed he was prepared for it. He extended his leg backward, kicking Adele straight in the stomach. Adele braced himself for the blow. He worried. He can even react to Transposition 4. The longer this fight goes on, the weaker my position becomes. My mana is almost depleted. I can't use Black Blade Dance anymore. My mana potions are all gone. I have to find a way. Even if I have to take him down with me. Suddenly, Samil came over and said, I'm still okay. Adele looked at Samil doubtfully. Okay, what's okay? In that state, what can you even say? Are you planning to be bait for him? But he understood Samil's intention. He immediately used Transposition 4 targeting Teziat's hammer and rushed straight at him. Teziat was contemptuous. Using that old trick again, my weapon will... He turned towards Samil and found his weapon held tightly by him. Samil shouted, I can't hold it for long. Without hesitation, Adele stabbed Teziat. This is enough. Teziat groaned in anger. Grr, you bastard! Suddenly, Adele's bag shook. The snake immediately shot out of the bag towards Teziat, biting his shoulder. Teziat screamed in pain. Adele was overjoyed. Excellent lone poison curse. So it really was a venomous snake. Samil shouted, Adele! The hammer flew back towards its owner and rushed straight at Adele. He was hit directly in the stomach, spitting blood. His entire body was covered in blood. Adele was dying. Damn it. I got too excited and took a hit. Teziat gripped his hammer, stood up, and limped away in pain. Adele was shocked. He can withstand that. He's insane. Teziat struggled towards Adele. I'll kill. But his body no longer obeyed him, and he collapsed. Damn it. Adele taunted him. How does the insect taste? Hope to see you again. He pulled out a scroll and tore it with his teeth. I hope so too. Then he warped back to the academy. Exhausted, Adele collapsed. Samil also crawled over to Adele. Is it over? Adele, with no strength left, whispered, Yeah, it's over. Samil was also relieved. So lucky, I thought I was going to die here. Suddenly, Adele asked Samil, But why didn't you run? Why did you stay behind alone? Only to end up in this state? Samil was silent. But at this moment, he seemed to understand that the boy who had just fought to the point of injury for him was someone trustworthy, a good person. Samil lay down and replied, Only because I had to protect my comrade. Adele asked, Even a half-demon counts. Samil replied shyly, Yeah. Even if I don't like you, you're still a comrade and a friend. You're the same, aren't you? I despised you. But you still came back to save me. You're truly a puzzle. Adele shot back. Being puzzling is my charm. Samil immediately scolded him, You lunatic. He calmed down and said, We've escaped that monster, but we can't go on like this. If we can't get out of here, we're probably goners. Samil also smiled in reply. The others probably retreated safely, right? Probably. Suddenly, the snake crawled onto his chest. Adele struggled to give it some food. It's Dokgochu, huh? Thanks, I won because of you. Ugh, I can't hold on anymore. Is this as far as my life goes? It can't be. Not like this. Suddenly, the voices of his classmates were heard, calling them Samil Class Rep Adele. Samil immediately scolded them. You idiots, why did you come back? Everyone was worried. Adele, are you two okay? Adele still joked, yes, still alive for now. But I'm probably about to be a goner. Luna quickly came forward to heal them both. Don't talk anymore, Adele, you can't die. She cried her eyes out. Adele looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Lady Luna. The bleeding seems to have stopped. You should take care of Samil. But Samil refused. An aura enveloped him. No need. Suddenly monsters swarmed and devoured Samil. John was horrified. What are you doing, suicide? Samil said tiredly. No, it's not like that. Adele, let me borrow your body for a bit. Adele thought he was joking and replied vaguely, Huh? What weird thing are you saying now? But suddenly Samil and the monsters flew up. Then I'll take that as a yes, and latched onto Adele's arm. Everyone was surprised. What's happening? Adele was scared. Greed has devoured Samil. Is it going to devour me too? But I don't feel any pain. This greed is seeping into my arm. And what's with this horn? Suddenly the scroll appeared, assessing the price for exchanging 20% of power. It seems to have slightly exceeded the value. A portion of the power will be transferred to the co-creator. Adele read in surprise, exceeded the value. He immediately opened his status window to check. Race half-demon. Disposition chaos. Talent transposition 3. Interest focus. Attribute killing intent 3. Dark 3 curse. Mana application blade force worldly eye Samil. Mana 4301 and 2631. Although it's lower than the power Adele took back, my mana has also increased a little. Transposition killing intent and dark have all been raised by 1 level. Anyway, it's a good thing. But what was the most precious part of me that Adele took? What on earth was it? Luna asked Adele confused. Why are you staring at your hand like that? He thought in a panic. Only I can see this scroll. Then he answered, it's nothing. I was just checking if this arm was injured. Oh no. Suddenly he realized. Huh, wait a minute, what's this? Samil, why is his name on my status window? Suddenly Samil's voice came out. I'm not dead yet. Everyone was surprised. Isn't that Samil's voice? Where are you speaking from? Samil shouted, right here. Right on Adele's arm. Adele was surprised. Is that you, Samil? He explained, yes. For the time being, I'll need to rely on your right arm. For a while. I've used up too much power. If I had stayed in that state, I would have died even with treatment. This form consumes the least amount of energy. Like this. In about 2 or 3 months, I'll be able to return to my original body. Original? Suddenly, Adele asked, then why are you a parasite on my arm? Samil continued, to regenerate my original body. Every day, I must absorb a certain amount of mana. And you happen to be the one with a lot of mana. Adele asked, puzzled, huh? Fran has more mana than me. Even Lady Luna does. Samil stammered, well, about that, even without eyes. I can share vision with the host. In short, you're my roommate, right? Everyone looked at each other. What share vision? Don't tell me what a terrible pervert. Speechless, Samil shouted, what did you just say, pervert? Adele chimed in, yeah, a real pervert. Samil scowled and shouted, you damn bastards! Adele quickly brought everyone back to reality. All right, let's drop it. We need to get out of here immediately. The Royal Academy is about to send reinforcements. John spoke up. Yeah, but where do we go now? As far as I know, the return gate doesn't open until tomorrow. Adele replied, I know a secret place. That the human instructor I fought had hidden. We can hold out there for about a day. John quickly got ready. I understand. I'll get ready to leave right away. Suddenly, Samil stopped him. Wait, if I eat a corpse, I'll recover faster. Just a little bit. Wait for me a moment. Then he stretched out from Adele's arm. Luna wondered, what about the bodies of my students? Can't we bury them somewhere nearby for now? Adele shook his head. There's no time. Luna tried to find a way. Then, at least let Samil collect them and bring them along. But Samil also refused. I only have the ability to devour them completely, not to carry them. Luna cried sadly. Everyone looked at her, also feeling sad. Lady Luna. Luna had no choice but to accept. All right. And John asked with concern, but Adele, can you get up on your own? Suddenly someone stepped forward. Hey John, can I help Adele? I'm barely injured. John was surprised, but agreed. Oh, that would be great. Adele was surprised. Huh, could it be? He's the blue-haired guy who bullied Luna. Helped Adele up remorsefully. That's right. It's me. What happened between me and Luna that day? Adele said politely, thank you. You must have been in a lot of pain back then in the cafeteria. Smiled. Not at all. I'm the one who should be thanking you and Luna. Maybe you guys were victims too. I realized I was being too one-sided. Adele was happy inside. I'm so glad you think that way, He said gratefully, I honestly never expected you to sacrifice this much. Samil also retracted back into Adele's arm. Suddenly, a bird flew over. Adele and Samil were delighted. Shizuo, you're safe. It pecked at Samil's head. He praised it. I'm so glad. You're good at hiding. Adele gave an order to John. Looks like we're all here. Let's go. We have to leave this place immediately. Hurry up, everyone. At the Royal Academy. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Teziat returned in that state. What on earth happened? An instructor from the Royal Academy came forward to check the situation. Move aside. What in the world happened? Teziat reported in pain. While clearing the hidden dungeon, we were ambushed by the nobles. Many students, including Syria, are dead. and Instructor Basaha has likely perished. May's Ain was startled for a moment. Everyone was stunned. What, Instructor Basaha? Impossible! She raised her hand, signaling for silence. It seems the nobles sent assassins with strength, on par with an instructor. Tiziat immediately corrected her. No, there was only one person at the instructor level. There were only two of them. One of them was outstanding, but still weaker than me. So, yes. The instructors don't need to step in themselves yet. Just summoning my colleagues will be enough. Suddenly, a dark aura emanated. The healer was stunned. That dark power is erupting violently. Tiziat roared in pain. His arm immediately fell off. May's Ain was stunned. Tiziat was furious. You damned insects! I will kill you with my own hands. Instructor, one arm is enough. Please let me stay. May's Ain understood Tiziat's intention. She quickly dispatched people. Take Tiziat to the medical facility immediately, and summon Nina Ehamil and her team.